Looks like we got a quorum.
We've been asked to wait for the mayor.
Yeah, we have a little bit of an IT problem.
Okay. Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hope nobody planted tomatoes. They're frozen.
No planting tomatoes before the snow is off Peavine.
Did you have a lot of snow on the ground? Or was time in the season before it
I'll have to call you offline and get some pointers, get the right type.
I made it and they grew up the TP, and I planted them actually in August. So I had it was pretty great.
Wow. Hi, Madam Mayor.
You guys, good morning.
Morning.
Vice Mayor, just so you know, my computer keeps freezing and it was doing it all day yesterday. So if for some reason, was everyone having the same problem or was it just me?
Mine
Yeah,
kept kicking me off. It would all of a sudden just be gone.
Yeah, mine would just freeze and then I would get the Naoma face.
Well, you get
So just, yeah, be prepared if that happens and just take over and then I'll try to keep jumping back on. But it was weird. I normally don't have too many issues, but all right. Madam Clerk, are you there? Good morning.
Madam Mayor, good morning.
All right. I'm losing my voice. I'm talking too much. Okay, well, we're gonna start off. I would love for Councilwoman Breckus to lead us in the pledge because she's always the one with the great flags. So go right ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank
Take
you,
it away.
Madam Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, nice job. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right to you. Please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor, roll call for the Reno City Council for Wednesday, April 14th. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
Weber,
Here.
Jordan,
here.
Reese,
Here.
Sheevy.
Good to be here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council today.
All right, I'm going to send it right back to you for item A3, public comment.
Thank you. Transitioning to general public comment. Public comment under the item A3 is reserved for items not specific to our agenda that were received before 4 p.m. the business day preceding our meeting. We received public comment from April Barker, Stephen Kraft, Lynn Lebeck, Robin Palmer, Allison Berriman, an anonymous speaker, John Walmsley, Mary Wilkinson, Nadine Becker, Mr. Trent, Eliza Schreckenberger, and Cecil, no last name given. These are on various items that are not on this particular item, as was noted. These have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, Madam Mayor and Council, we do have one voicemail from Chris Anderson that we will play at this time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Anderson. I'm calling today to leave a message regarding the President and CEO of Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, Mr. Charles Harris. I am leaving this public comment, at the Reno City Council meeting for two reasons. The first, Mayor Sheevy is the chair of the RSCBA board. And second, for whatever reason, the RSCBA does not allow public comments to be heard during their meetings, which is something that I hope the mayor changes in the near future. Regardless, it has come to my attention Mr. Harris recently attended and spoke at the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce meeting while he was infected with the coronavirus. By attending the meeting while infected, Mr. Harris put all of the attendees at risk, including my partner who was there. To make matters worse, Mr. Harris did not wear a mask for most of the meeting, and he did not socially distance, which was in clear violation of the COVID guidelines for our state. We only found out that Mr. Harris was infected with the COVID virus while he spoke at and attended the meeting through acquaintances of mine. The situation is being discussed widely in our community. So far, the RSCBA has taken no steps to inform the attendees that they were exposed to the coronavirus and are at risk for infection. Even worse, Charles Harris did not have the decency or respect to personally inform the people he interacted with closely during the event that they are now at risk for the infection. By not informing the attendees, none of them knew that they needed to get tested and self-isolate from others. Who knows how many attendees got sick at this event and spread the virus in our community. This has the potential to be a super spreader event, thanks to Mr. Harris's lack of leadership and decency. Mayor Sheevy, I am asking you to please use your leadership role and have the RSCVA to inform all attendees at this event that they were put at risk by Charles Harris, since he attended the event while infected with the coronavirus and he did not wear a mask or socially distance. Also, I suggest you take disciplinary action against Charles Harris for acting recklessly by breaking COVID-19 guidelines, especially while in an active infection and putting our community at risk. It is well known in our community that Mr. Harris refuses to wear a mask and has no respect for the state COVID protocol. The situation is out of control now, and I hope quick and appropriate action is taken. Thank you.
All right, is that it, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, that is the last of our voicemails. So at this time, we will transition over to approval of the agenda, in which I will, go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, no, I was just going to clarify some things on that public comment, because I believe it's the same public comment whenever I first heard it. We do take live public comment over at the RSCVA, so I want to clarify that. And then also, I reached out to Ann Silver because it was a chamber event, and Ann has told me that she has contacted everyone at that event. So I just want to make some clarifications there. And it sounds like it was the same message from the first public comment. So, okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you for clarifying that, Madam Mayor. With that, transitioning to approval of the agenda, in which I'll send to City Manager Thornley with any changes that he may have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Doug Thornley, City Manager for the record. As you can see on your agenda, item C1 is pulled. Need to pull item G1. Haven't had enough time to get everyone interviewed there. And item I1, the appeal this evening, has been withdrawn by the appellant. And so we do not need to stay later than the ordinary agenda.
Okay, Mr. Manager, can you just repeat that one more time for the public? Those items that have been...
Absolutely. Item C1 is pulled. Item G11 is pulled, the BFAC appointment. And item I1, the appeal this evening, has been withdrawn by the appellant.
Okay, thank you so much for your clarification. Do you have any more minutes?
I have a question on that.
Go ahead.
I thought that expansions to non-conforming uses under the code were approved by council. And so these items go to council anyway.
Well, it's not agendized as going to council anyway. I'll need to dig into Title 18 to see what the procedural posture is moving forward.
Okay, thanks. I'd ask that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you now have the changes noted to your agenda, we'll just be looking for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay.
Madam Mayor, item A5, approval of the minutes from February 10th and February 14th.
Okay,
Move
may I
to
get a motion?
approve.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. See, there's a lot of things we agree on, guys. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, transitioning to item B, which is the consent agenda. All of these items may be approved together with a single motion or taken out of order. To note for the record, Madam Mayor, we did receive public comment from Natalie Handler regarding the consent agenda. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. With that, we have no voicemails for this item, and I will send it back to you, Madam Mayor, to call for any items from council that they wish to pull for discussion.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Jordan.
Geez, my thumb is not working. None for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item B12, Boy 12, and I have a question about B14, but I don't know if Councilmember Breckus will already be pulling it.
Okay, thanks. Councilman Delgado.
None at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Weber. I think that was a nothing, right?
Yes, it was. Apologize.
All right. Councilwoman Breckus,
He pulled B12. Thank you.
is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, item B1A and B3.
Okay. Is that it?
And just B12 you already pulled, so great.
Okay, thank you. May I get a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Madam Mayor, before, I'm sorry, can I just
Oh, sorry.
clarify from Councilmember Dewar, you stated B1A, is there a sub number you'd like to pull, or are you wanting
I'm
to pull
sorry.
all of them?
B1A1.
Thank you. B1A1. All right, Madam Mayor, I apologize for stepping on you. You do have a motion on the floor from
No.
Councilman Reese.
No
Second.
problem. Not at all. I have a motion from Councilman Reese, a second by Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. We're going to jump right over to Councilwoman Dewar's
Yep.
first item pulled,
Yep.
B1A1.
Yeah. So first, I just want to note that there are 3 of the 4 applications under new alcohol are in Ward 2. And I want to congratulate all of those businesses for their continuing success, especially in this COVID time. And the reason I pulled B1A1, Parham Bakery, they've become incredibly famous in our town. For their great quality goods. And I don't mean to slight the others, the Tacos Tijuana or the Spoon Brewing, but it's exciting to have Perrin located over at Ranchero Parkway, as one of the new businesses that's relocated or added an addition. So I just wanted to highlight that. So with that, I just want to congratulate all the businesses. So I pulled one and it's exciting to see the growth. Thank you.
All right, can I have a motion, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving right along, item B3, Councilwoman Dewar. Councilwoman?
Sorry, I was muted. I just wanted to also acknowledge this is a really important National Endowment for the Arts grant, which came from the CARES Act, additional funding. And so it's just whenever we get something this big to the arts, it's worth noting. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, I think we're heading over to item B12, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I just want to make sure that we highlight the importance of this agenda item. As I read the staff report, I understood the approval was part of the Consolidated Omnibus Reconciliation Act just passed in December or just thereafter. And I wanted to see if there was anyone from staff who might be able to answer a question from the staff report. And I'll see if we can't move someone over.
At this time, Council, we will be moving over Monica Cochran from Community Development, our Housing Division, and she will be able to answer questions for you. Monica, you've rejoined us as a panelist. You should be able to unmute and turn on your camera on your end to be able to answer questions.
Good morning, Ms. Cochran. How are you today?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Good. Thanks so much for all the hard work you're putting in. I was happy to spend some time with you this week at the new CARES campus, and you're clearly burning the midnight oil, and I pray rest and peace for you. Let me ask just a few questions. As I understood it, the allocation of these dollars is a direct pass-through through, am I saying it right? ERP, E-R-A-P?
Yeah, the ERAP program.
ERAP, okay. And so these are pass-through dollars from the federal government to the city and from the city through to RHA in order to do these additional payment opportunities or rental assistance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in addition to money that we've already received and allocated because we received money through the Coronavirus Relief Act.
That's correct.
And what is the total amount the city has now been able to put together towards rental assistance in a global number? Do you have that number?
I don't with me. This was originally not my item. I was added to it last week, but I could say with this money and the money that we've used in-house, I think we're somewhere close to maybe 10 million.
Okay, I think it might be closer to a 12, but I could be doing the math differently. I just want to thank you for helping to facilitate this and administer these dollars. And of course, Reno Housing Authority for taking on a lot of the oversight. This is good news because as I understood it from the staff report, these dollars are available for rental assistance, helping people to catch up on arrearages. It's for emergency situations, can be used for utilities and utility arrearages. And I just want to make sure that we are sharing this good news with the community. Thank you again for answering my questions. Appreciate very much your time. And I'm very happy to be supportive of this item.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think those are some great questions. So I would just ask, is by any chance Amy Jones with us today, Madam Clerk, or no?
Madam Mayor, she is registered and available. We can move her over if you would like to be able to answer any questions for council.
Thank you. That would be fantastic.
All right. We will be.
And then Councilwoman Breckus, I will go to you.
Okay. Am I recognized now, or did you want Ms. Jones to speak?
Oh, it just, I want her in the room. I'm going to ask her some questions after you speak. So if you're, if you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. I received an email yesterday from someone did not identify as a Ward 1 constituent, but presumably a city resident. She said my landlord is raising my rent 13% from $775 to $875 effective June 1. I'm struggling as many people are, and I find myself frustrated not being poor enough to get a break. She said she started working full-time in November after having her hours slashed 90% in March and April 20, then 50% after that. She's been working full-time for 5 months, but she has cut hours and some car repairs. And she's reached out to other agencies, and she's trying to figure out how to convince her landlord not to do that escalation, which, you know, we don't have the ability to do that. But how do we refer someone in this situation on to avail themselves of this rental assistance? And if you have a landlord who's doing that kind of rent jack of $100 June 1, are there any restrictions that, you know, what the landlords can do? Because, you know, can the landlord see this money coming in and saying, oh, I'm gonna, you know, go here to get more?
Yes, thank
Monica.
you.
Yeah, I didn't know if Amy was going to answer. Go ahead, Amy.
So thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. To route them to the emergency rental assistance, they can go to our website, renoha.org, and then we do have a tab that's CHAP, C-H-A-P, and that's where they'll be able to apply for the assistance. And it's really frustrating that landlords are imposing these rent increases. And unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, landlords can imply a rent increase. We don't have any control as to how much that increase is, and it's very unfortunate. You know, we request the documentation for this program as far as that they have a lease, what the amount is for their rent, and then what they owe. So we do request that information from them, and unfortunately, we can't control that increase. We will be watching though what landlords are applying and those payments we make. And so if we're seeing a landlord that is making rent increases just to get more money, that's something that we can watch and look into.
If I could just follow up with one question. When you said a lease, now I am always encouraging people, you know, situations vary, but the month-to-month situation puts people in tremendous vulnerability for activities like this, because I've heard stories of leases getting, you know, rents increasing, you know, 3 times in like a 6-month period from, you know, a couple of years ago. I heard stories like that. So when you say they have to have a lease, is that a lease that is beyond a month to month that gives them terms which they can then plan for? Because maybe that's a way to provide that protection and prevent that escalation.
With this funding, we have to have some form of a lease. It's not defined what that lease looks like, but we have to have something that shows that this individual is living at that property, that the landlord is accepting that rent for a long-term
Okay.
period.
I mean, maybe you could do some counseling with them on, the protections that they gain from signing even 6-month leases. If it's going on like it was a couple years ago. Anyway, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know my liaison who's following up on this inquiry with her. I'll be sending her all this information.
Okay, great. So Amy, a couple of questions. I think Councilman Reese asked what was the entire amount of money, and I would say included from Sparks, the county, and the city of Reno. What is that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Under the last round of funding, the Reno Housing Authority had spent over $8 million in a 7-month period to help over 1,000 families throughout Washoe County. And that, again, that was for rental arrears and payments going forward for the duration of that funding until it was all expended.
How much did you say?
Over 8 million.
Okay, so Doug, write that down, 8 million. And then Amy Jones, and how many families did that go to help?
Over 1,000.
Okay, over 1,000. Write that down, Doug. I think you know where I'm going. All right, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I just want to interject. I think as if I did the math correct, the city of Reno alone will have received $7.7 million and $5.8 million between the two pandemic relief bills. So that's a total of $13.5 million to go toward pandemic rental relief assistance, utility assistance, arrearages. I just think the number is worth celebrating in many ways.
Is that correct, Amy? Just to reiterate for the record?
For the record, I don't have the total funding amount for the city of Reno, but as you mentioned, the funding that we received for City of Sparks, Washoe County, and the city of Reno was $8 million that we were able to spend and help over 1,000 families in a 7-month period.
Not including this money.
Correct.
All right, so yay, Reno. Okay, Amy, there also have been some parameters with some of this funding. Can you tell me what some of those challenging parameters are? I want to make sure whatever we can do to help people, we have got to make sure that there are not a lot of cumbersome attachments for these people that really, really need it. So maybe can you kind of outline what that is? Is that under the RHA purview or under the federal guideline? Can you give me a little background?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it is under the federal guidelines. So this money is coming from Treasury, and we have simplified it as much as we can. Really, we send out a packet to these individuals. These are all the forms that we need you to fill out. And then the only thing we need from you is your income. And we're asking for 4 weeks of pay stubs, or we're asking for their annual tax return if that's, and those are the 2 forms of income verification that we are able to ask. Everything else we're able to get through via the landlord or the information they send back. So it's extremely important. We do have to have that information. We have as a last resort an attestation form. But we've really, really simplified it. We have to have that information back, and we will process those files. So again, we send everything to them. Those are the only 2 additional items that we need from them, and then we'll work those files.
All right, great. Great job. Let me just ask you this, because I did get an email, and I would imagine some council members may have gotten the same email. I know I sent it to Reno Direct, and there was some response, and I want to say thank you to Eric Jensen he had actually provided assistance to a woman that owned a motel and had not received any rent for a long time. Do any of those funds qualify for that at all, or no?
For the motels?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, they do. So if there are individuals living in those motels, we do have to get some form of a lease from the owner, and then we are able to help pay the back rent and going forward if they're eligible.
Okay, Monica, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna clarify on that with the motel assistance program. And I did see that email also, and we had provided some assistance to that particular motel and about $500,000 in back rent to some of the local motels through that funding, which was part of our CARES funding back in the fall. But I also wanted to say to Councilman Reese's question, the funds that we put towards rental assistance, it looks like here's the 5.7 going to Reno Housing Authority now. And then there was 1.5 from the CARES funding back in the fall. And then with this round, we're also keeping 1.5 in-house to help the program that we have here. So that's about 8.7 in addition to the 2 million that our normal program did this last fiscal year. In that program, I just want to highlight, provide some assistance that this program might not be able to help. So our team works with Amy's team kind of back and forth if there's some people that we can't help or she can't help, vice versa. So I just wanted to highlight that, and something really exciting that we now with our program are going to have a application portal for individuals to just go onto our website in the next couple of weeks and be able to fill out their application that way. And it should really speed up the process of getting people some help. So I'm super excited about that. And I did get that idea from Amy. So super excited about that.
And Monica and Amy, let me just ask you this. How do we verify that these landlords have not received rent? What's that like?
For our program, they have to show documentation of what is owed in the rears. And again, they do have a lease. So we have that. And then we have to have documentation from the landlord. It's not just from the tenant. So, everything we need in place for that. And they usually, depending on how sophisticated the apartment building is or the landlord, they can send us a printout that shows kind of their ledger for the respective units.
And then do you also look to see if they have received additional money like PPP or something? And do they qualify for that?
For our assistance, we have different funding sources. So we have to enter everything into HMIS. So we go into HMIS and we can see when and if they've received past assistance and from what fund it was from, just to make sure that we're staying in compliance that way.
Okay. All right, good to know. Thank you so much. You both are a wealth of information. Does anyone else have any comments or questions for Monica or Amy? I think that's about it. Okay, can I have a motion, Vice Mayor, please?
Move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank
Amy,
you.
Have a
see you
great day,
Friday.
Monica.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with
Okay.
that, transitioning to item B14 as pulled by Councilmember Reese.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Reese.
Well, I would not normally pull an item of one of my colleagues from council funds, but I didn't understand the words used to describe the item. It says replanting the site to make it more attractive for positive uses and less attractive for inappropriate uses. I just want to know what that is. What would a positive use be versus an inappropriate use?
Yeah, I mean, the wording could have been maybe more more elegant, but people will remember where West Street dead ends at what's called Brick Plaza or West Street Plaza. And those who have been on for longer remember that we had a request some time ago from the building owner there on the west side, the Siegel Group, to maybe get that land there, but that goes up against their building, but it's actually a park, and it was planted some time ago as a low tolerant, low water tolerant demonstration project, and they came by and wanted to appropriate the park, and the Parks Commission was not interested in giving up parkland. And we kind of left them going saying, if you want this parkland, adopt the park. And well, fast forward, the current tenant who also leases land from maybe the redevelopment area, that little plaza there, where that little outdoor sitting area for Capello's, which used to be Java Jungle. They are right adjacent to this demonstration park area, and it's weedy. It has been used as an outdoor bathroom area, sometimes a sleeping area. And so if you sit on that area, you just smell this stench of urine and feces. And, it just doesn't, it's not working for them to have an outdoor patio right next to an outdoor bathroom. So they came and asked me, what can we do about that parkland? And I said, well, the idea has been to adopt the park. So I was willing to help get it taken up to, vegetation level, pleasing with these funds. And then they're going to come in to adopt that park and do the maintenance there. They've been doing some of the maintenance, cleaning up some of the waste and so on, but they're going to continue to clean it up in terms of these low tolerant gardens need a lot of, weeding and that sort of thing. So that's what this is. And I don't think the adopt the park agreements come to us. I think they're done down at the Parks Department. But that's what this is for. So thank you for asking.
Okay,
All
and for
Thank
my
you.
part, Madam Mayor, I mean, everyone, for lack of a better word, everyone poops, right? And so I want us to address that issue with availability of bathrooms and that sort of thing. But I appreciate what my good colleagues' comments were about adopting the park and cleaning it up. I just don't want it to be seen as unsheltered persons or, some kind of architectural feature that would prevent, folks from utilizing the area or, thorny bushes to drive people away, nothing like that. But I accept the colleagues' response and I would move to approve.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll second. And just for discussion, we do need
Sure.
bathrooms because we have one at Barbara Bennett. We have the Broadmoor one. We decided not to put one at City Hall. And I do think indoor bathrooms are useful in public buildings, but we do need bathrooms there. And if someone wants to put their discretionary funds, maybe we've been working at Tumwa to try and get another one. But the closest public bathroom is in Barbara Bennett Park. And I have really hoped that through the Arlington Avenue Bridge redo, we could redo Wingfield and put a bathroom closer to this location. But I think there's businesses in the area, and including the Seagull, that has a common bathroom that people can come in and ask to use too. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councilman Breckus. And I really appreciate you putting this on the agenda because we know our lack of funding is really challenging to keep these parks going in the direction we want them to. They're very, very challenging, financially. So I think that's great. And it's very generous. Good job, Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I'll also commit discretionary funds and I'll work with Councilmember Breckus to move forward with any of the landscaping needs that are needed there.
Yeah.
And so I'll work with my colleague there to augment that money. Maybe there's more money that's needed. I don't know, but I'll work with Councilmember Breckus on that.
Well, and I think there's a broader conversation to be had when it comes to our parks. I know the bid, I'm sure you guys are aware, have been talking about Parks District and looking how they can sort of oversee some of the parks and invest in them. It's really, really challenging. So we've got to be really creative because our parks are really essential. So I'm glad that Councilman Breckus put that on the radar, but we've got to figure out other ways to fund them and keep those community benefits where we want them. So good job, Councilman Breckus. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right. I don't think there's anything else on the consent. I just want to say thank you to Councilwoman Breckus, B13, Councilwoman Breckus, B14, Councilwoman Dewar, B15, B16, Councilman Reese, for your generous donations to very worthy causes. Thank you. All right, we're moving on.
Madam Mayor, with that, item C1 was pulled from the agenda as was noted. Moving to item C2, review and discussion of possible approval for affordable housing fee reduction. At
All right.
this time, we'll move over Arlo Stockham. It should be noted for the record.
Perfect.
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, great. Arlo, nice to see you. I'm sure we'll see you in a second. And then we will also hear from Councilman Weber. There he is. All right. Hello.
Good morning, council members. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Angela is out this week, so I'm filling in for her agenda items. Ashley, if you could please pull over John Flansburgh and Debbie Lochner to help with any questions related to their areas of expertise. I will pull up a brief presentation. Here it is. So this is the first of these proposals that the council has seen since passing ordinances authorizing this. This is a request for a fee reduction for an affordable housing project, the Springview by Vintage Apartments. As a little background, in the last legislative session, 2019, state law was changed to enable local governments to reduce or subsidize certain fees. And then in 2020, last year, council passed an ordinance outlining the amount of fee reductions that various affordable housing projects are eligible, is the wording, to apply for. And this project has applied for the sewer hookup fee reduction for their project. This is a 180 unit multifamily affordable housing project to provide much needed affordable housing for the region up in the North Virginia area. All 180 units are deed restricted to 60% of the Washoe County average median income. So, great affordable housing products. And that makes them eligible for a 75% reduction. They've requested the reduction in sewer fees. They have not requested a reduction in building fees. And that fee reduction amounts to about $735,000. Pretty significant, no question. The conditions, basically approval requirements for these requests are pretty broad and probably aren't the only consideration for the city. Basically, it's number one, have a public hearing, which we're doing now. And number two, determine that reducing or subsidizing fees will not impair the ability of the city to pay, when due, interest and principal on outstanding bonds or other obligations. So this fee reduction of 700,000 plus certainly will not impair our ability to pay those obligations when due. We currently have over a $30 million balance in that fund. However, the sewer infrastructure doesn't get any cheaper. So depending on the scale of these affordable housing subsidies that council ends up approving, we're planning to essentially have a set-aside fee generally for sewer hookup funds to make up the difference. John Flansburgh can speak to that in more detail. That fee analysis is in process. So really, while this is a application for a specific project, and we have one more on the agenda next, there's also some policy considerations if we're going to grant the fee reductions to the maximum amount eligible. That would necessitate a modest set aside for other fee payers to make up that difference. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and open it up to any questions.
All right. Thank you, Arlo. Great job. Really appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to council members, and I'm going to be pretty strict today on our 3 minutes because we've all had time to ask questions of our staff. So go ahead. Who would like to ask the first question? Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm going to actually go to Vice Mayor Weber just because it's her ward first, and then I'll take questions.
Madam Mayor, and I'm sorry I didn't raise my hand, but I just wanted to make a point of clarification and before we can go on to discussion. But
You mentioned, or Mr. Stockham mentioned that it was in the North Virginia area, and this is actually a Clear Acre Lane area. So where these apartments
Thank you
are.
for
So, thank you.
clarification. Appreciate it. Now I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I did think that we were going to come up and put some, flesh on the bones of the ordinance that we adopted in terms of the program parameters. But now people are in, which is fine, but I would like to emphasize my interest in seeing that put into place, particularly since I did hear from the finance director this last week that, we think we're going to have to pay off the bonds that we have right now because we think we're going to go out for bonds soon. So, the bond situation, the debt situation is very fluid. We still don't know, because we don't know what we're doing with the effluent up there. But I think to make that finding, which is a pretty tough one, we're going to have a little more meat on the bones of this program. But that would not prevent me from going forward today. A few questions I do have, though, are about, number one, Vintage. I know Vintage pretty well. Is this coming in with a layered subsidy so they're in compliance on the other funds that are coming in? And how will compliance be met with that?
Perhaps that would be a better question for the applicant. I believe we have Mr. Hilliard on the line. Maybe he could come in and explain those details.
Yeah,
I don't have that info in front of me.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they brought forward to our, community development department an application for a tax credit project, or down to the state for a tax credit project, or if they're coming in for home funds, and where they are in that process.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Dane Hilliard here with Green Street and Vintage. Yes, we've already done all that, Councilman Breckus. We have home funds, we have tax credits, everything done. The project is actually already started.
Okay.
So we've closed the financing, and the sewer gap is what allowed us to proceed with this project because we have state gap funding also.
Okay.
So without the sewer abatement, we wouldn't be able to proceed with a project like this.
Okay, so you're already in monitoring, because I see a world where there might be projects coming through, maybe, I don't know. And it wasn't very clear when we adopt the ordinance to me whether or not they're going to be coming in on their own without having the monitoring that you're going to have go on with, the other funds you have in. And so that's, if the city's going to be hanging out there with our own dollars, with a project that doesn't go under the other monitoring, how are we going to monitor that? And I thought we'd had an agreement recently that we adopted with NHD for monitoring. Was that related to this program?
Are you asking me?
Well, I'm asking Mr. Stockham, because I think his department brought forward that agreement. Remember that NHD monitoring agreement?
I'm sorry, I didn't work on that one. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Right,
well, maybe it's relevant on the next one. I'm just wondering if we're going to go sewer funds in for a long-term commitment of affordability, and it's not going under any other monitoring under federal regulations. How do we plan to monitor that long-term? It may be that it never comes forward. I was just trying to get a sense. And then the second one that I was hoping the flesh on the bones was we have our annual sewer fund assistance program that opens up in June, I think it is. And then the finance department has someone sit down on the first floor and people queue up. And then when the money's gone, the money's gone. Does everyone remember that? Ms. Lochner, you know about that program, right?
And just to note, Debbie, after you answer that, Councilmember Breckus, your 3 minutes has ended.
Yes, ma'am, I am aware of that program.
Okay.
And we run it on the 9th floor now, not on this first floor.
Okay. I guess my question, and it's really a programmatic design, is are we going to say for projects and tenants, who get this subsidy on the construction, are they still going to be eligible for that annual, revenue coming in? Because that thing is very oversubscribed. So I think those are some of the questions that I'm struggling with, because here you could have some of those tenants come in next week in June for some of the subsidy again.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. We're going to move on. Council members, questions for Dane, Debbie, John, Arlo? We got them all here. We got the Rockstar team here. So go ahead. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess number one, my comments are directed to Mr. Hilliard. Thank you for being a member of this community who's committed to building affordable housing. I actually think that in the last 3 or 4 years, you and Green Street are the ones who are doing the lift. And so thank you for that. I just, I think it's appropriate to acknowledge your commitment to this particular area. It is complicated because as you layer on different kinds of funds, it becomes more and more difficult to do it. So thank you. That's the first thing. The second thing is, we obviously face an affordable housing crisis in this community, and every day our constituents are asking us about it, and they're juxtaposing their question against, some rents that are being charged in other market rate properties. And so for my part, one of the things that has been difficult as a council member is to be able to identify the tools that we do have to encourage affordable housing. And this is one of them. We don't have a lot. Sometimes we can throw in land, as we did over on the Washington parcel at a certain price or discount. Sometimes we have the sewer things that we can waive. And ultimately, my point is that we have to use every tool we have in the toolbox, and we have no time but the present to do that. And so I am going to be very adamant about supporting this and believe we can certainly make the findings. So for my part, thank you again to everyone there. Mr. Zakeo, I see in the background there as well. And so it's an exciting opportunity, and I welcome more of them. So let's get you going to the next project, I hope. Thank you so much.
All right, great comments. And I do see Mr. Zakeo in the back there. Mr. Hilliard, I want to ask you a couple of questions. You have put a majority of the affordable housing in the market, which has been tremendous. And the projects that I've been able to tour are just beautiful. You wouldn't know that they're actually, sort of that affordable. They're just gorgeous. Can you give the council, I'd like you to give the council some background, because we hear it, but I don't think we've actually heard it right from the developers, how challenging it is in this market to build any type of housing. Can you kind of speak a little bit about that? Because now more than ever, we're seeing lumber be at all-time highs, things like that. And the reason why is, I think if we don't understand the magnitude of the difficulties of bringing all types of housing into the market, not just affordable, then it's going to be really, really challenging that we sort of level out this disparity in what we see. And also, I'm a big believer from all the economics that I've seen that housing of all types is really essential. So I think programs like this are super important to support, but I would like you to kind of give a little bit of landscape why, what you're seeing in this type of market and the challenges.
Absolutely. And we do both market rate, as you know, and affordable. So some of the challenges we face are on identical things like land prices. Land prices have basically tripled here in a couple of years. So we used to buy land for $10,000 an acre. Well, now it's $25,000 or $30,000 an acre. I'm sorry, per unit. Glad Jim's here, the finance guy. So we're facing obviously huge construction issues. Price increases, lumber is at an all-time high, and this affects both the affordable and the market rate. So we have construction costs, we have labor shortages, we have material shortages and delays. We can't even get dishwashers right now, as an example. They're sitting on the coast off of Oakland. So construction issues are the same for both. Financing is challenging for both, and as you mentioned, Councilman Reese, the financing structure for these affordable deals is extremely complicated and time consuming. It takes us an extra year to get an affordable deal financed due to all the layers of financing and things we have to go through for home funds and HUD and all of that. So it's just extremely complicated. But again, the challenges right now that we're facing, for example, on this project, without this sewer fee abatement, this project would have not gone, couldn't go. We had filled all the gaps with all the money available, including state gap funds. So it's a challenge, it's a big challenge, and land pricing starts it. And then we go through the layers of cost and lumber and all those things. So
yeah, Thank you for that. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And what I've been researching so much is that cities are really doing private and public partnerships like this to help alleviate the housing crisis and shortage. And also, why don't you give a little bit, because I think people right now think, oh, these developers, they're making so much money and all of this. And I don't think people realize how difficult it is to get a housing project off the ground and also how long it takes. But I think people also have forgotten that how many years was it in the economic downturn that you weren't able to build, and many developments stopped in their tracks. So there were years of that. Can you just kind of explain a little bit how hard that was and what that looked like?
Sure, absolutely. Almost 10 years of virtually no apartment construction in our area, in our community. The market crashed in 2008. I think the first projects that came out of the ground here were like in 2017. So it was a big gap, and the demand is still there and increasing, but the supply was basically zero. So we're still catching up to that. We're seeing apartments today. I mean, every one of our projects that we finish, as soon as that unit is finished, it's occupied, like the next day. There's wait lists on all the projects. The vacancy rate across the board is less than 2%. So and you see all these apartments going up, and people ask me about that. Are we going to have an oversupply? And absolutely not at this point. Some of our projects, our market rate deal is renting. They just rented 17 units in 1 week. In the old days, in a stabilized market, you'd rent 20 units in a month. So the demand is huge. Supply is very constrained. We're running out of land. Across the board for market rate, it's very hard to find land for affordable. And one of the big challenges for affordable is the home fund process is very cumbersome. One application a year. You can only apply once a year. And we have deals that might come up. We had a deal, for example, this year that came up a week after the December home fund deadline. Well, we couldn't pursue it because we have to wait a whole nother year to get home funds. To apply for it. So there's some things like that that could easily be fixed. It won't cost anymore, but we'll get more affordable housing done. And so we're working with Tracy on that, trying to get some things changed at the TRC and stuff. So.
Okay, I really appreciate that, because I think the council has to understand the magnitude. It's been really challenging. We've had, projects that have been controversial lately. And so I want everyone to keep everything into perspective, because our job, the only way that we will stabilize some of these extremely high rents is by putting more product into the market and also doing much more private and public partnerships. Otherwise, it really will stop projects like yours that are really good. So thank you, Dane. And I'm told that my 3 minutes are up. So I apologize. I got to move on. Thanks so much. Great job, Mr. Zakeo and Mr. Hilliard. Can't wait to see your next project. Okay, Councilwoman Delgado, just hold your hand up, because it's not showing who's got their hand up on my screen. So just hold it up physically. Go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How's it going? Good to see you, Mr. Hilliard. Quick question. There's 180 units that you guys are putting up. And they're going to be at or below 60% AMI. Do we know roughly what is the 60% AMI currently here in Washington County?
I don't know off the top of my head, Eugene.
1 bedroom rents.
Yeah, are you asking what the rents are?
Yeah, the rent. Then what's the average medium income at 60% here in Washington County? Just for generally,
I think it's in the mid 50s.
It's actually for it's low 40s. Low to mid 40s.
It's in the 40s to 50s, depending on the household size.
Yeah.
And so we're regulated to 60% or less of that. And our rents are roughly 900 for a 1 bedroom.
Just shy of 9 for a 1, and then low 8 for a studio.
We're in the 8th for a studio, and right around 900 for a 1 bedroom. And that's about 80% less than market rate.
No, and I just want
a market rate 1 bedroom would be, 1,500-1,600.
Say that again. So the 1 bedrooms are running how much?
Ours here are in the 896 a month.
Okay.
That includes utilities.
That includes utilities. Typically, whereas a market rate, you'll see a 1 bedroom in the 1,500 range and does not include utilities.
Given, I know you guys are pros at this, and given the amount of different developments you guys have done, just generally speaking, what additional amenities can we see that the tenants would have access to, knowing the community really, really, really well, of course, and just to kind of understanding the success of our tenants as they kind of go into a beautiful housing. What additional services have you guys been able to work with and with the community?
The community amenities are extensive. We obviously have a tot lot, we have a fitness center, we have a business center. Our staff, the management team is very involved with the residents as far as helping them out, in any way they can, setting up things for them, bringing in other community resources into the community room and doing educational things like that happen regularly, besides the normal apartment stuff, which is barbecues and, events planned by staff. So the amenities are great, and each unit has a washer and dryer in it. These are coming from something else that would be $900 a month would be probably a motel room. And these are fully, equipped big kitchens, like I said, full laundry, all that in the unit. So it lives like a market rate unit. And again, fitness center and all that's included.
Just thanks for highlighting that. And I think that's what the mayor was also indicating is, moving away from the old types of housing stocks in terms of what quote unquote affordable housing is to what you guys, the products that you guys are able to set up. It's something I think they'll be welcoming to that, knowing it really well, seeing some of the tired housing stock around there. I think hopefully will bring some vibrancy back into that.
Yes, I think it will. This will be the nicest thing for sure on the street.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Time's up. Moving on. Who else would like to comment? All right. Seeing that there is, I don't think any others. Councilman Weber, why don't you give me a motion? Or Councilman Reese, the at-large member. Go ahead, Councilman Reese, give me a motion.
Wait a second, Madam Mayor, could I speak?
Okay. Sure, go ahead. You're having a hard time on off mute.
Sorry about that. I wanted to just say, just real quickly, and I wanted to make the motion if I could, but I wanted to thank you so much for the questions that you've asked, Madam Mayor, and the rest of the council. And Mr. Hilliard, I just can't say thank you enough because this project is definitely needed. And I know from the other housing that is out in the North Valleys, it's almost double this, what you're mentioning. So just absolutely appreciate the work that you're doing on this. And I move to approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Great. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Great job. Congratulations, Mr. Hilliard and Mr. Zakeo. See you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, were you on for that? I didn't see you at all.
I was here.
Okay, because
I couldn't get
you
myself.
asked a lot of questions and I didn't see you. And so I want to make sure
everyone asked. Let me just be clear. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. I've worked with you on, I think, 3 or 4 projects by now. You guys do an amazing job. I just felt like the mayor's in a bit of a rush, and so I didn't want to kind of pile on.
No, I'm not in a rush. I want to make everything efficient. I watched over some of our meetings, and they go on a long time, and so I want to start making sure that we're all being as efficient as possible. So I'm not in a rush.
Just saying, I was trying to be efficient, but I don't want to miss out in complimenting Mr. Hilliard. So thank you.
Yeah. And I was just trying to be respectful if you had comments because I didn't see you on the board. Okay. All right. Thank you. Moving on.
All right, Madam Mayor, moving on to item C3. This is review and discussion of possible approval for request for affordable housing fee reduction. We have Arlo Stockham to go over this one as well.
All right, Mr. Stockholm, take it away.
Arlo, we can see your screen.
Apologize about that. I was on mute. This is a similar request for a fee reduction for the Marvel Way Empowerment Center apartments. Same legal and code framework for this application. This project slightly different than the prior. It's along South McCarran, Marvel Way, Airway area. This is a 42 unit multifamily affordable housing project. While I'm speaking, we should probably bring Mr. Novak in. I think he's on the line as the developer. These units will all be deed restricted to 50% of AMI. That makes them eligible for 100% reduction of building permit and sewer connection fees. That reduction would add up to just a little over $250,000 total, about 90% of that being in the sewer connection fees. Again, the same approval requirements as the prior case, and also the same status of our $30 million plus fund balance. And we would plan to address these subsidies for affordable housing through compensating adjustments to other fees. In terms of the building fee reduction, pretty modest, about $26,000. There's a very significant surplus in the Building Enterprise Fund, so there are no concerns about that building fee reduction. And that wraps my presentation. I did bring Monica Cochran in on some of those more detailed questions regarding housing and monitoring and such, if we want to follow up on those.
All right, fantastic. Mr. Novak, so nice to see you. And if you guys don't know Mr. Novak, then you don't know one of the biggest rock stars in the community. I'm super fortunate to work with him over at RHA, and every project he does is phenomenal. He's one of the best in the business. So it's so nice to see you. And rarely do we get to see you, Mr. Novak. So it's nice to have you. All right, does anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I have questions for Ms. Cochran. I'm just curious. One, I would presume that this project has some federal money in, so it's going to go through that sort of monitoring. But how do you, I mean, I guess the question is, one, do you think these sewer and building enterprise funds will always be married up with federal dollars and federal, you know, that go through, so then that go through that federal compliance?
Not necessarily. I mean, there will be projects that come in that aren't requesting home funds. Just in this instance, they are. But as far as this program goes, the way that it was written is that these properties will be deed restricted. And the certification is to monitor the program or the projects. And if they're no longer affordable, then the money needs to be repaid. So that I hope answers the question earlier about you know, how we monitor the units staying affordable for this purpose.
Well, I mean, it does. It's just when I was the liaison to the Financial Advisory Board, every year the monitors came in and said, doesn't look good here with HUD compliance, you got this or that. And we've had a weakness over there. And I'm just wondering, I mean, on these ones, obviously they get monitored down at NHD. And I guess if that paper comes into your files that you set up, I mean, do you have some mechanics in for monitoring this and making sure at least there's a file somewhere each year to ensure that they're compliant on an annual basis?
With regards to this program, correct? Is that what you're referring to?
Our dollars that we're bringing in.
Yes.
That's outside of federal requirements.
Yes. For this particular program, there is an annual certification that is required to monitor the property to ensure that it's still affordable. If at that time it's not, these particular funds will need to be paid back to the city.
Who's doing that monitoring? Your in-house staff?
Yes.
Okay. And you, okay, that's good.
And we also have a contract with NHD. So it's kind of a combination.
Okay, that's good. Just to know that you have the departmental policies and procedures in place gives me comfort from what I've seen on past, you know, federal review and audits. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, any further questions? Seeing that there are none, Councilman at large, give me a motion, please.
I think Councilmember Delgado, I'll defer to you.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman Delgado, sorry.
Thank you, at large. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Novak. Just for clarity, this development project is part of the Empowerment Center itself and is just going to provide housing for those that are receiving services. Is that correct?
Yes. So I am not the developer. I'm the finance consultant. We have Roxanne DiCarlo from the Empowerment Center, if she's on hold there on Zoom, as well as the co-developer, Brittany Senef from Community Development Partners. But this is 3 years in the making that the Empowerment Center raised the private money to buy the site on Marvel Way, which is a fabulous site. It's very well located. And this is we're going to close and start construction in about 2 weeks. So this is the very last funding for the project, but it has 7 other sources of public subsidy to make it work. And I just wanted to comment, one of the earlier, I don't think folks are going to be breaking down the doors to access these funds because it's very hard to structure the financing on affordable housing. And this is one of many tools that we're using. But my assumption is that this is going to be used exclusively by projects that have other source of funding, because the sewer fee reduction, as incredibly important as it is, and we were there fighting for SB 103 when it passed at the state level, it's just one of many tools that we're using to finance affordable housing.
Thank you for that. And I don't necessarily think we need a broader presentation unless other council members like to go ahead and move for to approve. And just wanted to comment that this is more than just housing. This is a nonprofit support for many in our community. So we're very excited about you guys finding the funding, moving to your new location, and it's going to be more than housing. It's support for our community members. So thank you guys for taking that on as well. So
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. or Councilman Delgado. Give me a second and then we'll go into discussion.
Second, Madam Mayor,
Thank you.
second.
Okay, and then we'll go into discussion really quick. And I just have a quick question for Eric. Will you guys be keeping the other property?
Yeah, I was going to clarify. So this is permanent supportive housing. This is an apartment building that is housing for people graduating out of recovery programs. So the existing Empowerment Center site for the time being that's transitional housing, and that will stay in place. But the assumption is that some folks graduating from that program will be able to access this housing as permanent housing.
Okay, that's fantastic. And what a great program. This is awesome, awesome. Tell Roxanne, congratulations. You guys have been working on this for a long time. And, I've been to the facility, and what you guys do there is so needed. And we need, 100 more. So good job. Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I've been working with the Empowerment Center now for over 6 years, and it's in Ward 2. And they have been amazing. I've visited a number of times, and I've been so excited to follow this journey of the development of the additional housing so that people can step into something that's really good. They do a terrific job. I mean, I've been into the units, the meeting rooms, and met with them and helped them strategize about this fundraising campaign. So I wanted to add my kudos, Mr. Novak. And I was hoping to second the motion, but that's okay.
No, and Mr. Novak, I know this is a little sore subject, but I just do want to mention it. There is not a marijuana facility close to your new facility. Am I correct?
Absolutely. No marijuana facility. And I think they're looking at Empowerment Center looking at acquiring adjacent land so that they can further their mission on Marvel Way.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. I just want to clarify that for Councilwoman Dewar. Okay, I have a motion and a second, I believe. I have a motion from Councilman Delgado, a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good job, Eric. So nice to see you.
Bye.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning over to item D1, this is a review and preliminary approval of a budget modification plan for the City of Reno Building Enterprise Fund. We have Arlo Stockham and Debbie Lochner available to answer questions for council.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm actually I might have to reboot my computer. So Vice Mayor Weber, will you take us into this item?
You're on mute.
There I go. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead and start off with, I would believe that Mr. Stockham is going to have a presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. I'm looking to share a screen here.
Okay.
Where is it?
And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have none. Thank you for checking.
Okay.
And we'll just note for the record, we do see that Madam Mayor is back in the meeting. Oh, yes.
I'll let Councilwoman Weber take over right now. I'll be here, but I'm trying to do some tech stuff.
Yes.
I apologize for that delay. I had too many screens up. Good morning, Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. This request for a budget modification related to the Building Enterprise Fund is really quite important for our department and for the smooth functioning of our permitting process, and really a long time coming. So, oh, this isn't, the formatting's not great, but I think this will be fine. A little bit of background, the Building Enterprise Fund. This fund's established under NRS. It's funded exclusively with building permit fees. Importantly, it does not include our planning case fees or our business license fees. It funds the review of building permits, the inspections, and functions like that. There are a couple key requirements in NRS for Enterprise Fund. The funds must be used for the purpose of direct and indirect costs of the program, and the unreserved working capital may not exceed 50% of the annual operating costs and capital expenditures. We have significant non-conformance with that second provision there. I'm gonna, give me one moment here, see if we can get our formatting better. There we go. And that's part of why we're here in front of you with a corrective action plan. This chart here is a little bit complex, but it's pretty important. What you see there with the red line, back in 2008, the city reset our, what we call the valuation table, which is used for building permit fees. It had not been reset since 2006. So that was a 12-year adjustment, and it was effectively a 20% increase in our building permitting fees. From that point forward, our fund balance started increasing pretty dramatically, roughly $3.6 million annually. That dollar figure is the amount that our permit fee receipts exceed our expenses. So we're running a surplus of about $3.6 million a year. There's a number of factors that contributed to that, and it's caused some pretty big challenges down here in community development. The little dashed gray line at the bottom, that represents the maximum fund balance that we are supposed to have under NRS. And you can see the orange colored line is about $3 million over the maximum allowable currently. A few major factors for this fund surplus, first of all, the 20% increase back in 2018. Secondly, we have not made any spending increases. In 2019, my position was vacant. The budget cycle went through and essentially staffing and expenditures were held flat. And in 2020, we summarily did a spending freeze as a contingency for impacts for COVID. So the last 2 years, we have not done any adjustments, while at the same time, as everyone knows, we're experiencing unprecedented rates of construction. We're now at an all-time record for rates of construction here in Reno. So these tables generally reflect that. The top shows the building permit valuation. You can see that we are permitting about $1.3 billion of construction this year. And the trends for 2021 are continuing to increase. That exceeded the roughly $1.1 billion valuation at the peak of the pre-recession market. While at the same time, our full-time equivalent staff to review those permits are substantially lower, about 30% lower than they were at the pre-recession boom. So we're doing a lot more with a lot fewer people. and other expenditures. And that, while it's great to be efficient, we're well over the tipping point of efficiency. So the impacts of that. We exceed our NRS limit. We legally have to come up with a corrective action plan. But additionally, this situation has created really insufficient time for our team to complete permit reviews, ensure quality control. We're having delays starting to pop up in our review process where we're missing the timelines by which we're committed to reviewing permits. And we're also having more mistakes than we would like to have. I believe that's caused by really just dramatic short staffing over the last couple of years. We also have had some software challenges. We transitioned to electronic permit review kind of as a pilot program pre-COVID, and that just took off where we're permitting about 80% of our projects electronically now. That has created its own growing pains, and we need to do some software improvements to facilitate that transition and make electronic permit review more efficient. And our team has really stepped up during COVID. Everyone knows what a difficult year it's been. But we've seen a lot of people canceling vacations and just a lot of personal stress to keep up with the workload. And we're seeing burnout, and we're starting to see some resignations as a result of that. So this proposal in front of you, we believe will enable the community development team to review building permits properly and at the proper level of quality and timeliness. So what do we do with the situation? The proposal in front of you, which I should emphasize has been endorsed by the Building Enterprise Committee, involves 4 components: a staffing component, a technology component, an equipment and building component, and a modest fee reduction. Walking through those, during COVID, we also held up filling vacant positions as a contingency. We didn't need council approval, but we have backfilled those positions. So we're up to our full staffing levels with the positions we currently have. This package would add roughly $1.2 million of additional staff to the permit review team. It's pretty much across the board proportional to the people who do the work reviewing permits. So a suite of additional positions: a plans examiner, a permit services supervisor. This we're going to kind of build up the supervision team, and that supervisor will help with electronic permit review. Requesting an ad for a senior civil engineer to assist our engineering team in reviewing permits, and 1 planner and assistant planner. The management analyst is a position that we had to reorganize away to address some more critical needs last year, requesting to bring that back, and that position will really help, along with the GIS analyst, with our technology improvements, which will allow us to increase our efficiencies. We have a little temporary staff to catch up on some file archiving and some reclassifications, really to kind of restructure the building division team with proper line staff and supervisory staff. So a reclass of a permit tech, a reclass of a senior engineering tech, and a reclass of our building and safety manager to reflect the salary level that comparable cities provide to their building director. So those are the staff additions. The technology improvements, scanning we're backlogged on scanning files. Some of that had to wait due to our pressing needs to review permits, and also some GIS mapping interim improvements at $100,000 for scanning, $25,000 for GIS. These would be one-time expenditures. The big ticket item here is $500,000 requested to improve our Acela and OnBase software. Those are the softwares we use to review and approve building permits and to store documents. It's a very sophisticated software system and capable of a lot, but we don't have ours set up to use its full functionality. And as a result, it's very difficult to track trends, to report out on permits that have been issued, and really to keep a handle on our development trends and needs moving forward. and just our general oversight of permitting. So this would be a consulting contract. We'd look to bring in an expert in Acela, again, a one-time expenditure to really make the software program work, both for electronic permit review, but also for general tracking and monitoring of development activity. Equipment and building expenditures, again, a one-time expenditure, more modest than the prior line items. Couple copy print machines, some reconfiguration of the office to accommodate the new staff, and turning our second floor conference room to be capable of virtual meetings, which we're pretty much doing exclusively, and we haven't really been able to use that room during COVID. And then the fourth component is a recommended 5% reduction in the building permit fees. So recall we increased 20% back in 2018. We basically stayed flat last year, and this would drop fees 5%. Again, part of the plan to balance revenue and expenditures. So as part of the review, the Building Enterprise Fund Committee met twice to review this package and refine it, in January and again in February. What we worked out with them and staff is to continually review our fund balance and our building trends, and potentially request further adjustments at 6-month increments rather than annually. We're very sensitive to not hiring too many staff members at a construction boom period like this. The last thing we want to do is be in a position of layoffs. However, I will say that if these development trends that we've been seeing continue, we'll likely be back in front of you in 6 months requesting some additional adds. We're going to be very lean still. Fiscal impact. The 1.2 million for staff would be an annual increase. The one-time expenditures for technology and equipment is $939,000, again, one time. And the 5% fee reduction based on this year's permitting equates to about $750,000 a year. So the total fiscal impact for this next year is $2.89 million estimated. What was really pretty striking to me is when I looked at the trends for fee collections, our fee collections this year actually we're on track to exceed our prior record by over $3 million. So the 2.9 fiscal impact is more than accounted for in the additional $3 million of fees that we're collecting this year. So again, if this trend continues, we'll likely need to add additional staff in the future, but we don't want to get too aggressive in case we see a little bit of a downturn. We really want to be able to absorb any downturn with normal attrition and retirements rather than have to look at layoffs as occurred during the recession. A lot of thought went into this. We know it's a big add, but it's critically important for the functionality of our permit review team. We are requesting preliminary council approval of this budget modification plan and direction to staff to proceed with the implementing steps. And that concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stockham. That was great. Great information, good stuff. Let's go first to our council member Dewar, and it's 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hey, Arlo, I just wanted to thank you and our city manager for bringing this issue forward. I think it's well over time. The issues you identified about why these funds are available and the appropriate use of the funds. I have observed myself firsthand how stretched thin you all are. And I think the positions you outlined, last time we talked about budget, identified, for example, the GIS position, how important that was, the extra planners to work on the list of Title 18 amendments that you have proposed in the parking lot, the things that have been kind of hanging out there for a number of years, newer emerging issues. So, as the liaison to the BFACT, I fully support this proposal. And I wanted to go on record with that. I think it's innovative, creative, and is going to address a real need for our city. So thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of a different view on this, and I have a long history with the Enterprise Fund. I was the liaison for a couple of years. My number one is I'm hearing two stories. I'm hearing one, we have too much money. We have this law that we have to operate under, and we have a corrective action under an audit. The other one is we have all these needs. And I guess on the one is we have this law, and I've objected to this law for quite a while. I've wondered why, I don't know, an accountant working at home pays their business fee, and that goes into the general fund to pay for police officers in parks. But then when, I don't know, a developer pulls a permit for a single family, or I pull a permit for my water heater, that goes into this lockbox. And there's a solution out there at the legislature right now that every city in Clark County is going to be able to avail themselves of. But we haven't really decided that we want to be a part of that. We're looking for other things from the legislature. And this would be for a one-time allowance to address a capital need directed by growth. Could be a fire station, something like that. How come, Mr. Manager, we haven't pulled, if we're moving forward with this, we're obviously not moving forward with that bill. And why don't we want to join the other jurisdictions that are struggling with growth with this fund area and use it for other needs?
Well, Councilmember Breckus, I think the simplest answer to your question is that we continue to monitor AB 139. Members of both houses have expressed sort of considerable concerns as it relates to the viability of that bill. And so while your point is well taken with respect to AB 139 and what's going on in Clark County, at each successive hearing on that matter, it continues to become more and more restricted. And so while that is an option and there is an opportunity cost here, I believe what you heard Mr. Stockham describe is an accurate representation of the conditions in community development, and that is where we need some immediate help.
Okay, so that shifts over. I mean, I believe we should be all in on that bill, and, especially since our other two bills seem to have gone nowhere, but that's a discussion maybe we can have later. On the need, I hear the mistakes and the volume, but the mistakes that I see, particularly like a notice on this agenda, that an item that can come forward, they don't seem to be ones that are, and also the struggle with implementing the master plan, they don't seem to be really related to the building enterprise funding component of your department.
And we have a general fund request as well. The unprecedented levels of construction, again, $1.3 billion, an all-time record for the city of Reno. That's put strain across the development review team. So absolutely, we're strained outside of the permit review. That's being dealt with through the budgeting process. But also the details of building permit review, 99% of those the city council never sees. And there are incredible strains going on kind of behind the scenes in our office, just trying to keep up with that volume. I'm not here representing that mistakes are widespread. Everyone works very hard to get our mistake level down to zero, but I can say that the stress and the burnout is widespread. And we need to do something for that not to get worse.
I'll cut my questions. I'll just wait. I have follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's, I'm not seeing hands up, but I do see yours, Councilwoman Jardin.
Thank you very much. I think it is important to listen to what Mr. Stockham is saying today about our personnel and what the last year has created. I think we went into this last year believing that things would stall out, potentially go backwards, certainly wouldn't be at the pace in which they were. And not only was the building at the record level pace, all of the layers of the things in which we are expecting our staffs to do as it related to the COVID response were layered on top. So, I think we, in all sectors, private and public, we're seeing the difficulties in finding personnel and finding good personnel and keeping good personnel. So I understand what the stresses, what that can do to an individual, to an organization, and to the health overall. So I am supportive of what you are proposing here today. I think we need to give you the tools in order to respond to the community demand, which is out there clearly, and to have a product be at its best possible with appropriate staffing. So Arlo, I am fully supportive of what you are bringing here today. I think it is a reasonable approach, and I fully endorse it.
Thank you so much. Okay, Madam Mayor, and then we'll go back for another round, I believe. Yeah, here we go. Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. I think great presentation, Arlo, and I'm fully supportive. I know how stretched thin you guys have been. I think you've done a tremendous job with, I mean, honestly, this last year, especially sort of having to pivot and focusing on a lot of the COVID impacts, and then putting our regular workload on top of that has just been unbearable for you guys. And I know, I don't even think half you guys sleep. Matter of fact, I spoke to Jeff Borchardt over a project, wasn't even a project, I think it was a sign at 12 o'clock at night the other night. And it just tells me that everyone's burning the candle at both ends. But I want you to know how grateful we are for all the work that you have accomplished on top of your regular workload, which was already and a tremendous amount. So I'm very, very supportive. I would also say this, I think if my memory serves me well, Councilwoman Breckus brings up some very, very good points. And I think she has for quite some time regarding those funds. And then, you know, because we keep hearing that there's a lot of money in there. So I'm really glad that she brought that up. And any way that we can support at the legislature, or whatever we can do to be able to utilize those funds much more efficiently and spread out, I'm certainly supportive of. But I'm also very supportive of getting you, you know, broader team and trying to get you guys some sleep. Okay. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. You know, I had the opportunity to talk to Chris Pingree about many of the items here, just because I had some detailed questions. And what I learned was, number one, absolutely phenomenal job y'all have been doing with the limited staff, the limited resources, burning the ends at both ends, you know, the candle at both ends. So I just want to thank the staff and certainly Arlo and you and Ms. Foose and Mr. Pingree deserve a lot of credit for that. But obviously too, the staff is doing the yeoman's work each day. And so there's a great deal of thanks to be given to them for the work they're doing. So I fully support and endorse it, all of the efforts that you've made and the different changes here. One of the parts about the presentation I didn't fully understand was just the reduction in permitting fees. Can we go back to that for just a second? And can you just give me just a little bit more meat on the bones there? I mean, what is the percentage reduction? I think was said to be 5%. What is the amount that results in? Because I'm trying to figure out, is this also something that we can hopefully use to stimulate some additional development, especially in the affordable area, that sort of thing?
Get to that last question last. On the permit fee reduction that's requested, there's really two components that go into our building permit fees. There's a national valuation table that's used by cities around the country of kind of what typical construction costs per square foot, et cetera. So we have that number and that adjusts annually. And then we have a multiplier and we multiply them together to get the total fees. The recommendation is for the bottom line total fee to be reduced 5% for this year and to monitor it closely. The valuation table, for all the reasons we've heard, went up 12% this year, or I'm sorry, went up, 12% or 7% this year. So our multiplier needs to reduce by 12% to net out to 5. So the bottom line is the permit someone would pay coming in to get something to build would be 5% lower under this proposal. The fiscal impact of that 5% reduction is roughly $750,000. Our total fee collections are on track to be about $15 million total this year, which exceeds our prior record of roughly $12 million. We've really never been above $12 million a year, and we've already passed that. We have 3 months to go. So yeah, we collect about $15 million. This would mean 5% less, and we would adjust over time. In terms of whether that can be used for affordable housing, nothing brilliant is coming to mind right here at the table. The laws on these funds are pretty restrictive about permit review.
No, I don't, Mr. Stockman, I want to make sure I'm clear though. I was trying to basically say, what we hear from developers is that we cannot, make a project pencil because there's a lot of expenses into it. Land, you even heard Mr. Hilliard this morning talking about it. And I'm just trying to reflect on whether or not this reduction can actually mean something to a developer bringing forward projects. And that was my point. Not that we would take the money and go use it for something. No, nothing like that.
It helps. Your fee is 5% less, so it's better than a 5% increase. That being said, the building permit fees are quite a small line item when it comes to construction costs. For example, the sewer hookup fees are almost 10 times more than the building permitting fees. The regional road impact fees are another very large line item. So while it helps a little bit, it's not going to be dramatic. What will probably help more is the timeliness of our review. Time is money and is critically important for these applicants. A couple weeks delay can cost them quite a bit of money. So we really are focused to making sure our review times stay quick and on track so people know what to expect and we deliver what they expect. That's probably the bigger benefit than the 5%.
Thank you so much. We need to move on. And I hope Madam Clerk, that you're doing the time frame. I think we went over a little bit here. So we'll go to Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, if the council is not going to do the big thing in this real problem that we have, which is when you have growth, you have more money than you know what to do with it. And the answer is always to do some equipment and add some staff. That's fine. But I do think that, if we're not going to marry ourselves to that bill with full advocacy or, even think of this function and just make it a general fund function, which we can, going big on the action, the relief that we just showed for affordable housing. Who's to say that if we don't really go in big on that, we won't bring people forward who are separated from the subsidied federal ones? And that's an avenue. And I think it's a much more defensible avenue than all these negotiations when you're trying to do PUDs and these agreements, which I think are very questionable. So outside of an ordinance. So I would offer to keep that on the table. When I met with the manager on Monday, he said permits are down. And maybe that's some gross numbers, rolled up numbers, but you keep talking about valuation. And valuation to me is a function of, project costs and property values. So where are permit numbers? And then I'll let you answer, I'll ask my next question because I'm always nervous about bringing on more staff in this function because they're the first to go with the layoffs. And I've seen it, I think 3 cycles now in my career. When you talk about mistakes, and you brought it up, I didn't, I see the issues being management and span of control and training. And so I'm very reluctant to bring on more people for a management apparatus that has not been together that long and hasn't quite gelled. That's a big concern for me, is adding to a department that I think needs to spend some time working a little bit more together on doing their job. And then also our upgrades. And this is where I put on my Civil Service Commission liaison hat. When the Civil Service Commission, they look very closely at, the merit hiring process. But you have an upgrade in here for one position that you said comparable cities, but I didn't see any evidence that you went out and did a class and comp study for that position. And I also asked, as part of the budget, for all of the reclassifications that went through during the year. And there were a lot, and there were a lot outside of council control, and several came from your department. And I'm just, of the appointed positions, so they were outside of civil service, I'm very concerned that I'm seeing a pattern of people getting promotions who are in their job and promotions, and I don't know what the review is, and I don't know if it's an equal hiring opportunity or if it's just rewards to certain people who are already in jobs to give them higher titles and more pay. I'm very afraid that that's what I'm seeing, and this one, at least you're coming before us, but I don't see any justification for it in your report. Thank you.
And Arlo, before you answer that, we are at the 3-minute mark.
I think there was one question and 2 critiques in there. On the permit question, the number of permits is relatively flat, but that you have to remember that a single family sunroom addition is 1 permit, and a 500 unit affordable housing project is 1 permit as well. What we've seen is a dramatic shift away from single family permitting and single family additions to these very large, complex, multifamily and commercial projects. So the number of permits issued isn't really relevant. The valuation is a better reflector of the complexity and the time involved to reviewing those permits. Just a permit isn't a permit, you can add a washing machine and you're a permit. So that's on that question. In terms of your management criticism, duly noted. I don't think I need to respond to that. And certainly we went through the appropriate internal processes for some reclassifications and adjustments. We have been through a lot with COVID, with managerial changes, and we've had to be pretty nimble to make some adjustments. And that's what we've done. And I think the data that we've put in front of you shows that we are doing dramatically more with dramatically less. And even with this staffing adjustment, we're still going to be staffed well below where we were pre-recession, while at the same time reviewing much more development than we were pre-recession. So I'm very proud of the team here in community development, what they've accomplished over this last year in particular, and that they've hung in there through significant short staffing and critiques like they heard here today. And I hope council approves this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stockham. Mr. Thornley, Mr. Manager, would you like to comment?
On what specifically? I concur with Mr. Stockham's assessment of what is going on in community development. The complexity of the applications we're seeing are increased. The workload is increased, and they do need some help. I also think that the suite of improvements that would be financed by this change is important. Making sure that our software talks and works is incredibly important, and it's somewhere where we've struggled. And so I do, it is not that I am not cognizant of the opportunity cost in a bill that is working its way through the legislature. It's more of a handicapping of what the relative levels of success in terms of what we anticipate seeing out of AB 139 versus what types of improvements we anticipate from the package in front of you right now. And so on balance, I do believe that this is the right course forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll go to Madam Mayor. Did you?
Yeah, I just want to say, because I really want to express a lot of sympathy for your department, Arlo. Again, going back to this last year of challenges and some of the comments made about, training issues and things like that. I think it's been incredibly hard to navigate. And I think if we run you so thin, you'll never be able to train and build your team up to the way you want it. And quite honestly, like this last year was sort of it was almost erased in so many ways. And I know you needed more help even going into that, right? Into what we were already dealing with. So please don't let those comments discourage you, because I think you have a tremendous team, and when you build upon it, it will be even better. Nothing is ever going to be perfect, but I think we're so lucky to have great people like Jeff and you and Angela at the helm there. And so I just don't want you to get discouraged, and I'm fully supportive. So thank you very much. Okay, that's it, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, then are we ready to move on to a motion?
Make a motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilwoman Dewar, seconded by Councilman Reese. All those in favor say, oh, is there any other discussion?
Yeah.
Discussion, yes.
I'm not
Councilwoman
going to support, there's elements I could support, but the decision was made to roll this up off budget. And I'm just not sure that the analysis and the justification is strongly enough made for all the components. The reclassification without any evidence is real problematic to me. And you know, the room remodels, maybe we seem to do a lot of room remodels. That's fine. The positions, I hear the justification on the valuation, and I'm sorry if it was taken as a criticism. I do think that once we get our training and manager position that the council budgeted, we'll have better help for our departments when they onboard a lot of people. But I see a lot of onboarding here, and I'm uncomfortable with it. And also, of course, the recessionary flow. So I don't think it's the best approach to take up a complicated roll up to this one item, but I understand the absurdity of the funding mechanism of the billing enterprise that we have not wanted to tackle front on. And I would support a 5% reduction, but this is a rolled up vote, and so I'm going to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. As I said earlier, and why I made the motion, I completely support this proposal. I think it's very creative. I'd like you to go one step further, presuming this passes. And there's some positions that, or let's call them qualifications, or looking for the right word. Anyway, some abilities that we don't currently have within staff. And one of those is a historic resources person. And one of those is a landscape architect, both of which we have had historically pre-recession. And I'd like you to consider, in addition to adding permanent staff, to consider coming back with some contracts for those roles, so that when those issues come up, we have a place to go and we're not further burdening our staff, and we have the right people, you know, to do that job. And we're not asking let's say, a long range planner to be a historian. So I'd like you to consider that sort of as a next step. So thank you.
May I ask point of order? Is that an amendment?
No, it's not an amendment. It's just a comment. We made a motion, a second. I'm making a comment before we vote.
And there's no point of order when we're moving into a vote. So.
Okay. I'll just.
So all those in favor say aye of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm going to vote no, and also say that when you add contracts to budget, you also need to make sure that you have contract management skills and capacity of staff. And we have some of that in here, and that's also part of my no motion. I don't see a lot of capacity and bandwidth for contract management.
Thank you,
I'm afraid of adding more of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Webb, under just quick discussion.
Yes.
One of the things I do want to point out, and I guess this is more for Doug, in the sense, you know, coming back, you know, when we put the budget into place and then, you know, it's sort of locked in, I would just say, you know, things change quickly, and sometimes we have to pivot in order to sort of adjust and make departments better, or services better, or things of that nature. And I don't want you to be hesitant to come to the council to do so if you feel that that's appropriate. I think, you know, we move quickly, but we also have to be very aware that we might have to shift budgets around to get accomplished some of the things that we want, because it's really painful if we have to wait an entire year to then go back and look at the budget. So I want to thank you Mr. Thornley, for also supporting this. It's really important. So thanks. Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on. And Madam Mayor, did you want to move into item number or D2?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, now we're going to head into item D2, and I am going to ask council members before we do that if you have any disclosures that you need to read into the record, and then I will hand it over to Madam Clerk. She can take us into public comment. I do have a disclosure. Does anyone else have any? Nope. Okay. All right. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal non-business relationship with Jessica Sferraza. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now I'm going to send it over to you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, to note for the record, we did receive 15 letters in opposition on this item. These have all been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, we do have many voicemails that were submitted, and we will transition and listen to those at this time.
Hi, my name is Sean O'Hara, and this is for agenda item D2. I grew up my whole life in the Reno area, and I can always remember the area by the sands being full of blight and crime, and basically nowhere you want to take your family to because it was just unsafe. Homeless, drug users, it was awful. And ever since the Jacobs Group has come in and done what they have done, revitalizing that area, it's become a great area. And the plans that they are submitting and trying to do is going to make that area even better. As a resident, I would highly encourage Reno City Council to work with the Jacobs Group and quite frankly, any other developer that is working to make our downtown better and revitalizing it. So it was my hope that this message will come across in support of the Jacobs Group, and that the City Council should support their efforts in downtown redevelopment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sierra, and I am calling to support agenda item D2 to move forward with the development agreement for the Reno Neon Line District. As a Reno resident, I do think that this would help improve drastically with our downtown business and as well as our housing, which would be awesome. I am excited to see all of the improvements happening, but that is the two that I am most excited for. Please continue this momentum and support the public-private partnership with Jacobs Entertainment. Downtown definitely needs it, and we've already seen their success so far with what has been done. I have seen it firsthand, and I would like it to continue. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephen Brooks, BROOKS. I am calling to support agenda item D2 to move forward with the development agreement with Jacobs Entertainment for Reno's Neon Line District. This public-private partnership gives the council the opportunity to support their sustainability and climate action plan. Section 4.2 encourages infill development within designated regional, neighborhood, and employment centers and corridors. The construction of 2,000 residential units, a new outdoor entertainment venue, and the addition of world-class art is exactly the kind of redevelopment Reno needs. Please vote yes to move Reno Neon Line forward.
Hi, my name is Sue Smith, and I reside at 575 Creighton Way. I also operate a business at 36 Stewart Street, so I have a lot of property in the city of Reno. I am calling to express my dismay and wonderment that the item D2 would be reviewed and possibly approved to go forward by the City Council without having further opportunity for the public to understand exactly what is being proposed here. This person, this entity, Jacobs, has a huge amount of property in this area. And for you to commit at this time to a 10-year agreement that gives him so many things with very little required of the developer is astounding and astonishing. Specifically, I don't like the skyways. It takes people off the sidewalks. I don't like giving away city property at a discount. We should all have an opportunity to buy those properties if they're for sale, if a discount is going to be given. I don't like that it goes for 10 years. We are subsidizing a person who is in the gaming industry. We are subsidizing a casino when we have a huge problem in the city with the amount of tax revenue that we are bringing in. Please, I am asking you, please do not approve this development agreement at this time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Todd Upton. I've lived in Reno since I was 2 years old. So since 1975, lived in the 4th Street area, in that general area my whole life. I'm calling in support of D2 on the agenda. I'm excited about the tourist attraction, the artwork. We are in dire need of housing in this area, and to have someone that you can look back at their past history of their projects they have built in the past, it's going to be a gorgeous project. Maybe we can bring some special events in, bring some tourism in, help the economy grow. For far too long, we've sat and just hoped that that area would be changed and be different. It has been neglected for far too long, and to see someone come in that wants to build it up prettier and to be able to do 10 city blocks or however big the project will be, and make that whole area better. I am all in support of that, and like to make sure that we move forward with this, and years down the road look back and not be able to say we missed out on such a great opportunity to make the city better than it already is. So I'm in full support of D2. Thank you.
Hi, this is Travis Brandt. I'm calling in regards to Jacobs Entertainment Development agenda item D.2 for tonight's hearing. I've been a long-time resident of Reno. I grew up here, went to elementary school here, moved away for college, and deeply love this city enough to move back and raise my family here. I love the mountains. I love the river. I love all the outdoor things that Reno has to offer. I do like that the growth that is happening in Midtown and other places, because I want to see Reno thrive as a city, and I want other people to enjoy this. However, having other businesses and offices in out-of-state locations, the one thing that deters people when talking about positive things to Reno, the one negative is the downtown area. And it is, while other areas of Reno have continued to grow, downtown has continued to stay stagnant with old casinos. And this Jacobs Entertainment is looking at giving a significant upgrade to downtown, which I feel will carry tremendous momentum in other developers looking in the area. I strongly suggest that this development is approved according to the guidelines that they're asking for, in order for us to truly have a good buzz, to be a city to follow as an Austin or a Nashville, and without downtown being able to move in that direction, we will never achieve that. So they've got my vote. So I hope this development gets approved, and Reno becomes one of the more progressive cities on the West Coast. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Alsaswa, and I work in downtown Reno. I just wanted to voice out my opinion regarding the development by Jacobs Entertainment, Inc. And I just wanted to let you all know that I fully support that. changes that he's making are all great, and it seems like it's making a positive impact to the community. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm a Reno resident in the downtown area, and I wanted to call to say that I support item D2. I'm very happy with what Jacobs Entertainment has done so far, and I can't wait to see what they do in the future. Downtown is looking so much better without the horrible rundown motels that bring in horrible crime. Like I said, I support this item, and I can't wait to see the future of downtown Reno. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Blake Smith. I'm calling in regards to the Planning Commission agenda item D2, the Jacobs Neon District. I am fully in support of that. I think that this is a wonderful visionary development that will continue to change and modernize the city. I hope that all planning commissioners and city council people are see the vision in this and are supportive of it. It's a wonderful thing for the city of Reno, and would do anything to help Mr. Jacobs to make it happen. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Sarah Downey. F is in Frank, A-R-R-A-H. Last name Downey, D-O-W-N-E-Y. And I am calling because I want to give my opinion on item B2 on the agenda. And this is the development agreement for Jacobs Entertainment with the city of Reno. And the reason that I'm giving my opinion is because I believe that if the city chooses not to move forward, everything that has taken place is all for naught. Most of you know, which I'm certain almost all of you know, this is an emotional item for me because my entire life was affected by this movement. And this, in my opinion, I'm in support of moving forward because I witnessed from day one the effects that it had on our downtown. Some naysayers will say, no, there's people out there that are next to the river and nobody knows where they went. And it's terrible. Well, that's inappropriate because I was a part of that, witnessing it being bought up, not knowing what I'm going to do, helping relocate people. Those people made it to better situations than they were in originally. These motels were crack havens, heroin havens. They were places where children were being sexually abused. And it's not a joke. These are real, actually documented police records. I did everything I could to keep my people safe. But when Jacobs Entertainment came to town and bought up these motels, I cannot tell you the support that I have behind this man and this development and this movement. And that's what I call it, as a movement. If we don't, as a city, take this revitalization by the hand and become partners and support this conglomerate to come and have the ability to really change our city for the better, then we will never change, because if nothing changes, nothing changes. Yes, of course there's going to be action. If you shake up a beehive, you're going to have a lot of bees everywhere. But if it's to get them to the new nest so they can support their queen and everything's uniform and everybody's happier and safer, then that's what needs to happen. So you cannot trust the process based on the middle of it. You have to be able to, and the ultimate goal is to have a greater, more vibrant city that has housing and jobs. And the way we're going to do it is by supporting this.
Hello there. My name is Fernando Valdez, and I'm calling to support the agenda item D2 to move forward with the development agreement with Jacobs Entertainment for Reno Neon Line District. This public-private partnership gives the council the opportunity to support their sustainability and climate action plan section 4.2. Encourage infill development within designated regional and neighborhood and employment centers and corridors. the construction of the 2,000 residential units, a new outdoor entertainment venue, and addition of the world-class art is exactly the kind of development Reno needs. Please vote yes to move Reno to the neon light forward. My vote is yes. Let's vote on this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer O'Hara, and this is for agenda item D2. I just wanted to say that I am a fourth-generation Nevadan. My two sons are fifth-generation Nevadans, and I've been born and raised here and have appreciated the cleanup efforts by the Jacobs Group to downtown Reno. I'm constantly having to take my sons down there for doctor's appointments and appreciate seeing the cleanup efforts. So this message is in support of the Jacobs Group. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Justin Moore. I'm a resident within the city of Reno and vice president of J.A. Moore Investments, who owns and operates a retail and distribution company in downtown. I'm calling in support of agenda item D.2 for the city to invest in the redevelopment project downtown. Our businesses have been negatively impacted with the high homeless population, petty crimes, prostitution, dirty neighborhoods, and worst of all, now COVID-19. Over the last couple of years, we've noticed a positive change in the downtown area with the redevelopment efforts, and now it's time for the city to start investing on its future. The completed redevelopment area will increase foot traffic along our storefronts, add additional housing and retail, and create a safer neighborhood and provide downtown with the facelift it desperately needs. Once again, I am in support of agenda item D.2. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin Weiske, W-E-I-S-K-E. I'm a business and property owner at 103 Keystone Avenue, and I'm calling in regards to item D2. I am in favor of what I have read in the press regarding Jacobs 4th Street project. I would hope that our city council will do their due diligence and make sure that financially we are not giving up too much money up front so that we have a financial deficit down the road, but at the same time help this development move forward with as much support, including financial support or delayed payments as possible. I believe this project and their concepts are truly in the benefit of our future as a city and the growth of our tourism district downtown. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Krista Jenkins. I'm calling to support agenda item D2 to move forward with the development agreement with Jacobs Entertainment for Reno's Neon District line. This public-private partnership gives the council the opportunity to support this and the.
This is Kurt Stitzer, City of Reno resident and owner of a downtown business being the Eddy. As a downtown business owner and also a member of the development community, I'm calling in support of agenda item D.2 for the revitalization of 4th Street by Jacobs. As everybody knows, housing affordability is an ongoing concern and a priority topic within our community. Supply of much needed housing in the downtown market is paramount to addressing that concern. And for that reason, I believe that Jacobs' proposal should be approved and am in support of said proposal. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes, hi, my name is Laura Kinney, and I'm calling to support the agenda item D2 to move forward with the development agreement for Reno's Neon Line. As a Reno resident, I want to applaud the council for their continued support of the new downtown with the creation of the Businesses Improvement District and the construction on the new Nevada Cares campus. I'm excited to see all of the improvements happening in the heart of our city. Please continue this momentum and support this public-private partnership with Jacobs Entertainment. Thank you. It's getting so nice to see the downtown and less drugs. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Ryan Slusher, and I'm calling to support agenda item D2 to move forward with the development agreement for Reno's Neon Line. As a resident, I want to applaud the council for this continued support of a new downtown. I support this public-private partnership with Jacobs Entertainment. Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Rob, and I'm calling to support agenda item D2 to move forward with the development agreement for the Reno Neon Line. As a Reno resident, I want to applaud the council for their continued support of new downtown with the creation of Business Improvement District and the construction of the new Nevada Cares campus. I am excited to see all of the improvements happening in the heart of our city. Please continue this momentum and support this public-private partnership with Jacobs Entertainment. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear me. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Madam Vice Mayor and Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further voicemails for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. Okay, at this time, I guess we're going to send it over to a staff presentation or the representatives.
Yes, Madam Mayor, at this time, we will have staff presentation from Arlo Stockham to be able to answer questions, and then we will transition to the applicant's representative, Garrett Gordon, to give you a brief presentation and answer questions from council.
Okay, fantastic. Arlo, take it away. I guess we're not giving you an easy time today. You're going to spend a lot of time with us today, so thank you. Go ahead.
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. I'm going to say good afternoon. It's no longer morning. We're here for a preliminary, I want to emphasize preliminary review of the Reno Neon Line District Development Agreement. This is a very exciting initiative and has the potential to really remake the west side of downtown Reno. We're quite excited about it, but it's more than a project. It's a significant initiative that's going to need to materialize over time. I do want to emphasize on the front end, there's nothing here for approval. More work is needed. We're seeking council direction on some of the big picture topics in terms of what the city's contribution to this partnership would be. We have a proposal from the applicant, but more work to do. So with that, I can advance. Jacobs Entertainment has purchased a lot of land west of downtown Reno. I know Mr. Gordon is going to have a pretty detailed presentation, but this has been a underdeveloped, somewhat blighted area for some time. We're very excited about the potential and the partnerships involved to make redevelopment in this area easy. The basic proposal, which remains fairly conceptual on some levels, includes a renovation of the Sands Regency Hotel Casino, 2,000 to 3,000 residential units in the west downtown area, an open air amphitheater, significant artwork, much of which has already been installed, and then significant commercial and retail uses and other entertainment type uses in that area. The proposed term of the development agreement is 20 years and with possible extensions, and we do anticipate this being a long-term development initiative. Some of the key terms of the application for this development agreement, involve some pretty significant contributions from the city of Reno. to help with the feasibility of this project. Not at all unusual for downtown redevelopments. There's a lot of complexities involved with redevelopment that don't exist in suburban areas, but it's significant. So we're here in front of you seeking preliminary direction so we can go back and negotiate the details in accordance with that direction. One biggie is significantly discounted sale prices for 2 city-owned properties. Essentially taking a little over $3 million property values and contributing that towards this initiative for $50,000. So essentially a $3 million subsidy for properties to go towards this development has been requested. The second big request is one that's fairly complex, involving redevelopment districts and tax increment funding. Our finance director, Debbie Lochner, is on the line to help answer some details. From our perspective, as proposed, there's some complexities involved, but there may be different ways to structure redevelopment and tax increment financing to contribute to the project. There's a suite of additional financial subsidies that I would characterize as more standard type assistance programs, deferrals to building permit and sewer connection fees, similar to the 1,000 Homes program that was successful over the last year plus. The sewer credits, what those involve is when you tear down an old development, the city gives you a credit towards your sewer hookup fees towards a new development to reflect what was already torn down. Our standard ordinance has those credits expiring after 5 years, and the request is to allow those credits, one, to be used throughout the district rather than on the very specific property, and to extend them to 20 years. And a couple lesser provisions related to pedestrian amenity requirements being satisfied with work already completed, and allocation of residential construction tax to support recreation amenities within the district. Then there's some design allowances related to an area identification sign, some unique streetlight designs, continued coordination on Regional Transportation Commission projects, in particular the 4th Street Corridor Improvement Project, and other miscellaneous artwork, skyway, and street closure provisions. The full proposal, the initial proposal for the development agreement that everyone recognizes is not close to final, is attached to your staff report. And the staff report actually goes through these terms of the development agreement in pretty significant detail. In terms of just initial staff suggestions, this involves some significant policy considerations that council has discretion to approve, deny, modify. In general, we support the use of the development agreement tool to help make beneficial redevelopment more feasible. We support the Reno Neon Line District concept. We think it's a great addition to the downtown area. A key recommendation from the staff level is to button up the development phasing and schedule. As proposed, there are not a whole lot of assurances that the development would materialize if these assistance programs are approved. So we're recommending kind of a phased schedule of development, and that if development doesn't incrementally materialize over time, some of the subsidies would go away concurrent with that. The redevelopment district proposal as currently structured, there's some challenges there. Their properties are in both redevelopment districts, a little bit in District 1, mostly in District 2. The proposal is essentially to create a new district and earmark some of the tax increment for qualifying improvements within the district. We would like to work with the applicant on redevelopment tools, but probably some tweak to the initial proposal at a minimum would be appropriate. And again, we're seeking policy direction from council. The discounted property sales is what it is. There's benefits of that and there's costs of that. Currently, those sale proceeds are tentatively earmarked for public infrastructure improvements and satisfying matching grant requirements. I understand this is kind of a moving target since this presentation was prepared and these topics are on your agenda later on. Alternative funding sources would need to be used if the discounted property sales are approved. We generally support the design provisions and the other lesser subsidies. We did outline in the staff report a number of details that need to be buttoned up that I won't go through in this presentation. So what we're requesting is direction from council at a policy level in terms of what we should negotiate to include and not include in a final development agreement to come back for your review and approval. That future consideration, there's nothing in your action today that will bind you to a certain action in the future. A revised agreement will be back before you at a later date, noticed to the neighborhood for your consideration. So that is our brief presentation here. I believe Mr. Gordon's on the line and probably can provide some additional detail on what's being proposed.
Okay, is Mr. Gordon here? Oh, there you are, I see you. Go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
Madam Mayor, will we be given a chance to ask 2 3-minute rounds of questions to our staff and then to the people who are asking for this? Because I see both myself and Ms. Jardin have questions already or raised our hands.
Let's see Mr. Garrett's proposal and then we'll go into our rounds and I'll allow one additional round of 3 minutes. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. For the record, Garrett Gordon with the law firm of Lewis and Roca today with the absolute pleasure of representing Jacobs Entertainment to move Reno's Neon Line District forward. Today before you, as Arlo mentioned, is an application for a development agreement. We're seeking preliminary review and input from all of you and then anticipate bringing a final draft, a final version back to you in the coming weeks. Today's agenda, I'll go over a little bit about Jacobs Entertainment's background, the Neon Line District boundary, the properties that are subject to the development agreement, some current investments by Jacobs that I think there's been some mischaracterizations out there of what he has done and hasn't done. So I'd like the opportunity to address that topic. An overview of Reno's Neon Line District development, and then a development agreement summary, and of course will be available for questions. A little background on Jacobs. Jacobs Entertainment is a regional gaming, hospitality, and entertainment company with offices in Colorado, Louisiana, Ohio, Nevada, and Florida. His properties include in Colorado, 2 casinos in Black Hawk, Colorado, the Gilpin and the Lodge. In Louisiana, 22 Cash Magic truck stops, casino truck stops. In Nevada, of course, he has the Sands Regency. A lot of people don't realize he has the Gold Dust West in Reno and Elko, and also in Carson City. And then, of course, I'll address the 70 plus properties that he's acquired over the last few years. In Ohio, the Nautic Entertainment Complex in Cleveland, Ohio, phenomenal redevelopment project in the downtown flats, includes the Greater Cleveland Aquarium, Jacobs Pavilion, and really I'm going to go through some details on that project. It really does show Mr. Jacobs, who does have an urban planning background and has a passion for historic preservation and redevelopment, as characterized and evidenced by this Cleveland project. In 1892, there was the first energy powerhouse was built in Cleveland, the Power, the old railroad company. Over time, that powerhouse was abandoned and sat deteriorating until Jacobs Entertainment came in and renovated the building in the 1980s. That building is on the National Registry of Historic Buildings. Again, commitment to historic preservation. The restored building and its architecture, really have an impressive loft-like appeal. 3 unique rooms with spectacular views. The urban ambiance, the high ceilings, the brick, the waterfront really has established the building as one of Cleveland's premier event venues. And you'll see this theme through my presentation of event venues, entertainment, mixed use, really bringing more people, as you heard the public comment, not to be afraid to come downtown, not to be afraid to come to West 4th Street, both tourists, residents, and downtown employees to be able to work and play in downtown Reno. Here's a rendering of the old Powerhouse building, eventually renovated by Mr. Jacobs and Jacobs Entertainment into just a beautiful banquet, wedding, and entertainment venue. It includes outdoor entertainment, which we'll hit a little bit on that topic on 4th Street and then Reno's Neon Line District. Indoor entertainment, outdoor entertainment. You can see the aquarium here. You can see banquets, conference space, really just bringing people into an area that was once not very populated at all. This project hit the New York Times, repurposing Cleveland, including the aquarium and the redevelopment and revitalization of an old historic area of town. My favorite is the old smokestack was converted into a jellyfish tank for the aquarium. So here's a view of the redevelopment project. And you heard in the public comment, and frankly, I heard a couple council members and I think Dane Hilliard and a couple developers mention these words as well, as public-private partnership. These expansive redevelopment, as Arlo said, complex projects require partnerships. So not only with the city, but you'll hear later in my presentation with RTC. The public-private partnership for this Nautic Entertainment Complex was Urban Development Action Grants. The federal government infused millions of dollars into this project in order to achieve the result quick, deal with the complex set of issues, and really redevelop a downtown area or an infill area that of course has infrastructure issues and a number of other kind of complex urban items that come up when you're trying to revitalize a new area. So leaving Cleveland, it's now fortunately time for Reno's redevelopment. I think we're fortunate to have Mr. Jacobs and his company here. You'll hear in a minute, already invested $150 million into our town to move this project forward. It's always important when we're looking at projects like this, what is the guiding documents? What do we look at when we analyze a project of this significance? And number one is our City of Reno Downtown Action Plan. Certainly 5 out of 7 of you are familiar with this. You went through the stakeholder process, you approved the document, as well as the master plan, Reimagine Reno. I just note 3 policies that I think just hit this proposal right square on the head. Build on tourism assets and market Reno as a destination for outdoor recreation. Number 2, prioritize infill and redevelopment. That's exactly what we're doing here. In the downtown, where it can be readily served by transit and advances the other master plan goals related to connectivity, walkable centers, and housing diversity. And finally, master plan policy 3, promote and continue, again, revitalization of downtown economy in the built environment. So you'll see a theme to this presentation of downtown action plan references and master plan references that encapsulate exactly what this development is planning. Reno's Neon Line District. This you'll see is very similar to your master plan designation of this area as the Northwest Quadrant. It's kind of sat there unnamed, ready for redevelopment. We're excited to announce and ready to move forward on Reno's Neon Line District of this area. And I can say, kind of being in the real estate world in Reno, I see broker and realtor literature flying around all the time. And they're actually marketing properties in and around downtown of how close they are to Reno's Neon Line District. So it certainly caught the private sector's attention very quickly. The boundaries should be Interstate 80, West Street, 2nd Street, Keystone Avenue. And let me say, there was some discussion I know about coming in with a zoning overlay. We would absolutely support that as a next step. We think that process was so successful in Midtown and hope to build upon that Midtown success for Reno's Neon Line District. As shown by Arlo, here's the Jacobs owned and controlled properties. So for purposes of this development agreement, this agreement would be recorded on and applied to the properties you see in green. And then as we move the district forward, we again move forward with an overlay district. The bookends of the district are the Sands Regency and Gold Dust West. And you can see approximately 10 city blocks that not only we, but you have the opportunity to redevelop and revitalize. I know on some public comment, there was folks who said they lived here for generations. And I myself is a third generation Renoite, and the ability to participate in this revitalization and rebranding of this area, knowing its history, is very, very exciting. So it's important just to know, what has Mr. Jacobs and Jacobs Investment currently done? What's their existing investment? They've shown you that they're for real. They show you that they're invested in the city of Reno. Well, it's over $150 million have already been invested in Reno. That's included over 70 property acquisitions, $26 million remodel so far of 250 rooms of the Sands. That will include all 800 rooms going forward. And some of these new rooms will be online as soon as next month. The Gold Dust West, a $10 million renovation last year, new gaming space, new food, new beverage. Renova Flats, a great situation where you looked at a horrible property, #1 calls for service in the city of Reno. That's been renovated now. There's 47 units with 10% affordable at that property. And then the commitment to historic structures. As I mentioned, Mr. Jacobs, it certainly has a passion for historic preservation. We've committed publicly, but we'll commit certainly in this development agreement to preserve Chapel of the Bells, a historic structure, has some unique ideas of what that building can turn into, and the Nystrom house. That house is being preserved. If you've driven on Forest Street, you can see it sitting on stilts, ready to be reincorporated and revitalized in the district. Just a few pictures of the transformation of the Sands Regency. 250 rooms now includes kitchenettes. You can see the old Sands hallway on the left, and currently the beautiful remodel on the right. Gold Dust West, again, the $10 million renovation, adding some additional gaming space, adding additional food and beverage. Certainly a lot of our locals like to recreate and eat and drink there. Renova Flats, you can see on the left, as I mentioned, it was the #1 call for service for downtown. Crime, prostitution, you name it, it was happening there. On the right, full 47 unit housing. There are outdoor barbecues, outdoor green space, really something to see if you've traveled down 4th Street lately. And of course, the artwork. Reno's Neon Line District, the kind of central point will be the artwork. You can see here the polar bear, you can see some other pieces that have already been incorporated, and Reno's Neon Line. You can see the wall, the neon lights, those can be changed depending on the holiday, depending on the occasion, and that will be the central point of the district and of the entertainment core. Some additional artwork I know all of you have probably seen and enjoyed. Squared in the top left-hand corner is currently in the Sands parking lot. And I would say not only will what we're proposing today, when we start going vertical, will be a catalyst, but just cleaning up this area has already been a catalyst for downtown. I know that Reno Orthopedic Clinic was looking to move to South Reno. But once Mr. Jacobs came in and then cleaned it up, they actually stayed in downtown, not only stayed, but invested $54 million into their expansion. On the bottom right-hand corner, I believe you heard Mr. Blake Smith in the public comment, he has the Keystone Commons up in 5th Street and Keystone, a fabulous redevelopment project with housing and retail and commercial uses. Again, all because we believe the Jacobs came in and cleaned the area up. Now it's prime for redevelopment. So that's currently in his properties what he's invested, but this is critical. Is not only what he's invested privately, but here publicly. His contributions for affordable housing, community organizations, and tenant assistance is over $2.4 million. Again, $2.4 million giving back to our community. At the top of that list is a $1.5 million check with no strings attached to the Reno Housing Authority, which kicked off not only the construction, but the completion of the Willie J. Wynn Apartments, a 44-unit low-income senior housing project. It's completed, it's off of Sutro, and it's very successful, as I understand it, from RHA. Another youth empowerment project, a pledge of $500,000 for affordable housing over next to the Maverick there on 4th Street, just to the west of the Maverick. Again, transitional affordable housing for women aged 17 to 21. Again, an investment into our community to help out with housing. Some additional contributions to improve the lives of of Reno residents and of businesses in downtown. He funded the purchase of an opioid abuse and addiction outpatient treatment center in downtown Reno, the Life Center, contributed $50,000. And again, a significant contribution to HOPES, which we all know is very successful, affordable, high quality medical, behavioral health, and support services. So continued reinvestment into our city. And you heard on the call, the condition of these motels were absolutely horrific. They were a travesty. And the fact that landlords were charging $1,500 a unit for a family of 6 to live in a studio or a 1-bedroom in these conditions in Ward 1 was absolutely a disgrace, I would say, to downtown Reno. Not only was it a disgrace for the tenants, but you can look at the numbers. City of Reno code enforcement violations, top of their list were these motels in downtown Reno. Not livable. Number one Reno Police Department calls for service. Again, not a place where folks should have been living, being overcharged, and certainly cleaning up this area, as you heard, has been progress for downtown Reno. Mr. Jacobs is very humble, and you haven't heard about this slide, I don't think, in the media, but I think it's critical. The existing tenant relocations, rent, furniture, and food. That for the last few years, Mr. Jacobs has relocated over 280 residents from these horrific conditions. They're not going out on the street, they're not going to the homeless center, that he's relocating them to apartments, townhomes, mobile homes, houses. You heard a person on the public comment say he was moving them to better living conditions. And when he acquired these motels, he didn't charge that $1,400 from some of those old landlords. It was free rent while he took the opportunity to relocate them. And contributions included furniture, food, clothing, first and last month's rent, but their new housing, and even Christmas and birthday gifts for family. So certainly caring about the property he acquired, caring about the people who had lived there, and putting them in better situations. So that said, that's what's currently happened, and where are we going from here? Welcome to Reno's Neon Line District, $1.8 billion mixed-use entertainment district. Here is the gateway, the entrance off off Keystone Avenue, heading eastbound on 4th Street. This is the 290 Keystone block, as we refer to it. There's currently the Chevron, the Meineke. We envision just a beautiful, dynamic residential tower with ground floor retail, along with some signage. You'll hear later in my presentation about the district signage. As many of you know and have traveled around the country, when you're in a downtown core and going into a specific district, you know you're in that district by the signage. So here's the gateway, and we're really excited to move the project forward. Downtown action plan. So the plan includes for the district, I can't emphasize this enough, green space, street activation, outdoor seating, retail, commercial, housing, street trees, awnings, lighting, public art, distinct urban design elements of the neon theme to get not only tourists to continue to come and to grow that base to downtown, but our locals and also the folks who are working downtown, give them a place to go eat and recreate. Reinvestment in the Sands, rebranding the Sands, updating all the rooms at the Sands, adding additional food and beverage at the Sands, adding conference space, bringing people into downtown to go to their conferences, for locals to be able to have banquets downtown. Again, getting downtown back on the map of where you want to go and have an event. And the Downtown Action Plan absolutely supports this. Support casinos as a core component of the city's tourism industry in the downtown entertainment district. Again, another rendering of conference space, mixed use element, housing. You can see behind the Sands, as you head toward the river, 2 timeshare buildings. We've done a market study and know that there's a timeshare need here in Reno, which again is a reinvestment from folks to invest in Reno and to come here as a destination. The Downtown Action Plan, again, encourages reinvestment in established casinos, introduction of new uses, and strengthen downtown's appeal as tourism and entertainment destination, and broadening that range of tourism. At the top of the list, as you all know, is housing. Housing. What does your downtown action plan say? Housing options. Encourage a variety of housing options at diverse price points to support the needs of downtown's diverse residents and workforce. Downtown action plan, arts and culture. Promote art, culture, heritage, history, and historic preservation. Preserving the Chapel of the Bells, preserving the Nystrom House, all the artwork that's going up and down Forest Street. You can see here 2 or 3 buildings of apartments and condos, adding to that much needed housing stock. You can see that dynamic building as the gateway in the West 4th Street. You can see next to it a proposal for a boutique, a non-smoking hotel, which we think others have been successful in town, and we certainly, I believe we need more. So again, the arts, the culture, the housing, all part of this dynamic proposal. And what's opening? We've heard, well, when's something going to open? When's the shovel going in the ground? Well, I could say grand opening, July 2021 of the Glow Plaza. The signage, the art, the stage, the food and beverage opportunities, really bringing people. We were hoping to do this last year, but of course, COVID hit and everything got put on hold. But bringing people downtown on West 4th Street once again, building on that momentum. That momentum starts with the Glow Plaza this summer. And we'll continue to grow with the plaza and festival grounds right behind it. We envision over the next year or two, 20 to 30 events in downtown Reno. Locals, tourists can take advantage of, again, concerts, festivals, the artwork, the food and beverage opportunities. And again, you can see here the rendering of, taking advantage of this entertainment core, the ability to shut down a street for a period, half a street for a period of time, to really get people and pedestrian activity at its finest. And again, master plan policy, encourage high quality public places for community amenities. It's exactly what we're proposing here. Pedestrian realm, design streets and other public spaces with the comfort and enjoyment of pedestrians in mind. We need to get people downtown, we need to get them downtown now. And again, on many of the streets downtown, you can see they're vacant. That's definitely going to change. So two city pieces or properties are critical to this housing development plan. On this map, you can see this is the block of Arlington and 2nd Street. Property 72 was formerly known as the Townhouse. Property 71 is the city block known as 02nd Street. Property 67 is the old UNR building. Property 64 is owned by Jacobs and under the Sands purview. The idea here is to do an incredible housing project on 2nd Street. And if you've driven on 2nd Street lately, there's also residential going up there on the south side of the property by the mod. If you go down one more block, more little housing developments are popping up. So it's a great residential core close to the river. There's Stevenson, that's a great gateway from the river up to this residential area. So clearly 02nd Street is critical to kick off the housing plan. As is 290. You can see here, property number 29 is 290 Keystone. In front of it is number 27, which is the Chevron. Number 28 is the Meineke building. Again, having that block and be able to do something dynamic, knowing all 3 properties could be involved, again, is critical to the housing development plan. So summary, we envision 2,000 to 3,000 new residential units, includes apartments, condos, timeshares, affordable housing. Also very important as part of the district. At one point, Jacobs had the Saracen Arms under contract to move that to market rate, but in an effort and acknowledgement that this district should include an affordable housing component, that Saracen Arms will stay as is, operated by the Reno Housing Authority for 60 affordable housing units. Green Street Companies, you heard from Mr. Hilliard, his property and project is part of this district, 163 units. I mentioned earlier, Renova Flats, 10% affordable housing in that property. And also down the street at NAEP, again, another affordable housing project. Again, it's important to have that affordable housing component in the district. Again, as far as the Sands, expanding and rebranding the Sands, renovating all the rooms, outdoor LED screen, pedestrian walkway, the timeshare units and conference center, a new Sands conference center with banquet space and suites, a showroom similar to Park Theater in Las Vegas. Again, really bringing this property as one of the, not only the best properties in Reno, but I would say the state of Nevada. So in summary of the development, world-class artwork from local and international artists that already started, it will continue, variety of commercial, retail, plaza, green space, entertainment venues. And this district, we're confident will become a nationally recognized world-class entertainment and modern residential district located in downtown Reno. Phasing plan. Arlo mentioned staff was asking for and wanted input from us on what our phasing plan looked like. So Reno's Neon Line District, which is, I would assert, the largest redevelopment project in Reno's history. Phase 1 is already complete, interesting enough. Acquired over 70 properties, spent over $150 million, renovated the sands, added infrastructure, surface parking, event space, the Gold Dust remodel, the Renova Flats remodel, the Nystrom House relocation, then all the existing sculptures, lighting, and tribute signs are already complete. Phase 2, Glow Plaza, opens up this summer with events starting. Expansion of the festival grounds behind the Glow Plaza. Additional Reno's Neon Line District signage. I'll talk a little bit about that in a few slides. 2 groundbreakings. 0 2nd Street residential groundbreaking. That's one city property. The other groundbreaking, 290 Keystone Block residential project groundbreaking for much needed affordable, much needed market rate housing in Reno. Sands Regency renovations, including new pool, spa, gaming, restaurants, and the conference center groundbreaking. So a lot to look forward in the next 5 years. Economic impact, happy to provide these numbers to council, but the total impact is over $3.1 billion with construction. Wage and benefits for construction workers, again, close to $1.5 billion. Jobs that will be created and sustained over a period of time, close to 19,000 are projected. What's in the development agreement? Number 1, modify the Reno streetscape standards. Add Reno's Neon Line streetlights. You can see here, we have an example for all of you to drive by and look at the corner of 4th Street and Arlington. Very unique LED light, can change colors, can be coordinated with Reno's Neon Line that runs directly behind it. Once you drive into this area or walk into this area, you'll know you're in the district with these lights. Pedestrian amenity credits, sewer connection fee credits, those were covered by Arlo. Pedestrian walkways, people movers. Plan to move people from the timeshare buildings over to the sands, move people from the sands over to the conference space. Again, just people movers, a narrow area, basically focused on public safety. You can see your guidelines say to increase economic vitality, people movers should be allowed to improve traffic flow and pedestrian safety. Just giving you a heads up, this is the plan. We know we have to come back with a special use permit, and we know we have to go through the design review committee that we're committing to. We'll move through that committee and get their input. Area identification sign, certainly creating a $1.8 billion district. We want people to know about it. You want people to come and enjoy it and get off I-80 or get downtown and figure out where it is. So there's this very, creative, I give whoever put this language in the development code, it's a great tool for just this, an area identification sign. It means a permanent decorative sign used to identify a commercial district and a distinct area of our community. That is exactly this, Reno's Neon Line District. It's not considered an off-premise advertising display or a billboard. We're finishing up leases with the Mountain View Cemetery to have the sign you see in the top left-hand corner, Reno's Neon Line District, in neon, LED. Get off at the Keystone exit and come enjoy a world-class, renowned, world-renowned district downtown Reno. Lower right-hand corner, kind of a lava lamp concept we envision there on the corner of Keystone and 4th Street. Arlo mentioned just building permit and sewer connection fee and residential construction tax incentives just to, again, reinvest that money back into the district. So public-private partnerships and community benefits. I show this slide and also this visual again is from your downtown action plan. And what does it say? What are the core values of Renoites, of this council when you approve that? New housing, getting rid of blighted neighborhoods, blighted buildings, mixed use, inviting for everybody, jobs, improve quality of experience in downtown, walking, biking, and transit options, prosperous, safe and clean, connected, vibrant, livable, We absolutely believe that this $1.8 billion investment in the downtown Reno will accomplish all of these core values in the downtown action plan. And I'll highlight a couple of them from your downtown action plan. Enhance existing public spaces with the downtown that provide a destination for people. There's a great deal of hardscape in downtown core and not many opportunities to enjoy existing public spaces. Encourage people to linger and enjoy a place. We think people will linger and enjoy the district. Streets provide the lifeblood of the city. Key streets should be physically comfortable and safe. Wayfinding signs. And how is that accomplished? This concept is right from your downtown action plan, not my word, but yours. Public-private partnerships done with who? City of Reno, RTC, and private developers. So with RTC, we've already started that process. As you may know, the RTC capital improvement plan has already allocated $8.3 million to enhance the sidewalks, bus lanes, and intersection improvements along this stretch. There's also a study that's been kicked off for this area that identify future transit operations, bike lanes, and pedestrian enhancements. Another, in the 50-year plan, another $35 million is kind of allocated for this area, which goes from Stoker and really through downtown over to Evans for 4th Street multimodal improvements between Stoker and Evans. So again, RTC is focused on this area. We look forward to working with them on the design of this area and appreciate their partnership moving forward. You can see here some ideas that we have for what it would look like. You'd certainly have your bus rapid transit line going up and down 4th Street. You'd have a few transit stops. You'd have an RTC public parking garage, which is always important, and potentially a Reno Visitor Center and another transit stop there on Keystone and 4th. Again, back to the Reno Downtown Action Plan. Housing. What does it say about housing? Well, there should be a housing choice in downtown. It should support housing development in downtown, market rate housing, direct incentives to support housing. Blighted and underutilized city properties are a top priority of Reno and provide financial incentives. And I thought this was interesting. It says, allow for the demolition of blighted properties if their removal can create opportunities for new development. Now, the historical properties we've absolutely saved, but this gives us the guidance and the guidelines of how to move this development forward, and the Downtown Action Plan contemplated demolition of blighted properties. And how do you accomplish and implement these concepts? TIF. Again, not my word, but your Downtown Action Plan word, tax increment financing that was approved by, of course, 5 out of the 7 council members here today. So here's the proposal for 290 Keystone and 02nd. Those blocks are earmarked for housing. Housing we need now. We have currently options on those 2 properties, and we're asking those options to be amended in order to incentivize and move housing forward fast and in the short term. You heard from Dane Hilliard earlier. I used some of the words, I wrote down some of the words he used about the trouble and the complexities of housing and market rate housing in Reno right now. Property costs are a huge issue. Labor, construction materials, all these costs and expenditures add to and slow down development, and not only slow it down, but limit the number of units that can be constructed. So we're asking that City of Reno contribute as a public-private partnership these 2 properties, 02nd and 290, to be able to overcome those challenges that Mr. Hilliard mentioned in order to get housing built and constructed in downtown Reno quickly. Jacobs has already paid $25,000 for each of these properties, $50,000 total. Our proposal is to extend those option agreements on both properties for 18 months. We pay an additional $50,000 for each 18-month extension, so $100,000 total. So the city would have $150,000 from Mr. Jacobs, Jacobs Entertainment on this property, on these properties. That would go toward the city's affordable housing trust, which again, contributing to affordable housing is critical. If we apply for a building permit for a housing project on either of those properties in the next 18 months and commence construction for housing in that 6 months, then the properties would be acquired for those option payments. If we don't perform, the properties go back to the city for public auction. Short window, if we perform, we construct housing, then the partnership exists. If it does not, then it goes back to the city, and the city has the ability to auction those properties off. TIF, again, the word used in your downtown action plan. Number one, let me say there's some misinformation about TIF. There's a couple articles floating out there that don't really give this word justice. First of all, RDA number 2 has already been created, and the property taxes generated are earmarked for redevelopment. So this city has already said, we want redevelopment and we want tax increment used for projects. It's not a check to the developer. It's not as if the city or the redevelopment agency is writing a check to the developer to go run around and use it how he or she may. It funds community benefits selected by you, the city council, to enhance a redevelopment project. Here, we're asking you to enhance an existing $150 million private investment for a $1.8 billion project. And what can those community benefits look like? Well, here's the law. It means planning, development, replanning, design, clearance, reconstruction, rehabilitation of residential, commercial, industrial. So it's very, very broad. So we look forward to working and collaborating with all of you of how this TIF can be worked into community benefits and enhance the district. Our initial proposal is 40% of the TIF generated in RDA2, approximately upwards of 40% of TIF generated in RDA2 for a total amount of between 20 and 25 million would be used for community benefits. What would those be? What are our ideas? Well, housing infrastructure to make sure we get housing up quickly and effectively. Roadway improvements. There was an idea to abandon Stevenson. We think that's a great opportunity to add some open space, green space, and roadway improvements for the gateway. And district signage. Again, all community benefits of enhancing this development. And my third bullet point I think is most important. What are the community benefits that this council would like to see? How do you want to spend your TIF money in redevelopment areas and in this specific district? And we look forward to hearing your comments today and incorporating those concepts into our agreement. The findings, I'm happy to go back here, but there are specific findings for development agreements, and the answer is clearly yes, 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 yes. This proposal absolutely satisfies each and every one of those findings. So in closing, and I appreciate letting me walk through this presentation, I just wanted to clear the air on a number of issues and just let you know how exciting and how detailed and complex this proposal is. We respectfully ask that the City Council take the following actions today. You heard this from staff. Number one, provide staff direction to amend the 02nd Street and 290 Keystone option agreements based on the terms discussed. Whether we perform, you get the property, you'll get housing constructed in the next next 24 months. We'd like you to direct staff to modify those option agreements so we can begin moving forward with that development process. Two, today, provide staff direction to finalize the development agreement with today's input and bring a final version back to council on June 9th. I look forward again to your input. We'll work with staff and bring a final version back. And three, a separate process but parallel, provide staff direction to collaborate on the tax increment financing program, including specific community benefits. We've suggested some, we want to hear some from you, and bring a proposal back to City Council after your summer break in July, so we can really work with any of you and also staff on what those community benefits look like. So with that all said, we're excited to see all of you at the Glow Plaza in July, and we're expanding the Reno's Neon line. I'm happy to announce 2 new art pieces, one that actually has 3 pieces to it, Sprouts. Will be added along 4th Street there in front of the Meineke existing Meineke building. Also the Bee Dance, which was up at Burning Man a couple years ago, located immediately west of Chapel of Bells. The neon line investment continues to come forward. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and really look forward to hearing your input today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Many of that I have not seen. So you're gonna get the Bee Dance. I love that. That's so cool. Anyway, this is really in so many ways, it's really exciting just to see the magnitude of sort of a master plan of downtown, because you know, even whenever I ran for council, oh gosh, it's been, I don't know, I don't want to date myself, right, Naoma? I don't know. How long's it been now? 10 years? That's how fast.
It was 2012.
When we ran, you'll remember, Naoma, we walked doors together and we got a lot of feedback, and people were just so chomping at the bit for a vibrant downtown. And if you remember, one of the biggest eyesores downtown, and it really was, and now we never even talk about it, never even mention it. And I want to remind everyone what it was, and it was the King's Inn. You remember that? People forget. And so I think there's been a lot of great improvements downtown, and there's more coming in. Obviously, you've got Harrah's, and then you've got the Plimpton, and RTC has really been doing a good job at looking what the future is down there with the cycle track options and the walkway from the university. And I think it's really a time where it's going to change the face of downtown Reno. And for so long, we have sort of struggled. And I always say that downtowns are cities, they're kind of cities inside cities. So it's going to be something where when people come to downtown Reno, they are going to just be floored at some of the movement that has been made. Even I just drove by, I think it's Blake Smith's project over there on Keystone. And I believe, is that building, Arlo, is that an In-N-Out right there?
The initial one, Starbucks, but In-N-Out is coming.
Oh,
and
I thought
helping at a later date.
I thought it might be an In-N-Out.
Soon.
Oh, okay. But I was super excited because I have to go to the one all the way in Sparks to get my fix. But I just watching that from, remember, like, that was a big pool hall and it was just really run down. And unfortunately, that's sort of what 4th Street has been known for a very, very long time. And I was fortunate enough to tour a lot of those motels. And I know it was controversial for a lot of people, but I don't think 200 square feet with no kitchenette at $1,400 a month is affordable housing. I saw how those poor tenants were being completely taken advantage of on so many levels, but also the amount of deplorable conditions was unbelievable. There were so many units you could not even stay in because you could not withstand the smell. There was one I was in, you couldn't change the bedding, or they didn't change the bedding in 30 years. I mean, are you kidding me? And people said, oh my gosh, you're taking down this housing. That is not housing. And so I cannot stress that enough whenever there's this rhetoric out there that, oh my gosh, you guys, took down these places of, homes. Those are not homes. So I just want to reiterate that. I do have definitely some concerns. So I'm going to go into council questions. And those concerns, I guess, would be more so along the line. And I want people to sort of understand TIF. It's not something that we have used, but I guess what I would say is we better remind ourselves that the city of Reno financially has been under so much stress and strain for so long. We haven't been able to maintain great community benefits. Matter of fact, today you saw Councilwoman Breckus allocate her own funds to a park. She allocated her own funds to a park because we can't maintain it or invest in it. And so I really want to make sure that if this is the direction we go today, that we put community benefits in there on many different levels for the parks. Even there was I talked to Devin about it a little bit, about historic preservation. Devin had a phenomenal idea. I don't ever remember where we have invested in historic preservation. And Devin mentioned it, and I was just elated that you would mention something like this. And you said the Lear Theater. And it just was like, wow, because we don't financially have the ability to do this. So I want to really make sure that if we go in this direction, it's really community benefit oriented, not for the developer. I think that that's really important, whether it's our parks, open space. I think we all have things that we're passionate about, but this is our opportunity to say, what does that look like? And what is it? But I love that, being able to invest in our historical preservation, because he's got a couple of, I think Garrett mentioned a couple of historical properties, but the Lear, I was just like, oh my gosh, that would be incredible. So this is our opportunity to direct. I want people to understand the council allocates this money, not the developer, and it's not a blank check to the developer. This is an opportunity to actually put community benefits into a sort of a master plan in downtown, which I don't think I have ever seen. And again, I think it's really challenging because our budgets are so strained. And today we even heard about housing, how difficult housing is. And it would be really nice to be able to maintain parks and open space in this capacity. So, but I do have some questions, so I'm going to open it up to council and let them go. So I'm going to start with Councilwoman Jardin. Start at the top of the page.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. A couple of comments and then a couple of questions. I think this is, it's important for the public at large to understand that development agreements are something new for this particular body. And this is certainly a big one. This was one that came forward for us to talk about the things we like, the things we don't like. Nothing is being voted on in its totality and finality today, but rather as a launching point for discussion, policy discussion. I think there was some assumption, as with all things that hit an agenda, that somehow we proposed it all and we are supporting it all and it's all, you know, and that's not the case. The contract, as you'll see in the development agreement, was written by the developer, and it's long. It's quite long. So I did want to say, I thought the comments about the zoning overlay district, I think that's critically important. I do think that is a component that we all need to get behind. I think it gives parameters and guidelines that otherwise are absent. Some of the questions I have, the question I have on this, and it's because we have two other items on our agenda today. Does any action on this item, particularly as it relates to these two properties, in any way influence the public safety center, meaning its development, its scope, its speed? I'd like to understand how in any way, any action on this today impacts the public safety center.
Perhaps Ms. Lochner could elaborate. I think the impact would be that if these reduced purchase prices are tentatively approved, other funding sources would need to be used to fund the public safety center.
Okay, as she comes on, just a couple more questions, and then maybe she can answer that, because I know we'll get 2 rounds. I don't think it's any big surprise. I'm not a huge proponent of TIF. You know, I've lived through baseball, and it just didn't materialize. That doesn't mean I don't foreclose some very narrow, strategic, specific purpose for it as we move and evolve forward potentially. But as I sit here today, my experience with TIF has not been a good one. So I don't think that's any shocker in that regard. With regards to the purchase price of the 2 properties, I think what I would like to know is how this compares to what we did at Park Lane. I know we gave a $4 million subsidy for approximately 1,000 units. If you were to do a translation for these properties and these developments, what would that give, for lack of a better term, look like for this project as well? Skyways, again, I think the developer, Mr. Borden, kind of gave me some comfort in saying that would have to go through the review process and there. And then I'd like to know how much the 5% fee reduction that we approved earlier, what kind of benefit would this project potentially realize just by the action we took earlier? Those are my first questions.
Debbie, do you want to cover those larger finance questions?
Okay, sure. Hi, Debbie Lochner, for the record, Finance Director. So we are going to be presenting the funding plan, which you saw yesterday. If you recall, I told you yesterday that in years 1 and 2, we actually had some additional money that we had found that was not obligated to the projects just in case something happened. And that equates to over $2 million. So really we need to just try to find another, I think, $1 million to make the funding plan work. And I think we have some options for that. So I'm not too concerned if you were to to provide these copies, these properties at the reduced price, that we could still manage to give you, to deliver those projects. As a finance department, we could come up with the money. And it wouldn't, I can also, let me just tell you, it would not affect the first year. That's all money that's on hand. And then that gives us an opportunity as we close out the books this year to see if there's an additional $1 million to add into next year. And usually we do have savings at the end of the year, somewhere between $2 and $4 million. So overall, I think we can make it work for you.
Thank you. I had a number of other questions in there, but I think those may take some calculations to provide. So thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes. Now we are going to head, Councilwoman Weber, your hand isn't up, but I think you were trying to chime in. No? Oh, okay. Just wave at me if you want to speak. Okay, thanks you guys. I appreciate it. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, thanks for bringing this to us, Jacobs Development, because you're obviously committed to Reno, have already made a big mark on our town in terms of bringing the art and making your purchases of your property. So I don't think if we don't move forward or we do move forward, you're going to sell all that property. I think you're committed. And I think that's a really good thing. I also wanted to thank staff. It's the table that you put together was very helpful, in terms of the issues that you identified and where you came down on them was very useful. And I hope, Madam Mayor, or if it's Madam Vice Mayor who's running at that time, that we do get an opportunity to go through these bullet points that staff have identified for us and sort of say A or nay, that we like the direction that they recommended or we want a different direction. So I think that would be useful because they put a lot of work into their analysis. I have a few questions. First of all, I'm also one final comment. I'm really glad that we get a chance to talk about this before we're presented with an agreement. And I was pretty involved with the concept of putting forward a development agreement. I think Ava made the motion for the concept. And it was really important to me that we had this kind of opportunity to vet these things before they just sort of showed up for a vote. Similarly, yesterday we had a public workshop on strategic planning, and probably at least 4 of us, almost all of us, talked about the issue of transparency, that it's more information's better for our constituents, our residents. We need to show our cards. We need to answer their questions. We need to allow them a chance to have public input. So wherever we land and whatever guidance we give, one of the guidances or recommendations I'd like to make is that we do hold a public workshop, because at the end of the day, it's our community that we're representing. They often have good ideas, and it's important to get their questions answered in sort of real time, outside of the 3-minute comment format or the static letter. I've seen those work on the last few town halls that we've held on development projects really, really well, where somebody asks a question, the developer or the representative answers, and it's satisfied or raises other questions. Either way, it will help us make the best decision. So I have other comments too, but I don't want to exceed my time. So I would just like to put a mark for having in this process some kind of public workshop. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. So this mostly encompasses Ward 1, so I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions. I am really trying to figure out how this is here before us today. I'd noticed it start to appear on the 3-month calendar toward the end of the year. And Mr. Stockham, you said there was an application. I did see an application pen in the materials. Was there any more backup that didn't come our way, or?
The main application was the draft development agreement. You may recall that we previously had a great deal of restrictions on what could be eligible for the development agreement tool that pretty much precluded just about everything. In this case, the code was updated to allow more broadly the use of the development agreement tool. And Mr. Gordon, on behalf of Mr. Jacobs, submitted a request that's in front of you here. And we wanted to bring this forward because it's so consequential and such a major project and such an important area, to get some preliminary direction that would guide our work with the applicant to finalize this agreement. So it's a different process. Typically, we don't bring you kind of the initial applications for a preliminary review, but it's also a unique application that warrants that level of review.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the amendments that we made kind of opened up a barn door, and I was hoping there'd be maybe some guidelines, but you know, it really is who gets to entertain requests before the council, and our council rules say that the manager sets the agenda, so he can bring anything in front of us. And Mr. Manager, you're bringing this forward. It says in lieu of it's not a member, the mayor or the vice mayor or a member of the council sponsoring this. Is you brought this forward under Title 18 new parameters as you want to administer them. Is that correct?
I did. I brought this forward so that the council would have an opportunity to weigh in before we move further with this application.
Okay, and then the other, was there any letters or any other background other than just this one document that would be material to our decision making that's gotten to this point?
I don't think any additional material information, you know, there's the basic cover letter, but
okay.
Is there anything else in here?
I'll look for a copy of the cover letter, but I guess the second question is, staff seems supportive of this, but you're asking and the request says for policy direction. And I'm wondering, I'm trying to figure out how to interpret that. Are you saying policy direction from us because the seven individuals of us are the policy body, or you're asking us to evaluate it to some policies we have? I see in the development agreement as they make their pitch, and the pitch that they gave on the slide deck in their half-hour presentation or so talked about some policies, and do you endorse the policies that it's the policy framework that they're put forward, or you say you want policy direction from us just because we're the policy people?
Okay, that's 3 minutes. So Arlo, you can answer that, and then I'm going to go around.
I think it's fair to say that the city policies generally support the use of tools like this and the idea of public-private partnership. What we're seeking direction on is how much, to put it briefly, significantly discounted purchase prices. The policy documents we have, don't say how much to discount prices, how much the city could contribute. And because these are significant sums in a significant project, that's the policy level direction we're seeking from this body. General input on what's been proposed and direction to staff on the big picture items to proceed on.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have other questions, and I hope we'll go for more than...
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Reese. It's your turn, and I'll come back to you, Councilwoman Breckus, okay?
Thank you,
and then
Madam
I'll
Mayor.
go to Councilwoman Jordan. It's really hard with the hands, so kind of flag me. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I guess I want to start by first generally saying that I believe as a body have made the decision that development agreements are an appropriate use or tool in the toolbox. And of course, the devil is now in the details. So I don't know that we'll settle every detail to my satisfaction today, but I have a lot of questions, and it may take me a couple of meetings to get there. And so today, I just want to focus on a couple of them. The first one, and this may be directed towards Ms. Lochner, and I just want to ask, and Mr. Gordon may also have to chime in, RDA 1 and RDA 2 are the ones that I'm familiar with, and the project is largely in RDA 1, but it appears to me that the ask is largely for TIF from RDA 2. So I don't fully understand the way in which those two things interact. Can someone help me understand that? So that's question one. And then I'm going to ask the other questions so that I can make sure to use my time the best. The second is, as to TIF, I think it would be good for us to basically have a broad overview, not so much for me. I have spent the last 3 or 4 days since getting the packet last week reading a lot about TIF. And I think the news stories and the public are under the misconception that somehow TIF is a big tax giveaway. As I understood it, right now we would value the area in question. We would then look at how the tax increment evolves over time based on the development that occurs there. And that is the thing that's skimmed off the top and used to pay for the public improvements. So I just want to make sure that the public understands what TIF is. It's not that we're taking money out of the current tax rolls or the current general fund, but it appears to be something where we are saying that once the development that works, it happens in the area, creates increased revenue, that revenue is available then for things within the district. And of course, and I'll come back to this in round 2. And then the third set of questions I have is about the discounting of the property. That is something that I am very skeptical of at the outset, but I want to understand what the contours of it are. I mean, the public does not like it because they see, they sort of lump everything in with the same thing. They say Tesla subsidies, Raider Stadium subsidies, they put it all in the same bucket. And I want to make sure that that is not it, because I have publicly opposed some of those things. And so I want to understand what the real thing is about the discounting of the property and how it is to be done. So those are my 3 questions on this round. And I don't know who would like to start. You can go in any order. So RDA 1 versus 2, some TIF general stuff, and then the property discounting issues.
So I'll go ahead and defer to Garrett and let him respond to you. We have done an analysis of RDA 1 and 2, and that's coming to council at your next meeting. So
are you talking about the Fraser report?
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm going to just say before Mr. Gordon goes, I did not appreciate the lack of conclusions that were in that report. It made it very difficult to follow. I mean, I appreciate the wonkiness of it, but if I'm going to pay for a report from an outside vendor and it doesn't have some conclusions in it, we're going to have some issues. So I apologize.
Let me just tell you, per SEC law, he cannot provide conclusions to us, because then he would be taking on a role of a financial advisor. I've already had this conversation with the SEC as to the last report he provided, so he cannot do that. Otherwise,
well, thank you for that input. I withdraw my objection to the report. Thank you, Ms. Locker. I did not know that. Okay, Mr. Gordon, it sounds like you are getting the first bite at the apple.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Reese. Great question. So without getting, I guess, too in the weeds of redevelopment law and TIF today, given we're asking for direction to move the conversation forward with staff and would come back, at further council meetings with the details. But you are correct. The property is located in both RDA 1 and RDA 2. Those areas were created just for these type of projects, for redevelopment of the downtown, and to use the increment for, you saw my presentation, very broad use, range of uses, from residential to commercial to, even more community benefit oriented uses like open space, like public plazas, like infrastructure. I heard you have also a passion for historic preservation. That money could be used for historic preservation. So really that money is an enhancement to a redevelopment project. The money has to be spent somehow. And as Ms. Lochner knows very well, some of those proceeds are already captured by, say, existing liens or existing bonds. So as the conversation hopefully moves forward, it would be any increment after the payment of any existing obligations. What's left, have a discussion about of how that's used, and that would be purely your decision of how you believe this redevelopment project could be enhanced with those funds.
Well, I'm not sure that answered the question that I was asking, which was very targeted. I'm just trying to understand RDA 1, RDA 2. Does the tax increment financing that's thrown off within a particular 1 or 2 go only to things within those particular geographic regions tied to the the number?
So I think at this point, maybe Jonathan Shipman could answer that question. It really is a legal question at this point.
Yeah, so Councilmember Reese, in general, you have to spend increment to benefit the area that it was generated in. There are specific instances where you can spend it outside the area proper, but again, it would be tied back to benefiting the area that it was generated in. The provision is 279-486. There has to be certain findings made, et cetera, et cetera. So, but as a general rule, it has to be spent in the area that it is created. If that helps.
I'm not sure it answers my question, so it's probably something that I'm going to have to get offline because we have so many colleagues with so many questions. The bottom line is I want to understand why the development would want to use TIF from RDA 2 when it exists in RDA 1. And if there's an answer, I'm totally fine with it. I can't process it based on what you've said.
Sorry, John.
Just real quick, and maybe Garrett can clarify. I mean, the difference between RDA 1 and RDA 2 is that RDA 1 is pretty fully encumbered with bonds, existing debt. So RDA 2 has very limited debt on it. And so, yeah, to the extent that any payments of TIF were to be made, it would have to be subordinate to existing debt. And so we have an issue in RDA 1 with regard to that.
And if I may, Councilman Reese, so from a legal perspective, Jonathan's correct. We have certain findings to make sure there's a community benefit for proceeds used from RDA 1 or RDA 2 for that area. We confidently believe we can meet those findings with how those proceeds would be used for the community benefit. There's a history of other projects we can talk about at future TIF specific meetings of how proceeds from RDA 1 and RDA 2 have been pledged and utilized for projects that are in both RDA 1 and RDA 2. So there's precedent as well as legal findings that I will have the burden to come back to you and get you comfortable that how those community benefits are being expended does meet those legal findings.
And I can take a try at the third question regarding discounted property. This essentially is money coming from the city on the front end to help seed this project. Our staff report recommendation was to button up kind of the deliverables and the phasing. So it could be evaluated, the benefits of facilitating these additional projects. But the properties in combination are worth, roughly $3 million. And in this market, I think it's fair to assume we could pretty easily sell them for that price. But what we get for those on those properties may or may not be the same as what Mr. Jacobs would develop, or maybe not provide the same benefits. So that's a big piece of our kind of front end proposed assistance for this project. Probably the biggest one, really.
And Arlo, or maybe this is a question for Jonathan. I just wanted to ask it while he was still with us. Can also that money, because when I drove down there the other day, there's still, some blighted parcels down there. And I don't know if Jacobs owns I don't think he does, that are vacant and some vacant buildings. Could you also use the money for, like, let's say, because we know housing is so challenging, like workforce housing?
When you're talking about using the money, are you talking about increment in general?
Yeah. Can you use that for housing?
Yes, you can use it for housing. The challenge is you have to build something to generate the increment. So to the extent you don't have money that exists that can be diverted to it until you've actually built something that's creating tax increment. So so that money can go to the developer for public or private improvements, or could go to the area to build public and private improvements, like affordable housing is one thing. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If I may, I'm sorry, but to complicate it further, if that affordable housing has any federal funding in it, then we lose all tax increment off that property.
Okay, thank you. And some of it doesn't. I mean, there's been projects where they don't use that money because it's hard to, you heard Dane, it can be very difficult and challenging. So that's not always how you do workforce or affordable housing anyway. So, okay, I just wanted to know if that's an option. Thanks so much. Okay, moving along to our second round, unless Councilman Delgado has not spoken yet. So I'm going to go to my good friend, Councilman Delgado. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate all my colleagues' questions thus far too. They've answered tons of my questions. So appreciate everyone's kind of diving into some of this. A general question I received here, and I think you would pass this in your PowerPoint, is it's an entirety of the project, and percentage-wise, how much would you say is affordable housing in totality of all the units that will be going up in the Neon District?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. For the record, Garrett Gordon. So we project between 2,000 and 3,000 units within the district. Currently, we have the Renova Flats project, Renova Flats project with 10% affordable. We have the Saracen with 60 plus units. We have the Green Street project with over 100. And then we made a commitment to any residential project constructed by Jacobs and rented out by Jacobs, just like he's done unprompted on say Renova Flats, would be 10%. So that's come a long way of saying, and maybe for next meeting, Councilman, I can get you some more specific numbers of what that would look like, but it would be a percentage of the total units. And I can try to get, again, this is a good reason for a preliminary meeting to get input, and I'll get you those numbers of what that would look like.
My next question, this is maybe more for Arlo. When I'm hearing the term community benefit, I feel like I may begin to confuse, because when there's usually in my understanding, community benefit starts a whole nother conversation with respect to if you're working with a developer, you're not talking about a development agreement, you're talking about, you start using the term community benefit, and that goes into us negotiating with the developer as to the types of jobs we want in this area, the types of mixed development we want in an area, the living wages, and et cetera, et cetera. So just want to make sure we're talking apples and apples here in terms of we're throwing out the possibility of bringing in a community benefit agreement. That changes a lot of this conversation. So just, are we doing community benefit, or are they public improvements is basically my question. And you're on mute.
Sorry about that. My understanding, it would be non-capitalized community benefits, the redevelopment of the project in general, and the various public spaces and event venues being proposed provide community benefits. I don't believe we're going beyond that. We're just kind of using that term more generally. Garrett, is that your understanding as well?
That's correct, Councilman Delgado. I use that term just generically, given there's a request for public money, and making sure that however that money is used and allocated, that your input is included, all of you, and what the benefits would be to the community with using that money toward this project.
Yeah, just in my experience, the term community benefit gets right into the heart of to a lot of broader, more granular conversations with the direct community that's being impacted by the overall development. So it sounds like this is a little bit more 30, 40,000 foot level on those sprints, which is fine. Just want to make sure my terminology is correct. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're very welcome. Okay. So now, second round, we're going to Councilwoman Dewar.
I think Councilwoman Jordan let us off, but I'm fine to jump
Okay,
in.
and then I'll go to Councilwoman Jordan. We'll go with you first, and then Councilwoman Jordan, and then Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay. I am a little bit confused about the RDA versus the TIF. And I know we've kind of circled around this, but I don't mind taking that conversation offline. But what my question is going to be about this is, what is the benefit of one over the other for both the developer and for us? Like the pros, the cons, and trying to understand why we can't use an existing structure. So that's going to be a question. Another question is, we saw a map on how much land Jacobs has acquired, and I don't know if their intent is to own all of the entire block or allow other people to own it. In other words, a lot of times you go to cities and there's different styles of architecture. You mentioned keeping the Chapel of the Bells, but you mentioned moving the Nystrom House. So my question is it's kind of about, is this like an HOA where a one style of development, building look and feel would be directed by the master developer, kind of like under a PUD? Or is this each developer comes in that buys a section of this plot to do a thing, and they do their vision as they see fits with the neon theme? So that's a question. And then about the 40%, I mean, if there are future developers, would they want their own 40% or 20%, or what portion of a TIF, if we went that way, would they want? I mean, where's room for them? And then fitting into all of that is 40% of what and for how long? So this whole series of questions is about the RDA versus TIF. What is the right structure for us? What are the pros and cons for each of us? I'm just repeating so you can get it all. 40% of what and for how long? Is it all Jacobs or other developers allowed to come in? Is it all an HOA style development with one model, or do they have individuality? So if we could answer some of those questions, and I'll have another round on some other issues.
Great. Let me take a crack at very simple explanation of redevelopment agencies and TIF. It gets very complex, but at a basic level, we have two redevelopment districts. Redevelopment agency districts, District 1 and District 2. The TIF is essentially money generated through additional development within those districts. So they're tied together. Yeah, basically you have a baseline valuation when you create the district.
Right.
And as new development comes in, new improvements are made, the additional taxes generated, the increment, that goes towards improvements benefiting the district. Typically,
is there already TIF allocated within this RDA?
Yes. RDA 1, which was the initial one, is essentially fully committed. And RDA 2 is, Debbie can get into more detail, but there will be funds available from RDA 2. And to your last question of who wants it, yes, I think pretty much everyone in these districts would like that money to be used for improvements that benefit their area.
So a related question, the bell hasn't rung yet. So I guess I was a little confused
Correction,
about.
that is the 3-minute mark, just to note for the record.
Okay, well, I'll ask this last thing. When they said input included.
Councilwoman,
oh, you want me to go back? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to move on, and then we'll come back because I'm giving everyone an additional round, and then you can ask that then. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. One is a comment and confirmation of what we did with Park Lane as it related to the sewer allocation. If I remember correctly, at Park Lane, we conditioned the sewer credits on a prorated basis, so the developer only received the full benefit when they built the full project. Is that what we are contemplating here? I think what a lot of people are thinking is, when they hear the word, it could be built out in 20 years. That seems like a long time, but maybe not. I just want to understand if that's the proposal with the sewer credits here, or if that should be the proposal. And then secondly, the question I had was for our city manager, and from a procedural standpoint here today, and tying our decision points back to our strategic priorities, what do we need to get a decision or direction, most importantly on today, versus what can we kick off to a future meeting? Because I can tell you right now, it sounds like TIF is going to be its own separate future meeting, but I'm just trying to understand what decision points staff and the developer, et cetera, need from us today.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jordan. I believe that Mr. Stockham and Mr. Gordon concluded each of their presentations with their respective requests from of the council in terms of the direction today. I would point you from the staff perspective back to the matrix that Mr. Stockham and his staff so diligently built. It's in the staff report beginning on the 3rd page. There are a handful of things where we do require some direction from council in order to move forward with distilling this agreement into a more actionable form. Through that lens, the redevelopment agency will need to be involved. As you mentioned before, there is a zoning overlay that would be a companion piece to this. But by and large, we would sort of go point by point and ask for council direction at the conclusion of this conversation.
Yes, especially on the big picture items like the discounted property sales and further discussions of tax increment financing. To your earlier question on the sewer credits, the initial application was basically to allow those credits to continue for 20 years. So if they came in 19 years later and built a bunch of stuff, they could utilize those credits and not pay sewer hookup fees. Our staff suggestion is to button that up and tighten it up a little bit so there's a phasing plan so they wouldn't hang out there kind of available in their entirety for 20 years, but more would be used incrementally, maybe in 5-year increments, something along those lines. I also was able, the team did a little research to your earlier questions on the building permit fees and how much that reduction will help. It's fairly minor. Our fee structure is complex. It varies by building type, but in general, our permitting fees are well under 1% of a building value, typically around 0.5%. So 5% reduction in that, I think adds up to about a 0.2% reduction in their construction cost. Better than an increase, but not that material. I'd venture to guess that the deferred payments to kind of get an additional 5 years to make those payments would probably be a lot more consequential than that modest fee reduction that was just approved.
And just quickly back to the Park Lane, just for refreshing my memory, of those that are on the council now that were on the council for Park Lane, if I remember correctly, it was all of us voted in favor of that sewer agreement. Is that correct?
I wasn't here, so I don't have those details. We do have a standard code that allows a 5-year continuation. And, certainly we're supportive for large projects like this of some additional time. This is sewer use that already existed that got discontinued when the buildings were torn down to set it up for redevelopment. So with some type of phasing plan, I think it's consistent with what we've done elsewhere.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on how we got here and the overall forum for discussion and consideration rather than deal point negotiation in the matrix. And it seemed when this item came in my packet that the biggest ask of dollars and the most subsequential was RDA in the RDA from the agency. And I was very confused why this wasn't also advertised for agency consideration. I'm very uncomfortable even talking about agency matters and tools without being in the agency. And it is often our practice to open up the two at the same. So Mr. Manager, you set the agenda. Why didn't you advertise this for agency consideration when it has so many considerations of the agency on the deal points?
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. I didn't advertise it for agency consideration because we really are just at a jumping off point as to the broader policy considerations and the development here in that Northwest quadrant. And so, as I mentioned, certainly if we're moving forward with this, the agency will need to be involved, but I thought it was premature at this point.
I take a different view because when you're looking to us for policy direction, we have to look at policy documents. And to me, the RDA plan, which is expired, and that was part of the reason for my question is, you don't want to do you not want to do RDA business when you have an expired RDA plan? Because it makes it kind of hard. I don't know. I'm very uncomfortable going into deal points and saying, well, we could do these ones, but not these ones and these ones. If a global deal needs to come forward, why piecemeal it? And so all the questions about RDA, TIF, even we haven't done a lot of RDA work, but this is serious RDA requests. We have to look to see who owns property in the RDAs, because in my understanding, they can't participate. Are you familiar with all this and know that the role of the city manager is the executive director for the RDA also?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I today am just not in any way comfortable having any conversations of direction on deal points, because so much is intertwined with the RDA, and we're not here to do that. I'm very uncomfortable even talking about it. So that's that. I don't know what else, for me, if there's a tool for these people, it's to work on their private property under Title 18 and the SBD ordinance that we just adopted for customizing your zoning and land use need. And is really for us to understand the public realm that we have in downtown and what we want from that. So I'm just so uncomfortable. I know we have.
Okay, Councilman Breckus, your 3 minutes is up. Okay, all right, heading over to Councilman Reese. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to go back to the uses of the tax increment financing or funding. As I understood it, whatever tax increment is had above the baseline, and so that I understand, Ms. Lochner, when is that baseline assessed? Is it 2021 whenever we do a thing? When do you start the valuation?
So the baseline is set when you form the district.
Okay, so if we form the district, and let's just say that happens in 2021, then how is the tax increment above that? When is it assessed? Each year, every 5 years? How does it happen?
It's done annually with the regular property tax.
Okay.
So
makes sense. And so in year one, let's assume that there's very little that happens. So it might not throw off a lot of dollars, right? But let's fast forward 10 years and it's now throwing off dollars is the hope that we have, right? Because they have gone in and built and developed pieces of the project. At that time, that can be used by us as a council and directed by us as a council towards, are there specific categories of things? Some are allowed, some are not. What are the things that it can be used for?
it can pretty much be used for whatever you want to do to improve the redevelopment area itself.
Okay, so could that include the Lear?
It could.
Okay, can that include parks and open space? Can I create more parks and parklets and improve the parks that are already there?
Yes, you can.
Okay, and I didn't entirely understand your response earlier, Ms. Lochner, about housing. Obviously, this council is very focused on housing, affordability, workforce housing, all those kind of things. But you said something like, if we used some of the tax increment to build okay, I'm sorry.
I'll try to explain it better. So a lot of developments like to use maybe tax credits. That's essentially a federal funding, or they do have some federal programs where they will provide investments into affordable units to bring down the affordability. If there's any federal funding used to construct the housing, then the housing becomes exempt from property tax.
Okay, that makes sense. So I guess I want to go back then to Mr. Gordon, who mentioned in his presentation, there was, I think, a very good presentation, and a point of it was about the things that Mr. Jacobs has done to preserve affordable housing in the district, and also some financial commitments both to the Willie Wynn project and also NYEP. And those are kind of things where it's like, it's easy to forget, and we're often thinking about, what have you done for me lately? So I'm asking you, what elements of workforce or affordable housing this project supports if we are to go forward with it? Is it your commitment of some TIF to it? Because we get to direct the TIF. So I don't know what I need from you to make a commitment to affordable housing. So what other parts of that are involved in your ask? And that would be my last question, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sure. Thanks for the question, Council Member Reese. So currently, on what's proposed as far as affordable housing within the district is the existing affordable housing projects that are either ongoing or approved in the district, Sarah's and Arms, the Green Street property, those affordable housing units are incorporated into the district. Mr. Jacobs is also committed, just like he's done without any prompt at Renova Flats, for 10% affordable housing for any residential project that he builds and rents out. To your point about what's the future for affordable housing and workforce. So not sure if you kind of recall, but let me go back to a project that next to Bertha's, if you recall, there was a vacant land and there was an appraisal of how do you get workforce housing there? And there was an appraisal with many zeros for workforce. And
we discounted it and we got certain numbers.
You discounted it. So TIF is a great way to bridge that gap for, and I see it, a workforce housing project. So given land, as you heard from Mr. Hilliard, land values are very high, construction materials are very high, trying to build just a natural workforce housing project with existing conditions is very tough to pencil. But as what I'm hearing from you is maybe direction to us when we come back next is using TIF to bridge that gap for a workforce housing project or projects within the district, I think would be a great use of those funds as a community benefit, which I emphasize are all public improvements. Like we want that community benefit and those TIF funds to enhance the project, and being able to bridge the gap for a workforce housing building is a great way to do so.
Well, I guess then, Mr. Gordon, my comment is that Mr. Jacobs did this in the reverse order. He gave us and donated dollars to the Willie Wynn House and also ENYEP and a couple of other things that were in those slides before he did anything else. Most developers come to us and they do it after, right? Or they do it as a part of it. Your client came in and did it at the front end. Have I missed something about that? It's sort of like, again, what have you done for me lately? I don't want to ignore the great things that your client has done for this community already, but I'm trying to understand, normally it would have happened the other way.
I absolutely agree and can't appreciate you enough you mentioning that on the record. Correct, as you've gone through other entitlement processes, you've added, a per door fee for affordable housing. Well, we've done that early on. As Mr. Jacobs, as you've mentioned, when he came to this community and he purchased the sands and started purchasing properties and understood that there was a need for affordable housing, no strings attached, $1.5 million to kick off that Willie J. Wynn project, to get affordable housing projects on the books and now. So you're right, if we were writing a check in conjunction with this agreement, those units would not come online for a long period of time. So we've invested already in affordable housing, have units coming online, and we'll continue to have the dialogue about how that is incorporated into the district.
Okay, Mr. Reese, your time is up, my friend. But this conversation sort of sparked my memory of a couple of things, and I think there were several tenants living in a Jacobs property. I can't remember which one. And I think they reached out to Councilwoman Breckus as well, and they could not pay rent. And I did call Mr. Jacobs and he didn't make them pay. There was several tenants, didn't make them pay for several months. I don't even know if they're paying today, quite honestly, because there were so many hardships. And I think they reached out to Councilwoman Breckus too, and she knew that. So the other thing I wanted to say is before, the affordable housing got to be so challenging, RHA was also in a contract because there is a property down there, Saracen Arms, and we wanted to sell it because we actually found another parcel that was closer to services, and we were looking at other ways we could build upon some of the RHA properties. And so we were in contract, and it was Mr. Jacobs that came to us and said, hey, maybe you keep it affordable and I won't, move forward. And I thought that was incredibly generous because he was so passionate about keeping affordable housing. And so we never ended up even doing that, but it kind of spoke volumes, I thought, to his compassion for affordable housing. And that was his doing. So on many different fronts. So I appreciate that. I really do. One thing I would just say about workforce housing, and I want everyone to really remember this, because I think this is important, especially in California. They're seeing it like crazy, and now other cities, and it's becoming a massive, massive, massive issue where with workforce housing, there's not enough of it. And so many of your public safety, your fire, your police, your teachers, or your essential workers, like your, casino workers, people like that, have to move outside of town. They have to buy outside because they can't afford inside. So I think it's really important to keep our eye on the ball on workforce because we tend to typically just talk affordable. But workforce is so good in so many ways. People walk to work. A lot of them don't even have cars, which is really great for the environment. But again, our teachers and our firemen and our police officers, they should be living in the towns that they work in. And that is definitely not happening all over California. And it's a big challenge that cities are seeing more and more and more. So whatever we can do to get more workforce housing, I think is really essential. Okay, we're on our last round, and then we're gonna wrap this up because we've been at this for a while. So I'm gonna go with Councilwoman Breckus, then I'm going with Councilman Jardin. And if anyone wants to comment, either raise your hand or physically.
Yeah, so I'm very uncomfortable with this item being before us and the magnitude of it. I understand we've got a new process, and the manager certainly can put whatever he feels is right to come in front of us. But I just think that staff's job is to help us as policymakers evaluate issues to policies. And I don't see a lot of it. The only policy discussion I really see is a part of the pitch. And I don't see any alternatives to that. I see go to the deal point, and I'm very uncomfortable with that. And I'm also very uncomfortable with any reference to any direction related to RDA when we have not sat and convened as the RDA agency. That's a different hat. And I think if the motion, and I'm not going to be prepared to make a motion because I don't think we should move forward today. I don't think we're ready. Involves that. I think it shouldn't. I think we should convene. We could do it at the next meeting and have the whole discussion again just on the RDA, but I don't think any motion today should involve that. But I do recognize the sensitivity time-wise of a commitment the council's already made to them, and that is the commitment of the 2 properties. And I don't think there should be any movement off of that. I want to share with the council again, because I do represent the area, and hopefully this discussion is helping us move forward to motion, is the 02nd Street, which I think needs to be confirmed whether or not that was held jointly with the redevelopment agency or just city. I think we knew at the time, but I don't know, has been a long-term parking lot. And it's been used by a lot of people. There's a new apartment complex going up across the streets from someone who didn't ask for anything from the city. But the Catholic Church there has always relied upon that for their parishioners to use that, and other people do. And just, when you look at our downtown, which I spend a lot of time in our downtown, our 3 churches, which are each over 100 years old, they're the ones who've been there for generation after generation. The Catholic Church just came in and was at our HRC meeting last week talking about their efforts of historic preservation and the fundraising for some very important architectural features on their building. And what did we do? We sold away a public amenity out from underneath them, and we're going to privatize it and discount it under this request. I don't think that's right. I think they were lucky to get that one deal. They exercise it or not, but I really would believe that we should save that as a parking lot for our public. And likewise, when we go to motion, I'll show you a piece of property. I went to wash my car on Keystone Avenue Monday morning, and right across the street from Keystone Avenue is new development going up. And I'll ask the clerk to put that up in a little bit. And likewise, I started out my Monday morning with someone who bought a property on Keystone Avenue and they're going to convert it to about 30 units. So I see between the three I just mentioned, about 100 new units going up in this area without people wanting something. So why would we, when we have this activity, listen to their ask and entertain their ask? And just when they were buying a lot of property, people—
Councilwoman Breckus, I think you're over 3 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll look for the opportunity to continue my thoughts, though. Thank you.
Okay, we are in round 3, so go ahead, Councilwoman Jardine.
Thank you very much. And it is easy to really start to kind of get very granular here today. And I think there are components of what we're discussing here today that just don't afford themselves that opportunity. The TIF is one of them, the RDA 1 and 2 discussions. I think those are much more global. The property discussions, I do think are something that we could potentially give some more definitive direction on here today. And I think that's what Arlo is shaking his head like, please, would you please? And I would say to that is looking back at what we've historically done as a barometer. And to your point, Arlo, because we don't have sort of a matrix that says, you know, if you're building an X, you get an X consideration. And if you're building a Y, you get a Y consideration. If you're building X and Y, you get a whatever consideration. I think that's the only thing we can do. And that maybe is something we could bring back at our next council meeting and say, here's historically what we have done in similar situations, and using the units and that sort of thing as a jumping off point. I'm just trying to get us to some level of action today, because I could see us on the spin cycle for a long time here today. And then second, the other question Mr. Gordon brought up about the affordable housing units, or the percentage of, and he made an interesting comment about, you know, that there would be I think, and I'm not meaning to put words in your mouth, a 10% commitment of affordable units in the properties in which Jacobs owns and rents out. So I guess my question is, of all of the green parcels, how many does Jacobs intend to own to own, develop, and have for the foreseeable future versus selling off for somebody else to develop?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councilwoman Jardine. So that's correct. Mr. Jacobs, just like Renova Flats is a good example. Any properties he owns, controls, constructs, and rents out would have that 10% affordable. What that looks like as far as the entire district is still unknown. I equate this development agreement to almost like a PUD. I know many of you have PUDs in your wards, from Somerset to Collin Ranch to the Monty Ranch, where there's, you know, an approval, you know, and an entitlement. It kind of sets the rules and sets the parameters that entices developers to come in. So for example, you know, Collin Ranch had a number of other merchant builders come in. We've already got a number of phone calls and discussions already happening from folks all over the country who are excited to come into Reno, come into this district, and start building vertical market rate units right away. And I think that's exactly what this process and this vision, you know, is bringing in other developers, other ideas, other architectural concepts to get this built, you know, quickly and very uniquely. So to answer your question, it's still up in the air, let me say, about how many projects that Jacobs will, and hopefully, you know, it's a small number, and he can focus on the entertainment piece and the sands piece, and let all these other developers come in and do a phenomenal job developing out this district. But I'll get back to you and Councilman Delgado with maybe some more concrete numbers if we can start putting projections together prior to, you know, the next meeting.
Yeah. One of the things that I just want to remind, I don't know if any of you guys have been to downtown Las Vegas, the old Las Vegas. It's pretty phenomenal. The container park, what they've done with City Hall, it's impressive. It was Tony Shea who put that together, worked with the city on so many levels. I believe they gave him City Hall. They really gave him a blank canvas, and none of that would have taken place had there not been the private and public partnerships. And I think some of us have different ideas of what the future vision is of downtown. I would say when we talk about parking lots, the one that we're referring to, in so many ways, I have to tell you, I found countless needles there. And, you know, those entities that were mentioned, honestly, are the ones that were also taking us to court over the bid and helping with some of our most needy populations, like our homeless. And things like that. And quite honestly, those that were using it were not maintaining it or taking care of it. So if you want it to be, you know, parking lots of that nature, that's a totally different discussion. But I think, you know, you have to be very careful when you say that, you know, that's a benefit, because quite honestly, I knew that parking area very, very, very well, because I spent a lot of time at the townhouse doing a lot of work there, and that's where I would park. So I knew it very well, and it was very, very dangerous, and I couldn't park there at night ever. So I want people to be, you know, reminded of that. Okay, we are now Councilwoman Dewar, and then I'll go to Councilman Delgado, and then Councilman Reese.
Okay, thank you. I asked a lot of questions last time, and I don't think I got any answers. So I am just going to refresh. I'm going to say I started to get an answer from Mr. Gordon just now about the PUD. I asked if this was like a PUD and if there would be like an HOA, and if the developer would control the style and design of all of the buildings, no matter who the sub-developers were. So don't answer yet. I'm going to ask my questions. Number two, I asked for how long the 40% would go. My third question is new. I wanted to better understand what was really being asked regarding the downtown streetscape, the trees. So we saw a lot of drawings and renderings, and they were really a lot of concrete kind of buildings, but yet there kept being talk about green space. And I know in the downtown action plan it was full of trees, but I didn't see any, and the ones I did see in the pictures were all columnar trees. They weren't the kind of shade canopy ones we're looking for. I have concerns or questions about the skyways, because we've been discouraging those. The signs, whether there's road abandonments requested. Are they requesting road abandonments or not? I'm really confused, because we got questions from the public about that. And Mr. Gordon, mentioned it a little bit, that we could abandon a road, but I wasn't sure what road. And then the question I was about to ask when we finished before was, I've heard it put two ways. You want a lot of input into our spending of the TIF, but it's our decision? I don't really understand. Are we giving input and someone else is making the decision, or is it completely our decision? Is it our decision about if they get 40%, we get 60%? Is that where we get to make our decision? And on the 40%, I guess, is it matched up? So of every dollar, they would get 40% and we would get 60%, or do they get all their money up front? I mean, those are the kind of things I just don't understand from reading everything. And then finally, I really appreciated what the staff did again on their diagram, on their analysis, and I agreed with almost everything they said. So I hope that if we move forward, we'll actually get answers to the things that they asked, you know, that they identified as issues. So go, answer something.
Let me try to tackle all those questions, Councilwoman. If I miss a question, let me know. Let me start at the end regarding the TIF and RDA. So just to be clear, there's no increment in one. So all we're talking about is RDA 2. Today, we're asking you, this body, just to move that process forward with staff and us to discuss what a program could look like. I'd imagine, to Councilwoman Breckes' point, that next meeting would happen with the redevelopment agency and the city, and it'd be incumbent upon me to answer all of these questions between now and then, while also incorporating in how workforce housing could be incorporated, how the LEAR could be incorporated, how other historic preservation components could be incorporated, how the findings Jonathan Shipman mentioned can be satisfied and incorporated. We'd have the burden to bring that package to you and through the redevelopment agency to continue that discussion. So that's all we're asking for today, is move that forward with your input. The other questions you asked, I just defer to as far as 40%, 20%. Let's have that discussion, I would say, at the next TIF specific only meeting, And I'm happy to go and get in the weeds with Mr. Shipman and staff on that.
And the HOA thing?
And so back to like the district. So there wouldn't be, so typically a PUD has a lot of design standards in there, and an HOA is created where homeowners pay an assessment to maintain the area. So that's not what is envisioned here. Here you have two things right now. You have 70 properties that Jacobs owns. So certainly he can control himself what that looks like, or can control potentially or ask a buyer if it's acquired what we'd like the building to look like together. Everyone else within the district, this development agreement will not apply to. However, as we've heard today, there's a need to go the next step to an overlay district zoning, where we would get input from all other property owners in the district, from Rock to St. Mary's to Keystone Commons to the smaller property owners, to figure out what that overlay looks like. Doesn't include design standards, doesn't include prohibited uses, doesn't include some of these elements. So no HOA, no CC&Rs that would run with the land and regulate design or have anyone paying any kind of assessments.
Just if you own it, you get to design what you want.
If you own it, you get to design it. And with the caveat that with the overlay district, there may be some design standards for discussion at some future date. The streetscape, I'll be clear on that. So this body did a very good job with updating your streetscape standards with the canopy trees that you mentioned. We are 100% in agreement that all of those new streetscape standards, including the tree requirements, would be incorporated into this district. Our simple ask is, rather than the candy cane lights, we'd be able to put in our specific light,
of course,
when you're coming in and exiting the district. As far as skyways, nothing to approve today. Just put it in there. I thought transparency of what we're thinking is important. And there's in your downtown development code, there's a map of areas that are prohibited for skyways. This area does not have that prohibition. So we would like to continue that conversation with skyways, or we'll call them people movers. There's nothing other than narrow way for folks for public safety. But let me say, we will, and I'll emphasize this, fully intend to go to the people mover skyway design review committee for input and analysis before we brought a special use permit back to this body.
And same with signs, I guess.
And the signage. So what we're asking to move forward and to be in the development agreement is just kind of a ratification or codification of area identification signs, where they would go, and we would attach the actual sign to the development agreement as an exhibit, so kind of what you're approving, and staff, more importantly, knows this council has buy-in of what those signs look like and where they're going.
And next time you'll talk about input versus who gets to decide what about what money. Is that it?
Yes. Correct.
Yes.
Yes, I kind of broke up at the end of my presentation, kind of the three asks that were mentioned by Mr. Thornley a minute ago. Just asking, respectfully, if you could just move the conversation on TIF forward with the input I've heard today. We go to the redevelopment agency and the city to continue that conversation about if yes or no, how much yes or no, and what community benefits or public improvements that money would be spent on. Let's have that conversation at a future redevelopment agency meeting. The other request would be, with all the concepts in the development agreement, including that fantastic spreadsheet by staff, taking all that input in from you and moving forward to hopefully a final development agreement draft that would come back to this body in June. And the last one, sorry, a little long-winded, this is my last point, is direction on the properties. We'd like to get that clock ticking for our 18 months to pull a building, to apply for a building permit. And so if there was inclined to do direction on those properties to staff today, we could amend our option, get that clock ticking, and make sure we perform and get that housing built fast. Otherwise, if we don't meet those dates, the properties revert back to you and you can put them up for auction. So that would be our ask for today.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Arlo.
This development agreement tool, this can be used to outline requirements as well. For example, you could say 10% of all housing units subject to this development agreement must be affordable, just as an example. So, or any number of other topics. You know, we agree to provide this financial assistance. Mr. Jacobs agrees to deliver this type of product. We could go to the extent of having some design limitations. We're not really recommending that at this point, but it's a pretty broad tool. It's basically it differs from a PUD in some important ways. It's a contract, it's an agreement. One party provides this, the other party provides that. Whereas a PUD is really limited to variations from typical, development standards. So it's a broad tool. This has been very helpful. I would like to get a little more direction, especially on the property sales, of how to move forward on that. We heard some new information today. And the last thing I wanted to bring up, my understanding is 02nd Street is owned by a redevelopment district, so a redevelopment agency. So I think what we're agendized for and what we need to stick to is general direction moving forward, and we would bring back to you at a future meeting specific actions such as extending these option agreements properly agendized.
Thank you.
Okay. And Arlo, can you just clarify for me, because you were answering some of those questions, because you had a council member bring up there were other people in the area that were doing projects. When you do community benefits, or what do we call them, community improvements, doesn't that help the whole area?
That's the idea. It really depends on what those improvements are.
Well, let's just say it was open space park, or they're next door to historical, maybe they're next door to the Lear. I don't know, but I can't, I guess that's what I want to clarify. It doesn't just help one person.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going over to Councilwoman Jardin and Councilman Delgado. Did you have your hand up? I think I said Councilman Delgado. Go ahead, and then Jardin, and then Councilman Reese. Go ahead.
I mean, it's really to a point that you had stated earlier with respect to the broadness of how we use at times the affordable housing. And I think it's something to sometimes take into perspective our own economy at the moment. Because I totally agree with you in terms of workforce housing and what that means for us, and nothing means more to know that, for your example, to have a teacher be able to continue to live in our community and not have to commute clear across town or move to another municipality. But for everyone to kind of to realize too is 80% AMI for one individual is according to what I just saw is 44,000. So that's for one individual, 80% AMI. A teacher, the first year that a teacher takes over to be a teacher, makes 40,000. And so if we want to have a teacher to be able to live in a development that's at least 80% AMI, they'd have to make a little bit less. We'd have to make it a little bit more accessible for them. So something to consider to Arlo's perspective, if we're going to say at least 10% of the housing has to at least be 80% AMI, then we can say that a teacher can actually live in that community, right? It's a good little benchmark for us to consider as we start to kind of consider what is the broadness of affordable housing, because things are getting so really, really expensive. So just I think sometimes it's for us to kind of realize what those wages are in our own communities as we start to look at housing for people and its broadness of it. So that was just my comment more than anything else as we start to kind of dive into some of these negotiations.
Okay, thanks, Councilman Delgado. Okay, Councilwoman Jardin.
Thank you very much. And I think maybe we've gone 3 rounds. I'm not 100% sure.
We are on our final one. So this will be the last round of questions. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I was actually going to try to make a stab at a motion, but if we want to go one last round.
Oh, no, we're not going another round. We're at our end, except for Councilman Reese, if he had any questions. If not, then I'll send it to you for a motion, because we are at, I gave everyone extra time. So, and I let them go over time. So let me just ask Councilman Reese if he had any questions. I don't know, maybe he's, oh, there he
I do have questions.
I'll let him, and then I'm gonna send it to you, Councilwoman Jordan.
Well, and I guess this goes back to something we started with. I didn't believe or understand that we were making motions on this item. So I understood we were just seeking direction and that we would be up for motion some other time. So have I mistaken the process? Mr.
No.
Van?
I think we do need some direction in terms of what that motion looks like. None of it is for affirmative approval, whether of an agreement here or, as you heard Mr. Stockham say before, the affirmative extension of some of those options that Mr. Gordon was speaking of. Those things need to come back specifically agendized. Some of them need to be handled through the RDA. What we were looking for today as a preliminary jumping off point is if you had feedback on the particular issues that were identified in that matrix, and if you would like us to proceed forward with negotiating a more final agreement that is actionable and bringing it to you in actionable steps, both to this body and to the redevelopment agency.
Okay, so I would like to synthesize just my own thoughts. And part of the issue is, as a council, we've had this material and this information same amount of time the public has since it was posted, right? And so I continue to struggle with some of the details and some of the things, but I'm willing to go down the road of exploring those as a body. So the first thing I would say is we have to make sure we're sitting with the right hat on. I don't understand Ms. Breckus's questions initially about who brought this here and why are we here and all that. I think we're here because we're a body, and a redevelopment agreement or a development agreement is one of the tools that we think we can use, and we approved that some months ago. Second is development agreements, I think, are a good and useful tool if employed correctly. Third is that the properties that are talked about to be discounted, I think that's got to be examined, and I think Ms. Jordan is really on to the question of how to do that. And so for my part, I either want to have absolute tie downs to affordable workforce housing, or I want them to be based on some historical thing that we've done so that it is not simply, giving away the farm. Remember, we have very few tools as a city, and those tools sometimes include discounting property we own to encourage a thing we want. So I'm okay with that. The fourth thing is that the TIF ask appears to me at first blush to be very high, but with the right conditions, I might be able to get there. I don't know, because we haven't seen like pro formas that tell us what the difference between 20% TIF is and 30%. Councilmember Dewars asked good questions about who gets what first. Do we get ours at the same time, dollar for dollar? But the bottom line is that TIF has to be tied to the conditions, which I've expressed, at least in my mind, as housing, the LEAR, or historical preservation, but the LEAR is my primary concern, and then 3 parks and open space, because of course we want to have a great neighborhood where people can go, but there are questions about who owns it. Is it a city park? Is it privately owned? Who can sit there? That sort of thing. And I beg your indulgence, Madam Mayor, only because Mr. Manager, I think, sucked up some of my time. So just number 5 is that I think Councilmember Dewar is rightly concerned with the public's ability to participate. And so in a future discussion points, I would want to see that happen. How it looks or who participates, I don't know, but I don't want the public not to be a part of it. The Downtown Action Plan is an example of, I think, a very good starting point. It was created with a lot of public input, and I'm glad about that. And then the last thing is we want to see what the community wants to see, which is housing, safe and proper streets, which goes back to something we haven't even discussed today at all. But the point is public safety will have to be thought about too, because as you add more people into an area, it stresses our fire and police resources further. And so we need to be able to understand what the implication is for that group of stakeholders. And so those are my direction pieces to staff without making a motion.
Okay. Councilwoman Jordan, I'm going to send it to you.
I don't know that I can make a motion because my comments and directions are in line with what Councilmember Reese just said. And I think the properties are something that we, look at historically, what have we done versus what are they asking, and everything sort of what might be in between. I don't think that the 50,000 is appropriate. I don't think maybe the full asking or appraise maybe. I mean, I think you have to look historically, and I think that will drive largely where my headspace is to look at what we have done comparably. But other than that, I thought the suggestions, as the rest of it, is in line with what Councilmember Reese said. And I don't know that needs to be a motion.
Okay. Thank you so much. I would like to a couple comments, and then I would like to make a motion to direct staff to do.
Could I be recognized
something.
after a motion?
No, we went all of our rounds, and then we'll make a motion. Then you can jump back in on discussion.
Okay. I feel like I'm being cut out though.
Okay, but we all got extra time, so I just want to recognize that. First of all, I want to say to our city manager, thank you so much for putting this on the agenda, because there was a lot of discussion when are shovels going in the ground, what's happening, where are we going, and I don't know how you do that if it doesn't come to this body for discussion. And so the fact that there was frustration that it came to us, I don't know if we don't start talking about it now and crafting what we really want in downtown, then if not now, then when? So I want to say thank you. And that's another reason why we hired you, Mr. Thornley, to make these executive decisions to help guide all of us. And I think we have to be very aware of why we do have a city manager and the structure that we do. So I just want to say thank you to Mr. Thornley. I think you did a very good job, and it's part of an initial conversation. This is not the end all be all. I mean, we've never done development agreements or TIF or something of this magnitude, especially downtown. This is very, very rare that you get an opportunity to look at your downtown and reimagine it. So I think we can do it really, really well. I think it is more important to look at the community benefits and to not give a blank check to a developer. I think that's really important. But I do think that this council is super thoughtful for Councilwoman Dewar, thank God for her, or, we would have annihilated a lot of trees in this city. I think there's a lot of people, Councilwoman Breckus, thank goodness for you, because you've been a champion for biking and things like that. And sustainability, I think that's really important. And I would say Councilwoman Jardin for all the infrastructure that you help put into our city. It's just been phenomenal. And Devin Reese, you're, been a champion for our affordable housing. You've done an incredible job there. And Councilwoman Weber, you're always supportive of, really good development projects. You're very supportive of development in general, which is good, because I think it's shaping our city into a better future. And then we've got Councilman Delgado, who understands so many facets, who on so many levels with public health and for our minority populations. If we didn't have him at the table, our city would not be where it is today. And so honestly, for all of you, I'm super grateful. But I just want to remind everyone, because I felt like this item was one of those where it was immediately going in and being negative. And I did see, I'm not on Facebook, which has been really helpful for 2 years, but someone had sent me some articles, and I did see in the media, I thought it was painted very poorly. And I don't think there was a lot of context of what a TIF is, why you use it, and how it can benefit the community, not the developer. So I just want to, I want to put it out there, because me at calling the elephant in the room, and Councilwoman Dewar, you mentioned transparency. And I think that that's really important. And so we've got to start somewhere to have these conversations, whether it's this development or other developments. That's why we're here. So I just want to wrap it up with that. I would like a motion, Mr. Reese, and then Councilwoman Breckus can weigh in on discussion.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I will move to approve staff recommendations to continue the development agreement process to a future agenda meeting, given the recommendations that have been proposed by various council members today.
And I would say just some of the ones that I really heard was, and I really would love to see something like this. I don't know how much and how much purview does the developer get? Because what I understand is the council's purview. So I would like to see historic preservation. I don't think we've ever had money go into historic preservation. Name some of those things like parks. Councilwoman Breckus, how do we continue to pay for our parks? We can't pay for the ones that we have. So parks and open space, and then workforce housing would be incredible. And I think Councilwoman Doer, you had a request. I can't remember what that was.
Well, I was just going to add to it when it came to my time, but what I was going to say is if we're building a whole new city, maybe this is a great time to talk about sustainability and how we power that city. How is there community solar? Is it designed for electric cars? I mean, these are all brand new buildings.
Okay, so then add sustainability. I mean, we can expand on that. This is very new to all of us, but I think council or staff has a pretty good direction of what we want to look at and where we want to go. And this is just, like I said, an initial conversation to start to, get shovels in the ground. Because I know there was a council member who kept saying when. And the last year for everyone, I don't care who you were, every project had to stop because there was so much uncertainty. And I want our downtown to thrive more than anything. I want people to come to Reno and say, wow, what happened in Reno? I just think we have such a massive opportunity. And that's not without hesitation either. I'm not, sitting here today without any reservation. I absolutely am. But I also want to be very careful of being so critical when we're just having initial conversations. So, okay, that being said, Councilwoman Weber.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. My ask was to have a public workshop. That was the thing that I asked. Very first question.
Okay.
Very first request.
Okay. Thank you. And sustainability. Okay. Councilwoman Weber. And I have a motion from Councilman Reese and a second from Councilwoman Weber. And then we're discussion.
And I wanted for discussion if I could.
Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I just appreciate the motion, and I wanted to make a couple of comments. I think we need to possibly have either a workshop or break this into separate meetings on this, because it's taking too long and we don't get to all discuss one topic. And so I just want to add that as maybe staff could look at a workshop, maybe the public's included. I don't know how else we could do that, but or in separate meetings. And then lastly, I want to say that I think this developer has proven already so much of the project and what he's done down there in that area. And I just think that this is a win-win for everyone. And it's a great public-private partnership, which we always are looking for. So thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a very good motion. And maybe we were set up here in kind of a difficult way with the way the issue was framed, but I don't think it's a very good motion. I won't be supporting it. I think we should just let things lie and continue on with the item and convene it once again with the redevelopment agency and the city at a future date. I also want to state that while the applicant, or whatever we're going to call them, got about 30 minutes to go over many slides, I think that we were cut short here. And I also want to highlight that I was not given the opportunity to make the motion, which is something we usually do allow, the person whose ward it is. And I just want to call that out because it's a different procedure. But I want to talk on the topics of this. It appears that the parking lot on 2nd Street is redevelopment topic, and I get that. I still have questions, and I believe, and I did not see, that the Keystone Avenue lot was falling under redevelopment actions also. So I don't know, I don't see, but I will also call out that they came in on non-competitive asks before to deliver on properties, and they didn't, and they're asking for extensions. So sometimes past practice is a good example of future performance too. A lot of this talk about having this be a Title 18 overlay seems to me to be a to-do list for Title 18 that involves our staff. And we saw in our strategic planning workshop a big list of things to do: Airbnbs, the sustainability stuff. And here again, are we jumping this up? To me, I would say that the exploration should be for them to look at more or less the urban equivalent of a PUD and do an SPD for their land and come in for that. I think that's the tool, and that's why we put it in our zoning code. The last thing I want to say is, and this is very relevant, particularly if the council wants to put add-ons and pin out these public benefits that they want them to deliver with this subsidy that they're ultimately asking for, is just like Mr. Hilliard, who came for before, when he's coming and asking for public subsidy for subsidized housing, his pro forma, his market economics of his project are looked inside and out. And I think these properties need to be examined inside and out also, every single 70 plus of them, because when they were buying property, people told me who sold property to them, I wasn't looking to sell. He just came to me with a big number and I could not refuse. Well, that big number then resulted in scraped land. So he paid for big price on land, scraped the land, so got rid of some of what he was paying for. And my question really is, are we in partner with the wisest economics, market economic feasibility person here? Because if he overpaid and has a high price burden to perform to something, are we just bringing in tax money to help his bad market decisions? That's of concern. We really need to make sure that his economics are solid and be examining every single one of those. And I hope if we don't have the staff that has that ability to look at deals from that side, that we'll be contracting them to do so. And that's really what a redevelopment agency does too, as that discussion goes forward. I won't support the motion here, but I'm appreciative that I was given the time just now to comment on some of the questions or concerns that I wanted to raise. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, no problem. And I do want to remind everyone that I did an extra round of questioning and I did let everyone go over. I tried to keep everyone at 3 minutes. Like I said, you know, what's really helpful is go back and watch a council meeting because we participate in them. And I'll never forget Councilwoman Breckus one time when we were first elected, she said, oh, I went back and I looked at a council meeting and she said, if you really want to understand some of the behaviors and the things that you do, go back and look at a council meeting. I'll never forget that. I think Armando was actually watching with us. But anyway, I'll never forget that. But I want to remind everyone, I did go next round because this is a unique situation to have on our agenda, unique project to have on our agenda. And I also want to remind everyone, because I think this is important for the record, a lot of this area is also in Councilwoman Jardin's ward. And so it's not just one council member. And there might even be, is there a little in Councilman Delgado's? Maybe one or two, I don't know. But it's definitely in Councilwoman Jardin's ward as well as Jenny Breckus's ward. So I do want that on the record. It's not, and I'm not trying to slight Councilwoman Breckus at all. I want to get the meeting moving and all of us productive, whether we agree or not agree. So that's the nice thing. We can just continue to move on. Okay, so I had a motion, I had a second. I had discussion from Councilwoman Breckus. Was there any other discussion on this? If there isn't, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much. And I would like to ask everyone, can we please take a break? I think everyone is probably super hungry and hangry, what we call it. So please, I would like to come back in an hour. I think we need a sufficient hour because we've been sitting for quite a while. So get up and stretch and get something to eat. I'll see you at 3:45. I don't think she's on yet. Maybe she is. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Brian.
Madam Mayor, we are present, ready, and can start whenever you are ready to do so.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you. I hope everyone got something to eat and feels a little bit more refreshed. Okay. All right, take us into the next item, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are moving on to item D3. This is an update, discussion, and potential direction to staff to amend Reno Municipal Code Title II. At this time, we do have, we will be moving, Debbie Lochner is available, and will give you a brief presentation and answer any questions you may have.
Okay, hi Debbie. Good
Hi.
to see you again. Long time no see. Go ahead.
Might as well get used to it now, right?
No turning back now.
Right?
Go ahead.
So I have a brief presentation. What we wanted to discuss with you today is a requirement that the finance department has to provide monthly financial statements. We're looking to maybe change it to quarterly financial statements to give you a more robust report. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and I'll go through a quick presentation, and then I can show you examples of what we have now and what we're looking to do for you.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
So overall, what we're looking is to change the monthly reports to quarterly. Currently, the monthly reports are due on the 15th day following the month, except for the year-end financial report. We don't provide one. We just wait for the CAFR to come out, and that comes out nearly 6 months after the end of the fiscal year. So what we're looking to do is provide quarterly reports. Then we will provide them 30 days after the end of the quarter. With the exception of June 30th, we would take 60 days to provide that one so that we could capture all the year-end, most of the year-end transactions that we have to do to close the books. The benefits of that will include some updates from the departments. It'll be easier to read, more information for you. It's more than just numbers. There's some narrative that goes with it. We'll also be able to adjust the report as council's needs change. So we are actually recommending that the council go ahead and approve this, but let me also share another item with you of what we have now versus what we are looking to do. So what we currently do, if I can find it, okay, hang on, I gotta find it. I am so sorry. Let's just close that one, okay. So our, go to here. I think that's the right one. Nope. Give me 1 minute.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion. I mean, I read the staff report. I don't think I have any questions. So if the body, if that is the will of the body, I'm happy.
Okay.
To move forward. I'll move
And I
with
think-
the staff recommendation.
And Deborah, I like sort of this style better because I think it can give a meatier presentation and also not waste your time as well. And I just think it's a better format. So thank you. Okay. I have a motion from Councilman Reese. Do I have a second? Second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion.
All those opposed?
Well, can we have comment on the motion?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. You kind of got cut off there. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I do not think this has been a real long-standing ordinance. It didn't show, you have to go to the code to see how old an ordinance is, but it's been in place for a lot of years. And I don't think it's archaic, particularly now that we have the ability for all these programs where they can computer generate them. I'm not comfortable being a part of a council that says we want less routine, regular formatted financial information. I don't mind doing some of the quarter enhancements, and I think there's some way for that to be improved, married up to the augmentation. But this is a city that got into, as we heard in yesterday's strategic plan, some very difficult landscape at one point. I don't think a governing body should be taking a pass on monthly reports. I know, everyone feels comfortable now with the reporting and how the operations are managed, but I'm not. I think that I use those monthly reports. I'd like to see particularly where the departments are doing on their management of their monthly budgets. And I just cannot support this. Maybe I'll, when the second comes around and if she can show us the enhanced quarter reporting, but I'm not hearing a big justification why this can, maybe 30 years ago when they had to do it by hand calculations, but not with these reporting programs we have now.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Breckus. And I would just say the nice thing that we have, that this is what I love about our staff, is you take our phone calls at any time. You're always available. So if you ever want any information at any time and you feel like you don't get enough, like I said, I was on the phone with Jeff Borchardt the other night at 12 o'clock at night, literally almost till 1 o'clock in the morning. And so if there's any information that council wants, I'm sure Debbie would always be able to provide it so that you have what you need. I think that that's clearly important, but you guys are always really great about it and accessible. Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to provide any comments? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
I just thought it would be great for Debbie to put on the record why she's making this recommendation, and also since to the Councilmember Breckus's point, things are electronic. Maybe she could advise us how we can see those electronic files, maybe at any time, without having a whole report, if there's something somebody wants to see. So why, and is it available in other formats?
So I can, why is because the report that we do provide to council has become very routine. It's not something that's necessarily easily read by the council or the public. So what we are trying to do is give you a more comprehensive view of progress on various things. In the quarterly reporting, we'll be able to get some updates from the departments. We can also track certain projects that are of interest to the council in that report as well. And again, we can add and remove things as they become important to the council. We were asked to look at providing something that was a little bit more easily understood by both the council and the public. What we provide to you is a lot of reports straight out of our accounting system, which is not easily understood by the general public. So that is the reason why we have tried to come up with a new format that is more robust and has some pictures in it as well as some verbiage to kind of break it up a little bit and just provide some better, more in-depth information. And as for monthly reports, I mean, we do a monthly investment report. We have an outside consulting firm that does that for us, and we put it up on the website, and that will continue. If there is ever a report on status that any council member wants to know, of course we are going to provide that. That's what we do, but we thought that by moving to a quarterly report and spending a little bit more time on it, we could give you more digestible information and more information.
That's very cool. Thank you for providing that, because that gives really good context.
Okay. All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Sending it right back to you, Ms. Turney.
I opposed 6-1.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
All right, Madam Mayor, noting that for the record, moving on to item D4. This is presentation and discussion for a proposed capital funding plan for Public Safety Center and Moana Pool capital projects. Should be noted, Madam Mayor, for the record on this item, we received public comment, which is 188 letters of support for either of these projects or both. Additionally, we do have quite a few voicemails that we will now transition and listen to now.
Okay, how many do you have?
Madam Mayor, we have a total of 9 voicemails.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ashley, we are not hearing the voice.
Hello, Mayor Shivi and City Council members. This is Pastor Cesar Minera, and the purpose of my call is to ask your support for the proposed capital improvement project item D4, which has to do with the new public safety center. Probably more than ever, we need our police department. And I am respectfully asking you to support our chief, his executive team, all the officers. And they are doing a great job for our community, for our city, for our citizens. So supporting item D4 would be greatly appreciated. We're always keeping you guys in prayer, and we love you. God bless.
Yes. To Reno City Council, this is Dr. Norris Dupree, Jr., and I have worked with law enforcement and our city for race symposiums, and I want to call to show my support for the proposed capital improvement project, item D4, for the new public safety center. I believe that it is very important for our community that we move forward with this project. And once again, I support item D4 for the capital improvement project for the new public and safety center. Thank you very much for your time. Have a nice day. Be blessed.
Hi, my name is Glenn Carano. I'm calling for item D4, capital funding project for support of the new public safety center for police. This is Glenn Carano, General Manager and Regional President of the ROW in downtown Reno, supporting item D4. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Mayor Shivi and members of the Reno City Council. For the record, my name is Jeff Siri. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of Club Calneva and Siri's Casino. I'm calling today to support item D4 under community development in the department items. Especially in that section, I am in support of the Public Safety Center. The city of Reno has grown tremendously over the last few years, and I think the growth is going to continue. And with that comes more and more public safety issues that are arising in this area. The Reno City Police Department need a better public safety center in order to take care of this community and make sure that it stays a clean, safe, and friendly community. As you probably know, many issues have arisen in the downtown Reno area over the past few years, including homelessness, including people on various forms of drugs, and people committing many other crimes in the downtown area. The BID has done a good job in controlling that over the last few years, but as we move forward, we need the support of the Reno Police Department in order to make sure that the downtown Reno area stays as a safe and friendly place for our tourists that come to this area. So with that, I'd like to definitely support that. And I think that we definitely need the new public safety center to make sure that the downtown and the entire city of Reno safe, and friendly. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ken Barler. I'm the Vice President of the Club County and Sirius Casino. My call today is to weigh in on item D4 on the April 14th agenda and to voice my opinion for the record. For the record, I'm in full support of the approval of the Public Safety Center and the Moana Pool Project. I moved to Reno 33 years ago and started my career at the Club County. I've seen a lot of changes in Reno since my first day of employment, but the one change I haven't seen is the location of the Reno Police Department main station, being 455 East 2nd Street. This location was adequate enough to support the Reno Police Department and the Reno population in 1988. But since 1988, the population has grown, if not doubled. As Reno grows, so does the need for the infrastructure of the city, just like when City Hall moved to downtown Reno in 2005 because of the need of more space. The Reno Police Department is in this current situation and also needs more space to grow. Approval of item D4 provides a centralized location and the additional space needed to support the needs of the Reno Police Department and a growing community. Approval of D4 and supporting the capital project is a necessity. In brief statement, the same space needed for the Reno Police Department 33 years ago just isn't enough space 33 years later. It's time for the Reno Police Department to grow. I urge City Council to support item D4 and vote to approve. Thank you, council members, for your time and for your consideration.
My name is Mark Leonard. I am a resident of Ward 1, and I'm calling with respect to agenda item D4, the capital improvement for Public Safety Center, and I think pool objective as well. I am calling to lend my support for voting in favor of funding the Public Safety Center. I think this is a critically important infrastructure and public safety initiative that is long overdue and should not be overshadowed or deleted in the effort to, for example, provide a public pool. I think the pool is important, but not as important as public safety, especially in these challenging times. So again, please vote in favor of adequate funding for the Public Safety Center. We've already acquired the property. It's already being worked on. There is a plan. Please move forward and complete that project for the sake of the safety of all the citizens of Reno and Washoe County. Thank you.
Hello, City Council, Madam Mayor, and to the City Manager. My name is Nathan Dupree, and I'm a local clergy member and a community member and the president of ACON, which is the African American Clergy Council of Northern Nevada. And I would like to give my full support to the proposed capital improvement project, item D4, for the new Public Safety Center. I'm totally in support of this project because of what it offers our community and what it offers our law enforcement community. Not only do they put their lives on the line every day for us, but they are just a tremendous community partner that offers so much more to this community with this new Public Safety Center. For me personally, being in relationship with the Reno Police Department through many different community projects, I just see this project as something that would not only advance, but it would benefit the law enforcement community and the community at large. So I hope it's a unanimous vote to move forward with this Public Safety Center for the continued advancement of our law enforcement community and our city together. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you taking time to hear my comments.
This is Paul McKenzie. I'm calling to voice my support for item D4 on the council agenda for Wednesday, April 14th. Madam Mayor, members of the council, I support the continued funding of the Public Safety Center that is brought forward in item B4. The council's commitment to this project to date has brought the project forward and guaranteed matching funds if the council continues to support this project. And I hope that you find that it's the value of the community in moving forward with the new public safety center and funding of that project. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Rick Murdoch. I am calling on D4, item D4, on the Public Safety Center and the Moana Capital Pools project, and we are in total support of that the Public Safety Center and the project. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ron Bath, and I'm calling. Today is April 13th, and it's about 11 o'clock in the morning, the day before the City Council meeting, and I'm calling to make public comment on item D4, which is capital improvement item for the new Public Safety Center. I'm calling to urge the council to vote for this and to fully fund that. The reason I bring this up is I moved to Reno in 1955 from Ely when I was in the 5th grade, and at the time I moved, the Reno Police Department and the police station was exactly where it is still to this day. That's some 66 years later. Reno has grown probably tenfold, and at the same time, Reno having grown tenfold, we're still using the same old police station. And certainly, a public safety building is in the best interests of the community. I understand that in a time of budget constraints and all, there's always a desire to put off long-term investments and capital improvements. But one of the things that I have learned over the years is that no matter how long you put them off, they just become more expensive. So my urge at this particular time is for city government to fully fund whatever they can. There's that new police building and that new public safety building has been in place for a long, long time. A lot of people have worked on it within the community and within city government. The current building is so woefully small and inadequate for the growth that this town has had, and most importantly, that the new building will give the community access to its police department where it's most needed. So with that in mind, I sincerely hope that the council will consider fully going along and funding the capital improvements for the public safety building and not do so at the expense of giving away Reno City real estate to developers, if that's in the mix here. With the idea of that money can always be used for public purposes, not for private purposes. But again, thank you very much. Again, my name is Ronald J. Bath. I've been a Reno resident. I live on Kingfisher Drive in Reno, and I've been a Reno resident since 1955. Thank you.
And we all know and love Ron, General Bath.
Madam Mayor, with that, you have no further public comment on this item, and I do see that Finance Director Debbie Lochner is available to give you a brief presentation and answer questions.
Okay, Ms. Lochner, take it away.
All right, I have another brief presentation, and then I can go through the funding plan if you'd like to. I know you did receive a copy of it, so I'll just go through this real quick. Overall, this is a proposal. The Finance Department was charged to getting these large capital projects that have major grants associated with them to see how we could get them to the finish line. So we took a phased approach over a 3-year period for the Public Safety Center, and the Moana Pool is really over a 2-year because that's when the milestones are met, is in that 2-year period. So there is a $5 million grant from the Pennington Foundation associated with the Public Safety Center. That grant requires that we complete the project. So with this funding plan, it gives a path forward to completion and really will show the grantor that we intend to complete the project. In addition to that, Moana Pool has 3 milestone grant matching requirements. So at the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, we need to provide about 4.8, a little over $4.8 million. And then there's 2 milestones on January 1st of 2022 and June 30th of 2022. This plan does fund those with cash. So we have identified specific funding sources. As I said, it covers a 3-year period. The Moana Pool is fully funded in year 2. The Public Safety Center gets fully funded in the 3rd year. All the funding sources include sale of property, pending settlement, some annual savings, some dedicated revenue sources, insurance, those kinds of things that have not been appropriated by council. The sources that are proposed for the current year, which is year 1, is the current year. It's actually, only a few months left, but that is year 1. That money is available now and does not impact any other area of the budget. So we can certainly do that. We have gone through and found the cash to be able to do the first year. And again, like I said, with this plan and council's blessing, we have a path forward that will make the grantor feel much more certain that we are going to complete these projects. So we are recommending that you approve our capital, our spending plan, the proposal, and I can show you the actual plan if you'd like, and talk about it a little bit more detail if you'd like to go through that.
Okay, thank you. I looked at it and I thought, Debbie, you did a stellar job. You should be very proud. And I also want to give a big shout out to Pennington. This would never be possible without them. And I need to give a big of out to Bill Thomas, because he laid so much of the foundation to make it happen, with putting all of these different pieces to the puzzle together. So we definitely have to thank Mr. Bill Thomas, even though he's not with us. We're super grateful. So nice job, Debbie. Okay, questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confused how these two have become moving forward in tandem. And I guess it's because the Penningtons were approached by the city for funds like these. I was concerned because I thought we were moving forward with the Moana Pool, and all of a sudden buying the RGJ purchase came forward with a separate tap to the Pennington, and they agreed. And for me, because the council briefing says we've been working on it since 2008, the prior council on Moana, I feel we should check that box first and show the community that we've invested in their recreational needs, in their recreational deficiencies that were allowed to expire, because Moana served the community for 3 generations and it was just allowed to fall apart. And then we invest in our organizational needs, which I think are broad and maybe more complex than represented here. But it appears that the managers decided to roll these up into one item, and I can get that. I just want to ask on the pool, it's a $9.7 million project. I thought we were talking about a more expensive project. It seems to me that the project has maybe scaled down, and that's because we have this public sector. We have to also fund the Public Safety Center. Is that?
So our actual milestone requirements for the grant that we received from the Pennington Foundation related to the Moana Pool is we need to provide $4,858,205 by June 30th, 2021. We need to provide $429,103 on December 31st, 2021, and then another $2,429,103 on June 30th, 2022. Those are the requirements of the grant.
Well, I mean, are we designing projects to meet grantors' needs, or are we designing projects to meet the community needs? Because, and I know you haven't been around for the whole history of it, but, we're happy to have their money, but I thought that was a minimum. And it was a downscale from the ultimate vision. And, I didn't, do you have some of the earlier documents or anything at your hands to show us? Does this give us the longer pool? Does it give us the outdoor pool? What else does it give us?
So that I would have to defer to Director Schroeder if she's in the audience, because I haven't been involved really in the design of the pool. I was tasked with the funding.
Okay. Okay.
And here comes Director Schroeder.
Hello, good afternoon. So Councilmember Beckus, thank you for asking those questions. The pledge agreement that we have with the Pennington Foundation currently stands a 35-meter pool. And then it also includes a warm water leisure therapy pool and a smaller outdoor geothermal soaking pool. And the agreement states that at a minimum, that's what we need to fund. So it's not scaled down. It was just you'll remember there was the Ballard King study that the Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics Organization had commissioned, and it gave a few options on pool sizes. And the one that was most feasible that we felt that we would be able to fundraise for would be that 35-meter option.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I know, there's a lot of history here in the Sierra Nevada, and I did not agree with the downscaled version. I know it was what the Penningtons checked the box and said they were comfortable with, but I want to invest more in the community's needs because they've waited so long. So this funding plan is a little off for me in terms of it took away from that earlier work of, our original agreements with Sierra Nevada and that study. And, I'd like to have that conversation before we commit. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. One of these projects is in my ward, the Moana Pool, but it's for the whole community. And I don't recall quite a large number of letters of support. I mean, the voicemails were mostly about the enhancement to the police station or public safety center, but most of the emails that I saw were about the pool. And I commend our community for coming together. I also wanted to advocate, I've heard since the study that people really are hoping for that 50-meter pool because it is the Olympic size. And it has been so delayed that it would be almost a shame to not do the big right thing. So I'm going to put in a nod for that. And then finally, part of it is I'm really been pushing since I've been on council for a public-private partnership for a geothermal spa, because this is heated by geothermal water. I think we have another fantastic opportunity to have another community amenity rather than a small geothermal soaking pool, a little larger one. And many of us have had an opportunity to visit those in Carson City and South, and maybe even other countries, Canada, Iceland, etc. So just putting in a nod and making it public. I've said it many times to Jamie, but I want to say it here. And then finally, I want to announce with huge appreciation our first private offer of a donation, which is $250,000 from the Atlantis. They have stepped forward and said they will make that, and I reconfirmed with them as recently as 2 weeks ago that they were still in. They made that commitment almost 2 years ago. So I wanted to make sure they were still in before I formally said anything about it. And they hope that will inspire other private donations. So that may be between the extremely generous Pennington grant, our bond funding, our direct funding from our other revenue sources, and some private fundraising. We can, in fact, do that larger pool and potentially do this public-private partnership. So thanks to everyone who's been part of this, because it has been a long haul.
Okay, who else would like a shot at this? Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan. And by the way, Jamie, did you cut your hair? It's so cute. I like it. I remember when I first saw you at the city, you had really short hair. It's cute. I love it. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Thank you to staff and everybody that's, I know, been keeping their eye on the price for both of these projects for a long time. It's really easy to lose sight of a goal and have the difficulties kind of wear you down, and you can easily pivot to something else. But the importance of both of these cannot be overstated. To Councilwoman Dewar's work on the pool, I mean, you have lived and breathed wanting this pool for quite some time, and I commend you, as well as Councilman Reese, for his advocating on behalf of the pool for a long time. And the Public Safety Center, for those that haven't been around me for a whole lot, I think I often comment, having a history steeped in Reno Police Department, that the police department probably should have been shut down by OSHA decades ago. I mean, the floor, I sincerely don't know how it has functioned really to any degree, and certainly not to any super efficient and effective degree for decades. And that's not an exaggeration. I think Ron Bath said it beautifully. So I am fully supportive. My first question when we were talking about a prior agenda item was to make sure nothing we did was going to compromise the timing nor the scope of the Public Safety Center. And I believe I got reassurances from our city manager that that was not the case. So I fully endorse both of these. I think we have found a creative financing way to get there. And as we all like to say, let's get vertical. And then get horizontal in the water.
There you go. I like it. Okay. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to direct my comments in three ways. First, Ms. Lochner, thank you for hearing us and the path forward, and really for working with us over these past many years to provide the opportunity for both opportunities. They are critical both to our region's public safety and our mental health in recreation. So I'm very happy, and I thank you, Ms. Lochner, for that. Second, as the Public Safety Center, I'll just add a little bit what Ms. Jardin said, which is the police station as it exists now really is untenable. It's really been held together by just strong will and a lot of duct tape and paint, but it really isn't something that is good either for the people who have to work there or the people who are there. Victims advocates tell me that some of the ways in which the new building will be used really will help to give a greater sense of safety to victims of abuse and violence. It'll be able to be a place where people feel safe and can come to and really know that the public safety is at the forefront. Obviously, the purchase of the old Reno Gazette Journal building was not something that was anticipated. And so sometimes things are not planned over a 10-year period, but when we know we have to take the opportunity that's presented for us, I think we did that. And I am continue to be amazed by my colleagues who have supported those efforts. And so I'll be looking forward to it and the path that it's set up here to do. And then lastly, with regard to the pool, I'll just say, I learned to swim at Moana Pool, so it holds a special place in my heart. I think it's an absolute no-brainer that if we can build a bigger pool, let's do that. I know that there are some technical challenges and site design challenges and costs, quite frankly, but at its core and its heart, it really is something that this community needs. The number of emails and inquiries that I've gotten from parents, swim coaches, young people who learned to swim here, people who went away to college on swim and polo and different kinds of diving scholarships, just really touch my heart. We have an obligation, I think, and quite frankly, for my part, and I hope that the public is watching, this is the first pool I want to see built in quite frankly, my lifetime. I think we need several more, and I'm looking at, where we can do that, hopefully in Southeast Reno, perhaps in the area up near the now fabulous Reno rink, ice rink. I just think that this is the smallest thing that we can move forward with today, which is a big thing, but the commitment to aquatics, this region really needs to double and triple down, and let's go for more than just this one. I know, Ms. Lochner, you don't necessarily want me to put you on a path for more pools, but just simply know that my heart is that we would provide those opportunities as we move forward. It will be my priority as a member of this body as long as I'm on it. Thank you again, and I'm excited for both of these projects.
All right. I think I saw hands up. Was it you, Councilman Jordan, or? Oh, okay. Vice Mayor Weber.
No, you can't hear me. There we are. Thank you. I'm sorry. I just want to be in support of the Public Safety Center for sure. And I think we need to move forward, and I appreciate the hard work that's been done on that, as well as the pool. And I believe that we have to go all the way. We have to fight to get the full-blown 50 meters. And so anyway, I am very supportive of this item.
Okay, great. I saw a couple of hands raised. Was it you, Councilman Dewar?
Yep, I just had 2 quick things to say. I spent my first comment period mostly on the pool, but I too have extensively toured the police station and lived that dream. And I completely agree with Councilwoman Jordan that it needed to, you know, it's 70 years old. We have police officers working out of cells, jail cells. And to me, when I first toured it in my first year, I just couldn't believe it. Now, a lot of those have been turned into storage areas because, I mean, how long can you work out of a cell with no windows, et cetera? So I'm completely supportive of that as well. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that just something I said about 5 years ago. So I thought bore repeating. And that is that where I grew up, a town of 50,000, we had 10 pools, outdoor pools, uncovered pools. They're mostly used in the summer. Obviously, they weren't heated. It was in a cold area, but we had 10 pools. So that's 1 per 5,000 people. Everyone learned to swim. Everybody learned lifeguard, advanced swimming, scuba diving, everything in those pools. And so this is the big aquatic center, but I'm going to say what I said 5 years ago. I agree with Councilmember Reese. And I said it before him many years ago, which is that we do not have to make everything a giant aquatic center, that we could have many smaller pools that are just used in the summer that would really satisfy a lot of needs, community needs. And so I just wanted to go on record of saying that they're cheaper, they don't cost as much to run, the whole system works easier. So I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to make sure that we had that peg. We are not done with pools.
Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so how much more does the 50 meter put us into?
For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Rec. I believe in my last conversation with Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics, if we were to go up to the 50 meter size, the estimated construction cost was another $3 million. And then the annual operating cost will likely increase by another 100,000. So what I was wanting to recommend to this body is, we want to make sure that we hit that minimum goal of the 35 meter pool. And since the finance team has done an amazing job with finding the funding for that, we would be able to move forward with hiring an architect to start doing the plans. So we could have the architect design what a 35 meter would be, get a better cost estimate, and then we could say, now tell us how much would it be to build a 50. That way we can figure out what that gap would then be between the 35 and the 50.
I thought the Sierra Nevada had commissioned an architect.
They did. So those were conceptual drawings. We need to now dive into the actual engineered plans.
Okay.
No pun intended with the dive in.
Did you say dive in?
I did. Sorry.
Okay, because I want clear direction. If I'm struggling with this vote, and I'm struggling particularly with the marrying of the two. I think going back to yesterday's strategic planning workshop, where our city manager laid out an aggressive time frame to do a facilities and services schedule of our needs, that a lot is on the table, including looking at our city hall needs, which are very underutilized right now. And we know we have room over at the court. We know we have a parking garage with a lot of spaces. And we also know we have 2 fire stations in tents. And I know police is in a 70-year-old building, but fire, their building is gone. It's center field. And I think that we should marry them all up. And if we're really going to talk about selling land and property to do other things, I think everything should be on the table, including City Hall, which would make that building or the existing police department an option. And so I really want to do that global analysis on the space before we go forward with $35 million commitment for the police department, because I think it's just a once in 30-year option to be able to do a big organizational building like that. And I'm not entirely sure we're thinking about it as strategic as we could be. And it seems like it's being driven by this grantor. So I really am struggling with that in light of, the strategies we want to take. Of course, I didn't support the Reno Gazette-Journal building. I thought it was very unusual to build a public safety building, which is a very specialized facility, out of an old specialized facility, which is a printing building. So I'm really struggling with that. Ms. Lochner, how come you have milestones under the Moana pool, but you have phases under the Public Safety Center? How come you have different language there in those two columns?
Madam Clerk, are we over 3 minutes?
Yes, Madam Mayor, you are. You'll note, for those of you watching my profile picture, I've switched it to the clock in chambers, so everyone should be able to see that clicking down.
I really appreciate that. That is so helpful. Okay, I'm going to have staff answer those questions quickly for Ms. Breckus, and then we're going to move on.
So it's a nature of the actual grant requirements. So with the Moana pool, there are milestone requirements where we have money. With the Public Safety Center, we have to just build the project. So we have said we can build it over 3 phases over the 3-year period to make sure we have the funding available for those. That's why one's with milestones and the other one is in phases.
Okay.
I don't know if I've been cut off yet to continue my questions or not, but if not, I'll raise my hand again. Thanks.
No. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I do think there is value in, particularly coming out of the pandemic, and I know I've had these conversations with City Manager Thornley as to our spaces, including City Hall, and what the evolution of the use of those spaces may be in the future, because there has been a lot of changes that COVID has brought to light. And is there opportunities that allow us to not need to use maybe all of the space within City Hall, or to downsize? I think those are evaluations that are worthy ventures to discuss. I don't think they diminish or impact, however, in any way the needs for the Public Safety Center. In fact, if anything, I think the COVID situation has shown us, even in a brighter light, how much we need our public safety, and we need to have appropriate facilities for them to operate out of. So I don't think one somehow is directly connected to the other. And I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time, take action to meet a need that is before us while evaluating the other uses that we have before us. I think we can do 2 things at once.
Like talk and chew gum, you think, Naoma? All right, I like it. All right, we've been through 2 rounds. Councilwoman Breckus, I'll let you chime in after our motion. I just want to say, Debbie, I think you did a really good job. I want to be extremely supportive of both initiatives. I think recreational sports, we just don't have enough of it. We got to continue to focus on it. It's so critical for our kids, but also, the pool situation, like Councilman Reese said, championing more all over the city so that we can have all neighborhoods have that kind of recreation. So I think it's really important. I would say thank you to Councilwoman Breckus. This is something she's pushed for many, many years. So I would really like to see you be able to support it, Councilwoman Breckus, even though I know that you have concerns. I think there is a big sentiment here for the people that have already raised a lot of money, like the aquatics people and Pennington, and people who have really believed in this, which means they really supported you. And so I think it's very significant that we all support this. I would say and I think it's critical to show that you support your community in initiatives like this, and especially whenever it was one that you were passionate about when we started down this journey, because it's finally going to happen. Even though you might not like the way we got there, I think at the end of the day, when you walk in that door, you're going to be incredibly proud, and you should know that you had a lot to do with that. And that's pretty significant, which is super exciting. I would say with the Public Safety Center, I think Councilwoman Jordan brought it up. I don't remember, maybe it was Dewar, but walking through there, it was just mortifying to see office space, cells in office space and things like that. And I had a very profound experience with a victim that they just didn't have enough room to even accommodate her. And it was a really sad situation. And so having a community-oriented public safety center, and they're built very differently these days, and supporting our police officers are so critical because the work that they're doing is so incredibly difficult, and they need a place to be very, very proud of. I honestly believe we bought that building at the right time, and we're really fortunate to have it. And it's going to be really exciting because I would say that so many people that were past administrations or people that work for the city said they never, ever thought in a million years we could get a public safety center done. And so this council should be super proud on so many different levels. And I know it's difficult to get some of these things done and figure out the funding, and that might not have always been the way that you wanted it to, but this is a massive accomplishment. So I'm really excited for our community and for our incredible police department, who works incredibly hard and investing in them, because I know there have been oftentimes that they're saying, wait a minute, they get a fire station, what do we get? So it's really nice to see that it's also that community benefit place where people can go and feel safe, and even have after school programs for children that are sort of those kids that mom and dad aren't at home when they get there. And so it's really exciting opportunity. So Debbie, I want to say thank you, and to all the council supporting this. It means a lot. All right. With that being said, I want to get us moving. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
One more comment, just you reminded me of this, is they say the most sustainable building is one that's recycled. Like, we're not building from scratch, we're reusing and recycling. And if we can do that, but through this retrofit, I think we're leading the way. This is exactly what we need to do. We're taking essentially a historic building. The Gazette Journal building is about 50 years old, and we are repurposing it. And we are not using a lot of new materials. We're using the same glass, same brick, everything. So just another thing to feel really good about.
Yeah, I do want to mention one thing, because we haven't mentioned it because they kind of fly under the radar. But one of the things that Chief Soto has done is he's put together a stellar group of a board, a public safety board that he's had in place. And many of those people that sit on that board, have been in our community for a very long time. Like, you have Perry DiLoretto, General Bath, Idor Silver, some people that have really helped move this initiative forward on a lot of different levels. Perry's always been really good about figuring out funding and also stepping forward if there's some way that he can help. And so Chief Soto did a really good job of implementing that advisory board, the Chief's advisory board, immediately whenever he was appointed. And I know that they've, spent a considerable amount of time on this initiative with the chief. And so I want to commend the chief and his advisory board and the whole Reno Police Department, because I think they've unfortunately waited far too long, but it's better late than never. And I'm really excited to support this initiative. So with that being said, I'm going to send it over to Vice Mayor, because it's in we got a couple wards here. It's probably Ward 3 and 2. So I'll split the baby and give it to Councilman Reese, who is our at-large. Go ahead, give me a good motion, please.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. It would be my honor. I'll move to approve staff recommendations as to the public safety facility and also the Moana pool.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All those, or I'll do discussion, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I do want to object to the rigidity of which way we are comporting ourselves on these decisions. This is like a $50 million decision, and all the questions aren't answered. One of the questions I had that I don't need answered, obviously, at this point, is how come site improvements are a phase 2? Usually you do site improvements first, and then you do structural interior communications. So I wasn't seeing that, and I'm not understanding that. But what I am seeing here is a 3-to-1 disparity of the citizens' recreational needs getting an inferior product, and then a reach over to our organizational needs for the police station. That is 3-to-1 investment. And while I support them having a new facility, I think it needs to be looked at in the efficiencies of coordinating with all of our other departments. So I'm not going to support. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries. Congratulations, everyone. I'm so proud. Good job. Yay. Yay. Great job. Thank you, Debbie. Good job. Okay, moving on, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, getting back on track on your agenda on item D5. This is an update on the 81st session of the Nevada Legislature. At this time, we will move Callie Wilsey over to give you a brief update of the comings and goings of the legislature.
Good afternoon. All right. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for having me here today. I have prepared a short slide deck with some updates for you just to kind of help guide the conversation. I know when we're throwing around a bunch of bill numbers, I thought it just might be helpful to have a visual with those numbers on there. So that's really kind of the purpose of the slide deck today for today's update. So let me make sure it'll move forward. All right, so today is day 73. There has been some important milestones that are pertinent to today's update. But one of the conversations we've all been having is kind of how COVID has impacted the operation of the legislature. And we did get news that the legislative building will open tomorrow with certain limitations. So members of the public will be able to register online to go to a committee hearing. There will be limitations on the number of people allowed in those rooms, but they are starting to open the building. Additionally, meeting with legislators. Legislators are allowed to have one person each day come to meet with them in person. There's a registration online for a registration process for that as well. So just wanted to kind of keep you in the loop on what is happening there. Last Friday was the first major deadline of this session since the bill introduction deadline was waived. And we saw about 280 bills fail to meet that deadline. Of course, those issues and topics are never off of our brain. We'll be continuously looking for them to appear as amendments in other bills. The next deadline that we're looking at is next Tuesday, with the requirement that bills pass out of their first house unless they are exempt. Now I'll just get into the update of the different bills. So of course, always wanting to update you guys on the city's bills, both SB 11 and SB 73. And unfortunately, both of our bills failed to meet that deadline. My conversations that I've had with folks, while they understood the need and the problem that we're trying to face, there was just not broad support for either option to move forward through the end of the session. So unfortunately, they did not get out of committee. There are a lot of bills who did not have a hearing, and we were able to present our case and have conversations with that following that. We are seeing a limited number of proposals in regards to tax policy really moving forward. And I think that is a result of the timing and the situation that we are in with capacity of everybody to deal with some of those topics. Kind of related to that, there was two property tax bills, SB 10 and SB 64. SB 10 was the Nevada Association of Counties bill. This bill did get a hearing towards the end, last week, but it failed to meet that deadline. And SB 64, which also would have addressed a portion of property tax, also this bill did not get a hearing and failed to meet that deadline. So again, I think what we're seeing here is a very targeted approach if there are going to be any revenue conversations going forward this legislative session. As I've mentioned previously, there are a suite of criminal justice reform bills, and I just want to highlight a few of them. These are certainly not all of them, but some that we have been involved in. So AB 116 is an effort to decriminalize traffic violations and make them civil infractions. This bill would have a pretty significant implementation impact, for the Reno Municipal Court, trying to change everything from their case management system to their forms to just how they operate. And so we've been involved in conversations with the bill sponsor to make that implementation the best it can if this bill were to go through. Not listed on this, but there is separate bills as well that kind of connect. And what we're asking for is to kind of have a holistic conversation around some of these topics. But another bill, for example, removes the authority for a court to suspend a driver's license for a minimum traffic violation. So you can see that these kind of interact with each other, and we want to make sure that these bills that touch on the same topic interact and still provide local governments with the tools they need to operate. AB 131 expands the types of peace officers who would be required to wear body-worn cameras to include peace officers who are in uniform and others that are on duty that may involve interaction with a member of the public. Currently, peace officers who routinely act with members of the public are required to wear the portable recording device while on duty. While we don't have a significant concern around the policy, we are just talking through the costs of what that would look like. AB 243 was heavily amended out of committee last week, but ultimately what it does now is it allows for prosecutors' offices to establish blind charging systems so that the prosecutor assigned to consider whether to file charges is not aware of certain information, including a person's race, a language spoken, or certain physical descriptors. So that originally was a requirement. In this latest version of the bill, it would allow for that system to be set up. SB 212 discusses law enforcement use of force. This bill was actually passed out of the Senate this afternoon. And what it does is requires de-escalation techniques and alternatives that are consistent with the training of the police officer. It requires reporting of use of force incidents to the state and places certain restrictions on the use of a restraint chair and requirements when law enforcement respond to protests. During the initial bill hearing, there was inaccurate information that was presented in regards to Reno and RPD's use of force policies, which we were able to correct on the record and also follow up with committee members. But we were also able to connect with the bill sponsor afterwards and work on building a relationship there, where we're now part of a working group on this bill. And several of our amendments have been considered through this process. Kind of all in these bills, our policy platform says that we will just proactively engage in these conversations, which is what we're doing. This last one, SB 236, requires an early warning system for law enforcement agencies to detect if there are any indicators of bias. RPD already has an early warning system in place, and we'd be able to comply with that section of the law. There is another section in there that talks about setting up required way to report traffic data that would go towards the state for them to compile and have information regarding traffic stops. The next topic that I wanted to touch on is a few bills related to affordable housing. Senate Bill 12 requires the owner of any housing that has been financed by low-income housing tax credits or by other affordability restricted dollars to provide 12 months advance notice before terminating that affordability restriction. This is a bill that the city sponsored or supported, and it made it through committee and is active. On the other end, there were two other bills related to affordable housing that failed to meet the deadline, but I wanted to note them for you as well because they have been discussed heavily in the community. These bills would have allowed local entities to accept fees in lieu of an obligation to the related development of affordable housing or to impose a linkage fee on residential, commercial, or industrial development. There are also a series of bills related to development that I want to highlight for you. I think we've talked about some of these before, but wanting to bring to your attention that these are still active. So Assembly Bill 3 is one through the League of Cities, and this is about allowing electronic submittal of digital maps. It just allows that to occur if the local entity has those procedures in place. AB 87 allows a local government to establish by ordinance a simplified procedure for the vacation or abandonment of an easement without conducting a hearing on the vacation or abandonment. This is a permissive bill. There was a conceptual amendment that was passed out of committee that clarifies that this does not apply to an abandonment for a street, drainage easement, sidewalk, or other pedestrian right-of-way. And staff will continue to seek additional flexibility in determining what should go into that ordinance. I know I've heard Councilmember Breckus has brought this portion up in terms of what's required, and we're still working on that component. AB 90 was the bill I've spoken with many of you about regarding inter-county significance. This bill changed significantly in committee, changed to an interim study regarding regional and state impacts from projects of inter-county significance. So instead of setting up that process, they're talking about studying this issue in the interim. AB 211 requires NDOW to review tentative maps and provide comments on potential impacts to wildlife and habitat. And I'm happy to report that our work with the sponsor led to an amendment that addressed the procedural concerns related to the timing of reviews. And we're expecting to be able to support this measure going forward. And I know that that was some of the comments that we had heard from council previously. So looking forward that we are in that situation. A few other ones, AB 333 exempts stormwater that is required to be retained or detained by a governing body of a county or city for the purposes of flood control from certain water appropriation requirements. This has been a conversation related to our newly adopted stormwater mitigation requirements in our zoning code. We've been a part of a group conversations related to this and making sure that we preserve and recognize the importance of our council's ability to continue to provide the regulations that protect the health and safety of our neighborhoods, and this bill continues to allow us to do that. SB 150 is tiny houses. This bill was also amended in committee to that would require local governments with a population greater than 100,000 to designate a zone for tiny houses as one, an accessory dwelling unit, designate a zone for tiny houses as a single family dwelling unit, and to allow tiny house parks in accordance with local zoning and land use policies. So the bill requires that those three types of houses would be allowed to, we would have to authorize them somewhere, but we would determine in what zone and where. So that we will continue to kind of work on that bill going forward, but it did make it out of committee last week. The last one kind of in this topic is SB 297, and this incentivizes urban farms and community gardens that gives them a property tax abatement of 10% on the portion of the property that is used for the farm or garden. Cities and counties would be authorized to adopt ordinances to use vacant or blighted city land or other real property for these purposes. What we're working with on the bill sponsor now is on amendments to make sure that this process is clear and how these ideas kind of align and make sure that it works locally. Transient lodging has also kind of been a topic that has popped up. AB 363 is a bill that would require governing bodies of counties and cities to adopt ordinances and enforce regulations for short-term rentals and accommodation facilitators. This bill is pretty prescriptive. It has a lot of detail in there in terms of distance requirements, specificity on limiting occupancy, prohibitions on more than 10% of units in a multifamily dwelling. And it requires the governing body to include short-term rental units in the definition of transient lodging. This bill received a waiver from the deadline, so it has not been heard yet. So it still is active in the process. The other one in this topic that is still active is AB 408. And this, as amended, would conduct an interim study on the role of online travel companies in statewide tourism and promotion in Nevada. There was another version of the bill, SB 322, which would it would authorize local entities to adopt short-term rental ordinances with certain limitations, but that one failed to meet the deadline. Cannabis is also a topic that we are seeing multiple bills come through this legislative session. And while there's multiple other ones out there, the two I wanted to highlight for you today is AB 322 and AB 341, which would both authorize, AB 322 would authorize the licensure and regulation of events in which the sale and consumption of cannabis products would be allowed. And AB 341 allows for cannabis consumption lounges. On both bills, we are working with other cities on an amendment that we're clarifying and making sure that the state law is clear in regard to local governments' authority in relation to zoning, licensing, enforcement, how it operates now. So we want to make sure that there's clear language within that. Public records and open meeting law also kind of had a mixed bag. AB 39, which added some definition to what a public record is, failed to meet the deadline, as well as AB 276, which discussed damages in public records lawsuits. Both those bills did not make the deadline. But AB 253, which sets some prescription for holding virtual meetings outside of pandemic, if that is ever needed, is still active. And the other one that we have talked about is SB 77, which allows for closed meetings for pre-decisional discussions for issues that have an MOU related to the Nevada Environmental Policy Act. One of the amendments that did come forward with this bill removed the provision there that those records would still be public record and they wouldn't be considered confidential. Just a few more for you. AB 139, which I know was discussed a little bit earlier in relation to a different topic, but the Building Enterprise Fund dollars for fire construction is still active. And we are working to continue this conversation and expressing Reno's needs in relation to this topic. SB 294 revises the collective bargaining process to make the fact-finding process binding. Currently, parties can agree to make that fact-finding process binding, but it's not a requirement. The bill, the only difference here is the bill provides provisions related to public safety bargaining groups that would still allow both parties to agree whether to make fact-finding binding or not. Per our council adopted platform, we are remaining neutral on that bill. And then the last one that I wanted to point out is SB 390. In the fall, there was federal legislation that required states to transition to create a 988 behavioral health crisis hotline. And so this bill is establishing that line at the state level. But the bill also has some requirements that would work interconnectedly with our dispatch to make sure that if there is a real emergency that needs emergency response, that those could be forwarded on, and making sure that there is some connection between there. We have a staff member who is working on that planning and coordinating committee to make sure we are involved in that process and understand the implications on our dispatch services. Additionally, that bill sets forward, establishes a fund for the state opioid settlement dollars and a process for planning and administering those funds using a comprehensive needs assessment and community outreach. I know that was a lot. It's been a lot in the last 2 weeks, so I'm sure there are tons of questions. Then the report includes some information about other bills, but there are 47 days to go. So with that, I am here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Kelly, thank you so very much. That was a lot of information, and you have really hit the ground running whenever it comes to, your new position. I hope you have enjoyed it, but you just sort of seamlessly kind of, took over and have done a really good job. I guess, are you going to be going down there? It sounds like.
Yeah, it'll be selective on when we do decide to go down, since the limitations are pretty still, trying to figure out the best time when it would be most impactful to appear before a committee and during a hearing, and when we really need to meet with legislators, since it's not just completely open. So there will be a strategy to that.
Okay, for sure. Okay. Before we dive in, there's one thing I have to do. This is very, it's certainly not standard. We don't do this all the time, but I feel like it needs to be a motion. Council and Mayor made me do it. We don't have a lot left on this agenda, and I would really like our city manager to please get to his son's first Little League game, because I remember, I don't remember, maybe in the 4th grade, and my mother missed my very first play, the 3 Billy Goats, and I was traumatized forever. So I really would like Mr. Thornley to leave City Hall. If we have to take a motion to make that happen, then we will do so.
So moved.
I don't want your children to forever be mad at this council.
I'd be remiss if I didn't actually correct you and say that this isn't Potter's first Little League game this year. It's Molly's. But
it's Molly's first game.
You've got some time, and I will get there.
No, I know how you are, and I even might have Madam Clerk just shut your camera right down, and then you'll have nothing else to do but to get yourself over to the game. And we all wish Molly so much luck today, but it is really important that your children get to see you, because you don't get do-overs on these firsts. You never get them. And so, like I said, I will be very upset if you are late or you miss this.
I won't be late.
So,
my motion was to exclude Mr. Thornley from the room, Madam Mayor.
okay, thank you. And I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. I mean, I think even Councilwoman Breckus supported it, and she has not supported one motion today. So you should be really grateful that even you got Councilwoman Breckus to support this. So it's a big win. That's a big win.
I know
Thank
she
you.
loves the swope baseball pyramid. You're all too good to me.
All right. Thank you so much. Go. Okay. All right. Moving on. If anyone has any questions of Callie, please jump in. Okay. I'm going to go with you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thanks for the report. It's sad about our bills. It's not good for us to send bills down there and have them not go well, but no, you live, you learn. The longer I serve on this, I realize the less relevance that they do to our lives. For example, the one about the expiring tax credit projects, if we are very on it and monitoring those, we can address those, but it would have been good. And it's a loss. And it's sad because I think it does say what they are not doing there. And some of the other renter bills too. So it's follow up on our end, but also I think the other follow up on our end is this, we can't do in lieu's. So when we sit down with the development, and I think we have 2 tonight coming on, where we talk about doing these agreements or in lieu's, we don't have the legal rights to do that. So we cannot do that, in my view. Maybe it's more follow up, but I think it's in front of us. But let me just ask you a couple. One is the classic vehicles, is that going forward?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Yes, that bill did pass out of committee on Friday. Okay, and then I just really hope that we'll go on the Building Enterprise Fund, because it's been on our agenda today. We did for police. Fire's still intense. And we also are trying to figure out how to spend all that money we heard that's coming in. So I hope we can put a Me Too in on that bill. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Wilsey, I wanted to go to the 2 bills that did not survive on housing affordability. I think it was 317 and 367. I can't keep the numbers straight. I'm so sorry. But Assembly member from Las Vegas carried the one that I'm interested in. Do you need to bring up the slide, or are we okay? Bottom line is I am disappointed that they did not get out of the deadline. And we haven't had the opportunity to give a robust direction, meaning we don't take a vote as council members on every single bill that's down there and say whether we're opposed or support or neutral. I just think that for my part, those 2 bills in particular were part of the set of tools in the toolbox that I really believe that we as a city needed. And so I'm disappointed if for any reason some of these bills get resurrected, they get attached as amendments, they get brought up in the last 24 hours. I don't know. I leave that to your better discretion judgment, but that is something that I believe is worth our revisiting and worth our body expressing a strong support for. It's just incredibly disappointing that they did not make the deadline. Now, for my part, I will say, I don't pretend that the bills that we advanced this session were ones that were likely going to get a lot of traction. But I also believe that we were there to start a conversation. We were there to prime the pump for future sessions. Sometimes bills take 10 years to get where they are. I mean, I see with historic aplomb, the Assembly yesterday passed a bill abolishing the death penalty. I mean, this did not happen overnight. And so I don't want you to be discouraged, and I want my colleagues to know that the bills that we advanced had a purpose. That purpose may take longer than this session. And to the extent we can, please continue to fight for affordable housing and for whatever tools we can claw and scratch in a Dillon's rule state to make those inroads, because our unsheltered neighbors and our folks who are working and those folks who are not able to become homeowners because of the just insane building and cost factors, those are the ones who are benefiting or least benefiting from the growth and advancement in our community right now. So please, if there is any way and you find a path and it's creative or not, I would like to see those things be pursued on behalf of our community.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to do a huge shout out to Callie. I have been tracking her progress, her reports. It's just been incredible. You are doing a great job. And to be able to keep all these balls, and I know there's actually probably fewer balls than some years, but there's maybe more things that we're interested in. Like, in other words, some of the, there's a lot of meaty topics down there. In addition to everything Councilmember Reese said, because I support what he said, I wanted to do the shout out about the ballot initiative on Parks and Recreation. We still need the money. It's critical to us. We just heard about the pool. We have like 10 or 15 more projects besides a pool, and we need to do the money. There might be other ways to get there. And as he said, that we have other opportunities to advance this or different ways to approach it. I think we need to keep pushing on that for our whole community, because we have to remember in our Reimagine Reno, their number one thing was about, our public was about outdoor recreation and its importance, its central role to our community. The other thing I wanted to say is I was really pleased and surprised and pleased to learn about the wildlife bill and the analysis. And talking to Arlo Stockham, who was centerpiece in our earlier part of our meeting, he has confided to me that, and it's not private, it's just that we are fairly weak on those kind of issues in our regulations. You know, we're not, sometimes we require it, sometimes we don't. It's very catch as catch can. And I think this will really help us close a gap on making sure that wildlife and natural resource issues are addressed, you know, in each permit, especially as we move out to the edges. And I've talked about this before in our strategic planning, in our budgeting, but it's at the interface between the city, county, and the developed areas and the open areas, and at the interface areas where we need to make sure that we are living peacefully with nature, or we're mitigating the impacts. So just wanted to highlight those two in addition to what Councilmember Reese said. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, could I bring?
Yes, go ahead.
I didn't see anyone else's hand up. The Airbnb bill is disconcerting to me. I only read the briefing. I haven't read the bill itself, but if it is prescriptive, as you say, it's a really not a good place for them to go, and they don't learn. But if you want to write a zoning law ordinance and put it into a statute, you really can't do that, because cities' land use issues are all very different. And we are particularly disadvantaged because we have not stepped forward yet to even address Airbnbs and have a conversation and scout them. And if they've set the template so much for the ordinance to be crafted in a certain way, they've really handcuffed us. And we have a very active Airbnb environment right now. And I think we really need to go down there and oppose that. And, you know, if you want us to have one, that's fine. If it has tax ramifications and lodging tax ramification, that's fine. But if it starts to say with spacing and how many, that's not good. And the example really is how they did the marijuana licenses. And I'll remind everyone, ballet dancers, remember that? It's just not a good situation for them to start putting zoning ordinance language into state law and think that it's going to be all size fits for communities. And we're going to be the one in the worst position, because we're the ones who don't even, you know, really have a good idea where our Airbnb regulations are going to go to, but we know we need to land somewhere. So I see a lot of pitfalls and headaches ahead if a bill like that goes forward for our decision making. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing that there are none, I would like to get a motion on the floor, and I'll send it to Council Member at Large. I'm going to send it to you.
I don't know that a motion is necessary for it. So Madam Mayor, I just motion that Ms. Wilsey is awesome and it's a rock star.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's motion to
Yeah.
accept a rock star report. There you go.
Yes,
Motion and
that is my
second. All those
motion.
in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion
Thank you.
carried. Okay, nice job. Okay, Madam Clerk, take us into the next item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, moving on to our next item, which is item F1. This is an ordinance adoption for Santera Coalici Properties. This will be read by the city attorney.
Okay, I'm going to have Carl Hall take it away. Nice to see you, Carl.
Good to see you, Madam Mayor, City Council.
Okay. Great. We're going to let you read it off.
Alrighty, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6591, case number LDC 21-00017, Santera Coalici Properties. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 1,164.59 acre site located to the south and east of Interstate 80, southwest of Boomtown Garson Road, to the south of the Meridian 120 South projects, from plus or minus 215.29 to plus or minus 199.65 acres of single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, from plus or minus 427.97 to plus or minus 298.61 acres of single-family residential, 9,000 square feet, from plus or minus 13.99 acres to plus or minus 25.72 acres of multifamily, 14 units per acre, from plus or minus 83.26 to 0 acres of industrial commercial, from plus or minus 15.53 to plus or minus 9.85 acres of neighborhood commercial, from 0 to plus or minus 10.55 public facility, from plus or minus 408.55 to plus or minus 620.2 acres of open space, together with other matters properly relating thereto. Ward 5.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna.
If I can interject before
Councilor-
you move
Oh,
forward.
do you have a comment?
I do. Yep. Thanks for checking.
Perfect. Okay.
Uh, I won't let you.
Stop me.
I won't let you get through it. I promise.
Perfect,
We did
perfect.
receive 2 letters of opposition on this item, Madison Emery and Greg and Kathy Potnick. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, we do have 1 voicemail from Andrew Morgan on this item, in which we will listen to now. And then we'll return to
Okay.
council for a motion.
Thank you.
I realize that this message is after the date prescribed, but I just saw the sign. And anyway, it's about case number LDC 21-00017, Santerra Quilisi Properties. I believe that the project should not go through at all and should be relooked over. The area in which this building is to occur, I counted in the springtime 475 deer. I stopped counting then. And below that area, I counted another 127 deer. So I don't believe that the wildlife corridor should be interrupted simply because urban sprawl. Urban sprawl is becoming a problem in the Washoe County area. Well, lots of areas, but specifically since we live in the area, urban sprawl is becoming a huge problem. And simply because these people have money shouldn't be, a reason to put these things in. It's unbelievable the way that these problems are being handled. They're completely mismanaged. This is Andy Morgan. My phone number is 775-691-3701. And again, the project Quilisi Santerra should not go through at all. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, I will return it back to council for a motion.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Breckus?
Well, I have questions for staff on this approval. I had outstanding questions that were left after the hearing. I wasn't able to ask. I did some review of some materials that I was looking for since we've had our hearing. And I have questions for staff on the specifics of some of this project.
All right, we have Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director, available to answer your questions. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, so, I was very surprised, but wasn't able to follow up. The preliminary hydrology report that was submitted with this, it seemed like in the hearing, they said that they were rolling it down into Steamboat Ditch. And then I read the preliminary hydrology report that didn't come forward, I recall, in our packet, or at least I didn't see it. And it showed drainage going to the Highway 80, and then it said gullies and culverts, and then to the Truckee River. So what is the hydrology report showing? How is the water being carried off this property?
Well, in general, it's a very large property, and there's a number of different drainage courses where it leaves the property. some drains to the ditch, and there are conditions dealing with management of that, so that doesn't really result in a breach of any type. Other portions of the project are downstream of the ditch and drain indirectly to the river. And the bottom line is our technical team has reviewed it in detail at the preliminary level. It meets all the code requirements, and the final hydrology report will need to button up all the details to confirm code compliance in totality.
So you're saying that there is a level of comfort that the ditch is not in any danger with this increased flow?
As conditioned, yes. That's going to be one of the key things to review in final design, all the technical details to ensure that's the case.
Okay, and then likewise, out past the ditch where you go down into the Truckee River through, different mechanisms. But I guess I'm confused because they're going to be coming in through final map, and can we then condition, this many, linear feet of ditch conveyance hardening, down to the river under I-80, or down in, I don't know, Belli Ranch, or, Collin, this much improvements to Steamboat Ditch? You feel you have that authority through the final map to have that kind of offsite improvements made by them?
I'm not sure if we're talking offsite improvements here. It's on site, and yes, we do. We have the condition that gives us authority that, if in the final design there are issues that don't meet code or could potentially compromise the ditch, we can have those issues addressed.
So you can mandate offsite drainage improvements when you get the final hydrology?
I don't understand where, I don't think we have offsite drainage improvements. The improvements are on site.
There's no need for offsite drainage improvements. Okay. And then what about upstream? Because there, you got a big mountainside up there.
It's all Forest Service
Councilwoman
land.
Breckus, I think you're, sorry, I'm going to cut you off. Go ahead, Arlo, you can respond, and then we're going to move on to someone else's question. Go ahead.
Upstream is all U.S. Forest Service property, so it'll be natural flow as it exists today onto the property. This is the last private land in the West Bird Eye, Reno area.
Move to adopt.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Little discussion there. Little discussion.
Okay, going right back to Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead.
Yeah, when we were going through the findings and marrying that up, hydrology was not something that we were able to go into because of our artificial time constraints from our rules. And I feel it needs a little more analysis. I'm really concerned and would have liked to have heard from some folks who have responsibility for offsite management, namely the ditch and the highway department, because it looks like, it says the hydrology report says we're draining to the river, but you have the highway in between. And so that was a big concern to me, the adequacy of those flow patterns. And I did read the hydrology report, and I wasn't given the opportunity through these proceedings to ask our technical staff, the engineering who reviewed the hydrology reports, the questions that I have for them. So I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. We had a really extensive hearing, first hearing, and I brought up a number of issues. The one that is still sticks with me through this process has been the fire. I just really feel that even given what they're doing, the steps that they've adopted, we're still sitting at 14-minute response times, as I recall, and so on. And so I also cannot support this motion, but I want to say again, which I said last time, that I appreciated all the work that Councilwoman Jordan put into the project. Sometimes we just can't get there, and that's where I'm at. So thank you.
And Madam Mayor, can I make one other comment?
Sure.
There's an affordable housing component agreement, side agreement here. And I'm wondering how that can be incorporated into this approval when we just heard that the legislature said we can't do those sort of deals.
That was offered by the applicant voluntarily and will be implemented through separate agreements.
So we can negotiate for stuff like that. Okay. Well, I still am not going to support on the other parameters, issues, the fire and the drainage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, moving on to item F2, ordinance adoption for the canyons to be read by the city attorney. After he does that, I'll go over public comment before we send it back to council.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Carl, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6592, case number LDC 21-00024, the Canyons. Request for one, a zoning map amendment from plus or minus 23.98 acres of open space and plus or minus 57.03 acres of single-family residential, 15,000 square feet, to 81.01 acres of planned unit development, with plus or minus 29.02 acres of residential and plus or minus 51.99 acres of open space land uses. Two, certification of the Associated Canyons PUD handbook, and three, tentative approval of the Associated Affordable Housing Charitable Donation Agreement. The plus or minus 81.01 acre site is located east of the eastern terminus of Trail Rider Drive and has a master plan land use designation of single family neighborhood. This project was submitted prior to the comprehensive update to the zoning code and will be reviewed, analyzed, and heard using the Title 18 standards in existence immediately prior to January 13th, 2021, or 2.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, with that, I'll note for the record that we received public comment, 2 letters of opposition, 6 letters concerned. Additionally, we do have 1 voicemail that we will listen to at this time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, I'm calling on the Canyons. My name is Stacey Wilson. I'm a volunteer liaison with Wild Horse Connection. I'm a special projects contractor with American Wild Horse Campaign and an assistant supervisor with LRTC's Technical Large Animal Rescue Team. Once again, I'm asking that the developers provide a diversionary water source near the northeast corner of the property for the wild horses that currently cross this property to get to their current water sources. It will not draw horses in. They are already there. It will, however, help draw horses out, as this project is going to create pockets next to this development that the horses will want to get into. The NRS quoted by Garrett Gordon applies to wells and other groundwater applications for point of diversion and manner of use. TUMWA has already stated that they have the authority for what we're asking to do this, and it's already actually in use in other parts of our range. As NDA stated, they have no authority over water and don't regulate water. As for their opinion of a mile setback, we would all love that in a perfect world, but it isn't possible anywhere on our range. It's not illegal to water the wild horses, as stated on the NDA's own website. Tourism dollars, historical significance, wildlife protection. Let's care enough to work together for the right solutions that are the right thing to do. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further voicemails or public comment, and I will turn it over to staff or council if they're ready to make a motion.
Okay, before we do that, I am going to make a quick disclosure. And then just to let everyone know, I don't know about you guys, but my screen is starting to freeze. So if I lose you, Vice Mayor Weber, just know that you'll just have to pick up where I left off. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal non-business relationship with Jessica Sparrows. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record. Okay. Going back, so I I guess we're going to staff. Is that what you said?
Madam Mayor, yes, you do have the option to go to staff if you have questions. Council can also make a motion, as is also your right to do.
Then we'll go to Councilwoman Dewar, unless Arlo, did you want to add anything? Are you fine?
No, we don't have, this is a second reading. We're available for questions.
Perfect. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you.
3 minutes.
Right. I wanted to ask you, Madam Mayor, in the interest of efficiency, I put a small PowerPoint together like I did last time, and I can either run through it in my 3 minutes or add
Sure.
my
Yeah, perfect. If you, for your 3 minutes. Go, yeah,
well, I have 2 3-minute sections, so I'll start screen sharing, and if I may.
So then I'm going to, okay, 3 minutes, but if there are other questions,
Can you
3
see
minutes,
that?
come back. Thank you.
We
Can you
cannot
see
see
that?
your screen, Naomi. No.
Okay,
Councilmember
let
Dewar.
me just escape, and let's just hold off here. Let's find our PowerPoint. Tell you what, Ashley, why don't you work with me?
Okay, we'll go ahead and pull it up on our end.
Okay.
All right, we will switch over to, yep, everyone should be
Okay.
able to see it this time, so you can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, I've struggled with this project more than any other in my 6.5 years on council. And I do appreciate the changes that the applicant agreed to at our last meeting. The issues that remain for me are pretty technical. Every one of you has a profession. Mine is a professional geologist, and I am active in my field. I have a responsibility to do professional geologist work, and I've managed public environmental agencies most of my career. Since the last meeting, I've had a chance to reread the geotechnical report, and if you can advance, Ashley, we're going to go through this very quickly. What I found is that the geotechnical folks said that the steepness of the slope, the expansive soil, shallow bedrock, and earthquake faults were the critical issues on the site. The seismological lab also said that this is along a fault zone that could have a 6.9 earthquake, which is very, very large. They said to expect strong ground shaking associated with earthquakes during the life of this project, and that the soil is expansive. Next one, please. They said the consideration should be given to the difficulty of grading on this site, and there's bedrock, there's going to require blasting. And the Earthquake Safety Council and our own rules require minimum setback distances of 50 feet from occupied structures on Holocene faults, which are active faults, and that we should have a design level geotechnical report. Next one, Ashley. Here's a map that shows actually the project, and I have circled where the faults come through. On the red is the hill on the site. The blue circle is where we have 5 homes that I've asked to be removed, where 2 faults come together. And the purple is where there is a road. Next one, please. What's of interest is that the most recent earthquake in the entire city of Reno was on this project site just 8 days ago. That is how active the faults are in this area. Next one, please. We also have issues with the horses. They eat on the property. They migrate daily across the property to get to water and south. But the developer has not provided mitigation for loss of habitat or access for the daily migration, or even ways to discourage the migration, such as water to lure the horses away to the north. And if the horses can get by, they'll be restricted to a narrow corridor on the northeast part of the project. But in the south, there's a hill, loose rock, and 5 house pads in the way. And just pointing out, the hill that you see on the left of the canyon is where the critical area is. Next one, Ashley. There's also wildlife issues here, and I mentioned I managed environmental agencies for much of my career. 19 biologists and the Nevada Natural Heritage Division wrote into us about the birds and the eagles, and I appreciate the fact that the eagles are being addressed, but there are also monarch butterflies, which are candidate on Endangered Species Act, vegetation, wild horses we've mentioned, and mountain lions. So I recommend a condition that they prepare a wildlife management plan, much as they did on Stonegate, much as they did at Santero, the project we just considered. Madam Mayor, I assume I'm reaching my 3 minutes, so the rest of my PowerPoint is the next 3 minutes, if you want me to continue.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Ashley, next one. Condition 2 that I had recommended was to do a deep dive on the faulting with a licensed geologic engineer before any final maps are done. And also I mentioned before about keeping the roads clear of rocks, and I don't think this should be the city's job. You see how much rubble there is and will continue to be. Next one, Ashley. Condition 3, I had recommended protection of natural resources near the canyon. Why? So that we can allow horse passage, move homes away from the fault. The faults actually go right through these 5 house pads. And I think when they get into final map design, they will discover that, as well as the ones on the north side of the road, and to protect the habitat and the canyon view shed. So again, myself, Councilmember Reese had recommended deleting these homes for a number of reasons. Next one, Ashley. On 4, condition 4 was to set the lots back from the drainage way. That applicant did agree to do that on the one closest to us, but not on the one farthest away. We actually have lots in the drainage. I recommended from a geologic hazard, lots no closer than 15 feet to the high rim of Eagle Canyon. And I would love to see that implemented. You see how much water is in this basin on the left. Next one, Ashley. Finally, water, or second and final, water for horses. We need to divert the horses around this property. It's done in areas throughout the range. You heard the speaker earlier. Tomwa has said they do it already. They can do it. Ag has no objection. And you've heard my proposal before. I really think we need to address this issue now, not for the future, but this is that project that's in the middle of our Suez Canal, so to speak. And then the final condition I recommended, next one, Ashley, was condition 6. We did do fencing conditions, but we have discovered with the construction at Daybreak that there's been problems. They have dug trenches that they left open. They did not fence them. They installed cattle guards. They did not fence them off. It's an extreme danger to people, ATVs, horses. The recommendation is to cover them with steel plates and dirt until the fencing and gates are attached, and to erect temporary fencing around until such time as the fencing and gates are attached. And then what they have done is put a wire 6 inches above the ground for over a mile. Nobody can see that, a horse, a person, an ATV, or anyone. It's a huge trip hazard. They went in, they addressed it, but each one of these things have fallen to our horse advocate groups. And I don't think that should be their job all day long. And so we really need to improve our conditions. Whether or not these conditions that I've recommended are adopted by council, which I would ask for your consideration, they should at least be informative to our staff when they get into the final mapping. And I have the one final minute, which I'd like to hear from the other members of our council, and then I will come in with a recommended motion, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. Okay, I can't see. Oh, here we are. Okay, we're back. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
I'm confused. I thought this was an ordinance adoption. I'm curious if the applicant is on the line, if they were invited. I didn't realize we were.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, maybe this would help. Councilwoman Dewar, I'm confused as well. And I'm wondering, are you asking to change the conditions of what we had already voted on?
Correct. That's why we have 2 hearings, is that I've read new information since our first hearing, and these are concerns and issues that I have. So I'm raising.
Wouldn't it have to be a motion to reconsider first? I'm a little confused procedurally. I'm not sure where.
We can ask our staff.
Do we have a city attorney that can jump on maybe?
If you're going to change the conditions that were imposed initially, it needs to go back for a first reading. So
let me ask you, Mr. Attorney, would this be considered the first reading if we change the conditions at this meeting?
No.
No, it needs to be renoticed.
Okay.
Rescheduled.
Okay. Well, whatever people want to do, I still felt like in my role as a professional geologist and my whole career that I have to bring out these issues that are still concerns to me and not ignore them. So if other people don't agree, I totally understand that, but I at least, have to say what, be true to who I am and what I know. So that's where I am. I mean, my final minute would be to make a motion, and if it dies, it dies. If it passes, it passes.
Okay, I would just say this, and then I'll let council members speak if they want to. First of all, I want to say thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. I think you made the project so much better in so many ways, and you're very good at that. That's why they do call you the doer, right? One of the things is you have there, I think there's another development that's coming that I hope that you have reached out to them. I don't know, we haven't spoken.
I've already met with them.
Okay, you've already met with them? Good.
So has Mr. Reese with me.
Okay, so I think that is really important because as we move forward in these areas, these are certainly things that, we've got to be able to educate and bring to staff. I also want to say thank you to staff. They spent hours and hours and hours helping on this project. I thought they were incredibly thoughtful. And also I met with Tracy. Tracy's been tremendous in her advocacy for the horses. And so I just think at this time, I want to make sure as we move forward, there are all those considerations. So thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. I appreciate your advocacy, and I know how passionate you are about this particular project. So
a lot of new technical issues for us right up against a mountain that we haven't had to face before. So.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
No, I have to be off screen for a second, but I don't have anything to say. I was waiting for a motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
If we could do the screen share, Ashley, and you can advance.
Are you giving us a motion?
Yeah, I wrote it down. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. I didn't know if it was another presentation or.
No, it's just, I wrote it down so we could see it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Ashley, can you?
They're pulling it up right now.
Okay. Okay, it's the next. My first recommendation would be not for denial, but to continue to allow me to work on these issues with the applicant. And if there's not support for that, and I understand if there's not, I at least wanted to go on the record with why I am not able to make the findings. So if you can advance, I just have 2 slides to show. There's tentative map findings in B, F, I, J, and L. They're about natural resources, scenic resources, protection of life and property, natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, financial impacts to the city. Average price here is $1 million, some less, some more, but it's certainly not affordable housing. I can't make that finding. And then if you go to the next, Ashley, in the last slide, I also on the PUD cannot make the finding about efficient development. We're talking about site prep that involves blasting, the road structure, traffic down onto the developments below, the water issue over, as I recall, $2 million just to build the tank. And it does impact the enjoyment of land across the street and the public interest. Also, the minute order is inconsistent with the master plan. And I'm not going to read all these on the next slides, just for the record. I've included the master plan. You don't have to go there, Ashley. It's just I included for the record. There's about 7 or 8 master plan findings that I cannot make. And I believe this is too dense for this steep site. I feel like there are impacts to public services, visual enjoyment, relationships to the neighborhood, and insufficiency of the terms and conditions to protect the interests of the public. And that's it. The rest of the attachments are just the master plan issues that I already presented to council, so there's no need to go over them again, but I included them in this slide presentation for the record. So my motion is to deny for these reasons. This is personal. I cannot make these findings. Maybe other people can, and I respect that, but you need to know who I am, how I think about stuff, and that we're getting into parts of our town that are very challenging to develop, and we just need to be really careful. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to go through that. I don't know if I'll receive a second, but.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I'm a little uncomfortable, I guess, Mr. Hall, with the process. I've never seen a second reading where we're sort of going back and trying to modify a project in this capacity.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm just recommending denial.
that
I'm not
okay?
modifying anything. I'm just recommending denial.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion, Councilwoman Breckus, I think you raised your hand.
No, I have no discussion.
Okay. Anyone else with any discussion? So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion dies. So I'm going to send it back to Councilman Reese. I know you worked extensively on this with Councilwoman Dewar.
Move to refer or to approve the ordinance adoption.
So just for clarification on this item, so I believe the motion would be move to adopt ordinance number 6592, approve the certification of the Associated Canyons Planned Unit Development Handbook, and tentatively approve the associated draft affordable housing charitable donation agreement, subject to final council approval upon determination of donee. So just to be clear.
I have a question.
That is my motion, Mr.
All right,
Hall.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? And I will send it to for discussion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion, Councilwoman Dewar.
I just wanted, since Arlo is on here, and I did call him earlier because I was a little confused about this. Usually we have an ordinance adoption, a second reading, and then there's a third certification. So I asked him for clarification. If you could just, whatever it is, but could you clarify this for us, Arlo?
Yes, the step 3 certification occurs when the handbook has been amended to address the conditions of approval that were part of the council approval. Sometimes that takes the applicants a month or two to do. In this case, it was a pretty targeted update. The final handbook that's in your packet has incorporated all those conditions for the PUD handbook, so it is ready to certify at this point.
Okay. And then my second question is that, and I called you about this earlier too, there are a lot of conditions that are in the, what appear to be the tentative map, which expires in 18 months. And those conditions are not repeated in the PUD handbook, many of them. And so the question I asked you, and I think just for the record, if the tentative map expires and those conditions expire, what would happen next?
They would need to reapply for a new tentative map before being able to develop. And we would certainly review the prior approval, and that would kind of be the starting point for recommended conditions of approval.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. I got confused because the conditions from the tentative map were not in the PUD. Some of them were, but some of them weren't. So thank you.
Okay, so Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I can't support this. I think this is very treacherous land, and I appreciate Ms. Dewar bringing it to our attention because, frankly, we've seen a lot of tough land in the last couple of years, some stretching, the geographic service boundaries. But this land, when you do start to understand it from the level that she has brought forward to us, and probably should be a little more on point down at the Planning Commission, unfortunately, and I think we could improve some of that analysis there. It just waves huge, it's just red flags. The closest that I can see is maybe Somerset, where of course we had all the settling and then the earthquake swarm. That was a more massive scale, but this is a very small scale. But I've just never seen subdivision activity on this sort of land, and it is absolutely alarming to me. And I know the council's had a lot of conversations with the supporters, the lobbyists who have talk to them and ask them to go up there and take field trips and present the vision that they have for that land. but it is very dangerous land from what I can tell as a non-geologist, but someone who's been involved in subdivision activity for a long time. At those densities, it really is land that, in my view, should stay at a much larger lot. And of course, the vulnerability really is also to our roads, because I think some of the roads are taking some of the harder land. We've created a pretty good record that there were hesitations, that maybe there were negotiated points that were raised, information shared in private settings, that, maybe if things do go the way that I fear, it won't be a Somerset-like situation. It'll be not the homeowners, because I'm concerned about these homeowners. I really, really am. And I'm not supporting also because I think Ms. Stewart brought up some very good points about down, if you will, stream concerns to people who are down as it flows down these massive canyons and what they can expect coming down, into their land. So very dangerous land in my view. And I think also we've allowed too much to go at the preliminary stage on the technology, and it leaves up too much discretion at the final and ways for people to, not really know what's going to happen, and staff may not have the tools at the finals to enforce the conditions that need to get put in place. So very learning experience for me, but also very disheartening to see that the council feels that this is the right place at the right time for this suburbanization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. The one thing I do want to address when you talk private settings and things like that, every project that I've ever been in has been very transparent. I think the council is really, really good about that. I also, I think we're all really aware of breaking open meeting law on a lot of these issues. I don't know if maybe that was happening here. So when we talk about that, I think you have to understand too that it's important for us to also take recommendations from staff. I look at our planning department as being pretty high level on various on various ways that projects need to work and what moves forward, right? So, I apologize, Councilwoman Breckus, if you think that I just don't like the perception that there was sort of backdoor conversations when it certainly didn't happen with me or with anyone else that I know of. So anyway, I just want to address that. But I also do want to commend Councilwoman Dewar, because a lot of your recommendations were put into this project, which will make it better on so many levels. And that's really a true testament to how hard that you work. So I definitely don't want to demean that.
Well,
all right,
Madam Mayor, if I may, I just want to say this, thank you for allowing me to make comments, because again, I don't think we have any geologists on our staff to my knowledge. And the geologists that worked on this themselves said a deep study has to be done. The UNR geologist said the same thing. And if nothing else, perhaps my presentation here has informed our staff of some areas that they need to look at and take a deep look at to make sure we do protect the residents, the future residents of the site. And that's the intent. It's with the best of intents for our staff and for the future residents.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I just think for my part, at a second reading, this has gone definitely a different direction than I would have thought it might. But I appreciate the effort that my good colleague, Councilmember Dewar, went into in terms of offering the additional information. For my part, I will not use my time to make backhanded comments about my colleagues, because I just do not believe that's appropriate. This project was a complicated one. It required a lot of effort, thousands of hours of staff and planning commission time, Councilmember Dewar's time, my own time. I met with horse advocates. I met with, technical people. At the end of the day, each one of us comes to the decisions we make in the best of heart and in full transparency. There are no backdoor deals. There are no, bumps in the night or conspiracy theories. And again, it is discouraging that my colleague from Ward 1 would intimate that that was the case here. And there's a lot of side jabs that are being made all the time, and it's just not necessary. It makes for poor governance. It makes for ill feelings. There are lots of times when I want to say things, but my parents taught me that if I didn't have something nice to say, don't say it. I also think it's important that as we govern, governance is a coalition effort. We try to bring people along with us. It's difficult with our open meeting law constraints because we don't have the ability to spend a lot of time with one another. But I would desire to spend more time with each of my colleagues, but I'm certainly not going to accept the sort of low bar for what some will pass off as, backhanded compliments or digs at us or our staff. This particular project, again, and I think I'll close by saying this, Madam Mayor, a lot of the areas that we're into now are very complicated. And as Councilmember Dewar and I have spent a fair amount of time talking about, there are no easy places to build anymore. And I'm not going to be the person who says no to every project, because I think that there are projects that really should not be built, and we do a good job of sorting those out, and projects that should be built. And sometimes we'll disagree on them, but just the easy ones are not, they're not there anymore. And so, Madam Mayor, thank you for a little bit of time and just to express a little bit of frustration, but also hope. We have good people working at the City of Reno. Our colleagues are fair and righteous people and working hard in the service of this community. And it's always my privilege and humble, opportunity to serve this community. And I hope to be able to do so for a number of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Reese. I think that that's incredibly thoughtful. I would just say this, because all of us have been here before. It doesn't matter, all of us have been on a side where we were on that losing vote side, and it was difficult. That's certainly me over at the RCVA quite often. And so, it's always very hard when you're passionate about something. But I think you bring up a really good point, Devin, in the fact that, there are backhanded comments that are made. They're not necessary. At the end of the day, we all have to respect each other and walk away respecting each other. I think that that's really important. It's a very good way for the council to stay healthy and work together, whether we agree or we agree to disagree. You just have to understand. And thank goodness we have those discussions, because that's what really makes America great, the diversity of it and the ability to do that and to have, these tough conversations and freedom of speech. So, I always try to see the other side. I know it's never, ever easy. And I know that Councilwoman Dewar comes here with a heavy heart, but I would also say, in a lot of ways, I think we do need to be very respectful of each other, because I certainly have felt that, and it's just not necessary. So at the end of the day, I would just ask that those comments really just, they're not helpful, and we all have to work together. So, all right. Councilman Reese, did you give me a motion?
I did. It was confirmed by our city attorney, Mr. Hall, who gave me a bit more meat on the bones because I wasn't prepared to make a more lengthy motion, but yes. And I can't remember if Councilman or
I think Councilwoman Weber or Vice Mayor Weber supported that.
Yes.
Second.
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so I have a motion and a second, and that was discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, I'm sending it back to you, Madam Clerk. I believe, if I'm correct, this is Councilwoman Dewar's, and we have taken it off the agenda. Is that correct, Councilwoman Dewar?
That is correct. But I have the next one ready to go.
Okay, great.
So G12, I'd like to recommend, we've been working on the bylaws and even the ordinances associated with this. I'd like to recommend reappointment of Dana Hadjakis.
All right, love
Second.
Dana. But you had a lot of really good applicants. So
We
it's
have
always,
so many good applicants, it's impossible. But
yeah, so it's really hard for sure. But Dana's fantastic and will do a great job. So
and I
good
want to
job.
mention, I hope to bring back Bryce as soon as we get the bylaws fixed. But
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Love his work. Okay, so I have From Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll second, and I just have one comment.
All right, I have a motion and a second, and then discussion, Councilman Reese.
Well, I did notice Mr. Chisholm's name on the list, and so of course I'm hopeful that he might be appointed. But I just wanted to make sure everyone took some time to go see his latest mural that's been installed on Court Street. It's quite incredible and deserves everyone's opportunity to see it. It is Justice on Court Street, I think, and so everyone take a look at it.
And I want to mention, you know, Bryce has been on the commission. He did a terrific job. There was a challenge with the procedural reappointment process, applications and so on. And so his position got filled without really understanding that we overfilled it. So anyway, we're working to correct that and we hope to bring him back.
Great. Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Great job. Madam
We
Clerk.
have several of his prints too.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item G13, this is the appointment to the Reno Housing Authority for the existing vacancy. Madam Mayor, you're the
All right.
liaison to this board.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I would like to appoint Mr. Delgado, if he'll have us, because I know that you are incredibly passionate about housing and you are such a champion in the community. So if you would do me the honor to serve on the board, that would be fantastic. I hope I don't have to convince you too much, but I think you're really going to enjoy it. It's a great group and you're really going to be a big asset over there. So I have a motion and I think a second. And is that discussion, Councilwoman Dewar?
It was a second and a discussion.
Oh, okay, go.
I just want to make sure. So do we have two appointments? Are you still on the board and we're going to add Mr. Delgado? Or are you going off and he's going on?
No, no, I'm going to stay on and bring on Mr. Delgado.
Excellent. Okay, very good.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, so this is the first time we put two members of our body on the RHA, and I'm fine with that. But I'm a little uncomfortable sending Mr. Delgado over there because he's taken on such a role for us on so many other boards, the RTC, the CHAB, and the Board of Health. And I'm a little concerned, one, in fairness, you know, for others who have wanted other seats. And I'm also a little concerned with his level of ability to participate to the degree that we need the strong participation on those boards. I'm feeling from what I observe over at RTC and the CHAB and the Board of Health, you know, a lot of balls in the air and maybe not the best, strongest, focused representation that we need over there for all these. And I just hate to spread him a little more thin. So that is a concern for me. It doesn't require a response on him. If he says he's ready to do it, he is. But I also want to say that with the Jacobs Group having come forward last year, and it came up earlier, in wanting to buy a subsidized housing project from the RHA, which only went with the board vote, I would really like to sit there because I'm very concerned about Jacobs, again, trying to lobby that board to buy that property and displace those RHA, that is a affordable housing inventory. And I'd like to be over there to represent those Ward 1 residents. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support Mr. Delgado going over there and giving him another board appointment.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, thank you very much. I'm going to say this. I would never recommend anyone to serve on a board that I did not think had the time or the ability to do a great job. I want to stop right there. I also want to say that these agendas come out plenty of time ahead of time, and you guys saw your names on there. And the only one that had expressed interest, who has for many years and been a huge housing advocate, especially in many of those RHA areas, and I've worked closely with Mr. Delgado on them. He will do a fantastic job. And I think your comments are, honestly, they're offensive. And we just talked about building camaraderie with each other and respecting each other. And I have to just tell you that I think what you just said is really, really disappointing. And it was your opportunity, quite frankly, Councilwoman Breckus, to be supportive of a colleague who will do a fantastic job. I did not hear from you. So that's why you honestly, I didn't have any idea if you're wanting to go on a board because you're afraid that someone's going to buy a piece of property. That's probably not the reason to put someone on a board. So, so there you go. Thanks so much. And Councilman Delgado, I will be super excited to have you. You're going to do a fantastic job. All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, some of the comments concern me, and sort of going at the character of someone without advance notice, I think might be a violation. I will speak to Councilman Delgado's involvement and professionalism at the CHAB and the RTC. He is always fully informed, very professional, and takes the region as a whole in his very thoughtful approach to all things. So I would speak to my involvement with Councilman Delgado and his dedication in those regards. So to your point, Madam Mayor, I am saddened by the comments, but frankly not surprised.
Okay, so there's going to be no more discussion, end of story. I have a motion. Do I have a motion, Councilman Reese?
Yes. I had made a second.
Oh, and Councilman Dewar made the second.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries, doesn't carry unanimously, but I'm so glad that it passed, and I can't wait to see you over there, Councilman Delgado. Congratulations, you'll be fantastic. All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item H1, updates from boards and commissions from council, if they have any at this time.
I actually do. I don't know if any other council members do, and if you do, you're more than welcome to go first. And I will make mine very brief, but I think it's sort of significant because I do think it's also going to come to this council for a vote. Does anyone have any updates on theirs? And then I will give the update on the board that I sit on. No? Okay. So, and I'm sure Councilwoman Dewar followed up on this. We did take a vote on, as you know, over at the flood board, they have a very strange, I think it's very strange, bizarre voting structure. In order to get anything passed, it has to be a unanimous decision. There have been, and I think that was put in place, Councilwoman Weber and I, or Vice Mayor Weber and I have talked about it. She remembers when the board was formed, right, Councilwoman Weber? And
I was the director when it was formed.
Okay, so when was that, 20 years ago?
No. It was in 2005. It was a committee. And then we got a bill passed to make it a joint powers authority. And that got passed approximately 2009. And I tried to get it to not be unanimous at that time. That's what the board said they wanted. But at the very, very, very last minute, one member did not agree, or two. And so it stayed unanimous. We were going to change it to not unanimous. And just, I'm curious what you're going to say, but what we had recommended was that it be majority vote, which would be 4 of 6, but on really important things like the budget or changing the whole plan, it would require 5 of 6, which meant that at least one person from each city or county would have to vote for the thing. So we wouldn't, Reno and Sparks couldn't vote and the county objecting and left in the dust kind of idea. So I don't know what they ended up doing, but
I was trying to give some context that this has been sort of long time in the making. And just the short period of time that I've served over there, having a unanimous voting structure has held up a lot of really good projects, and even some things that you might consider minor. One of them was to appoint our new director. And, if you think about how sort of detrimental that can be, we could have dragged that out. And quite honestly, that's not efficiency. And so there were many times that a lot of things did not take shape because of this voting structure. So the board did vote I believe it comes back to all jurisdictions that we will all have to vote on it together, but we made the recommendation to come back for a majority of the vote over there. So I think that's a really good structure, and it allows us to continue to move projects forward, especially some of those really large scale projects that have to do with flooding. It could be incredibly dangerous. And not only that, some infrastructure needs that really are critical to the whole region. So I'm excited about it. This council, I believe, will get to vote on it, and so will the county, and so will Sparks. But everyone at the board was incredibly supportive, and Alexis Hill, I think it was her first meeting, which was really cool to have Alexis on there and see a lot of camaraderie and consensus over there was really a breath of fresh air. So Councilman Dewar, you should be happy because you sort of spurred that conversation to continue to keep trying to get it back onto the board's agenda, and you were successful. And so I knew you'd be proud. All right, so that's just an update that I have for you. And if anyone else has anything, let me know. No? Okay. Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to general public comment. Closing comment in this section is reserved for items either on our agenda but received after 4 p.m. the business day preceding, or received after 4 p.m. and not specific to our agenda. It should be noted that we received 6 letters of support, 14 letters of opposition, 3 letters of concern. These are on various items. However, the majority of them are on items D2 or D4, again, received after the 4 p.m. cutoff. We do have 3 public comments that are via voicemail. We will transfer and listen to those now.
Madam Clerk, how many voicemails do you have?
I have 3, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Please just add this to your agenda. No to neon light district. When are you going to stop raising our taxes? When is it time for the developers to use and the investors to use their own money? They have millions, and we the people in Reno are floundering while food, gas, housing, taxes, and more taxes, et cetera, from the feds, state, city, keep rising. You, the council members, have money. I have a tight budget that doesn't grow. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Yeah, my name is Craig Seymour, and I support the capital improvement project D4 for the Reno Public Safety Center, but I also think maybe you guys should build a brand new state-of-the-art police station with a jail. Then you wouldn't have to spend gas money to go all the way up to par with prisoners. And the old Gazette building is pretty old in itself, and it's probably going to require maintenance over the years and improvements and blah, blah, blah. So I think you should build a new building. But either way, they need a new building. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Travis Coombs, and I'm calling in support of agenda item D2. As a native to Northern Nevada, I'm excited about the potential improvements to the downtown core, which has been blighted and in need of redevelopment for decades. Reno is a wonderful community to live and work in, but it hasn't reached its full potential. These redevelopment projects are regularly discussed, but are rarely implemented. Please support our community by allowing Jacobs Entertainment to move forward with their vision. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further general public comment, and we would be turning it over to council for adjournment. Just to note again, for the record, the 6 p.m. appeal was withdrawn by the applicant, so we do not need to open that. So we're looking for a notice to adjourn.
Okay, thank you so much. I think this is probably everyone's favorite motion, but I do want to remind everyone, I appreciate your time today, and everyone should be really, really proud. We passed a pool and a public safety center, and had some really, really good discussion on certain items that we probably, we haven't seen before, but it's good to start the discussion. So, and we made a great appointment to the Reno Housing Authority and to Arts and Culture. So I look forward to doing more. All right. Thanks, you guys, for all your time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Move to adjourn.
Second. Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. I've never seen anyone oppose, ever.